Hey. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. What should I do for the picture for today? What should I do? Hey, everybody. Hi, Daddy. Hi. Trying to get a good picture here. Oh no! Why is New devlog came out. We're gonna have to take a look at that in a little bit. What picture should I do, guys? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll just do this one. The band promo stuff. Okay. Let's see. Get the stream title. Yeah, trust me. Everything that you guys are asking me, we will look at. Trust. 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 Okay. At my Discord here. Starlando says Spilo. Yes. Agreed. Could not have put it better myself. Dude, I'm also freaking 63 in here. I'm gonna put on the hang on, give me a second, guys. I'm freezing to death. It was 63. I had to turn just a little bit. Yeah, sorry. Hey, Rashi, Vasim, Blake, Volance, Spilo just dropped, Patch just dropped. Yeah, we'll look at some of the. I heard there was like a dev blog or something. How many babies have I dropped today? I will never ever tell. Fire rework leaked. I will check it out. Check it out. Wef King, hello. Blog reaction time. Yes, I have the video. It was a competitive Overwatch. Got deleted after an hour. Oh, brilliant. I look so happy to see you. Well, most people here. We'll be looking at the baby droppings. That is strange. How's my day been? It's been okay. HP hit changes are just promotion. Okay, I don't want to look at anything just yet. Mike T, maybe. Hey, don't chatty about the thing here because we have to do a coaching session first, and then the Elo Mastery call, and then all that stuff. So yeah, both of your special clips from the first. Dude, the freaking noob hunter is just doing me wrong, man. I don't know. I can't tell who. I don't know. Especially that first one, bro. I honestly I should have known better. That was a beginner's mistake, to be honest with you guys. Orb or Spilo? I don't know. It's a good question. When is a guitar playing stream dropping? I don't know, actually. Although we do have a little surprise tomorrow, so stay tuned. We have excitement tomorrow. Boy. Farouk, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing well. Why am I bullying you through YouTube recommended? Oh, yeah. I'm not telling you. Can't make me. Can anyone ask a question? Is there a specific place to send it? I would say if you got a question, best place to send it would be under Ask Spilo in here in the Discord. Because we're probably going to be doing that today. And if not today, we'll be doing it at some point. Thanks for the sub, Farouk, and the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, Matrak. Yeah, so coaching session. So I have a true story, guys. Teo, thank you for the sub. 5 months. Sheesh, indeed. Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Can I get a link for it, please? ! Discord should work. So yeah, true story, guys. I'm so tired, apparently, that I screwed up my coaching session and I sat there waiting for my student to show up, not realizing that it was actually the student from the other session. Like I got the order wrong. I've never done that before. It was really embarrassing. So we're starting stream a little late today. I apologize for that. Yeah, okay, starting your review. Ink Theory, thank you for the sub. I will not forget the words that you said about baby dropping. Are you going to view that support ruined Overwatch video? Maybe. Basically, here's what I'd like to do this week. I would like to close the door on the Doomer videos. I would like to go through the last of the Doomer videos. Hello, Brax, thank you for the sub. Shut up, Brax. Always be respectful to your subscribers, guys. Am I getting enough sleep, Spilo? I'm trying to. It's a long story. It's a long story. I'm trying to this week. I want to go through all the videos that we haven't gone through that are like old, because everybody knows like after season 9, there's going to be like an entirely new wave of content and things to kind of like study. And we might not even be able to do Hammer Time for a while, depending on how the patch goes. But I'd like to see the last of the that front. Are we going to joy Max next week? Yes. I'm not only going. Yes. You see the dev blog post from Cal? Yeah, we will later. Cheers, Kaifro. Yeah, the support. Okay. I'm gonna expose my American racism here or xenophobia here. I have low expectations, not because it's an NA Contenders player. No offense, but I don't. My expectations for a lot of NA Contenders players, pro NA players, is not very high. I don't know Iron well. I've never worked with Iron before. I've heard that he's a pretty good player, good tank player, but I just have no expectations from that scene at all. So, no. He's that Sigma guy. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we'll take a look. We'll see if there's any new points. For me, I'm just looking for new points. I'm tired of the same old, you know what I'm saying? I want some new takes or some new ideas, and more than anything else, like some proposed solutions, you know what I'm saying? That's what I complain, I would say, probably as much as these people do. But I like to think that I at least provide solutions. What the frick is going on? Wait, this isn't this guy's name. I think it's this person. Are you Expo Mass? Wait, that's right. We had this problem last time. The form Ramattra was wrong. Dang it. Yes, it is Expo Mass. Okay. Yeah, because we coached this Ramattra not too long ago. It was the, you guys remember the New Junk City one? Yeah. Hey, Ree, I'm doing all right. Okay, so let's take a look here. We're Masters now. Hey, our Diamond Ramattra friend is Masters. Congratulations. Congratulations. Goals for Ramattra. Turn around pre-fight to check team's positioning. Then choose positioning. Use cooldowns around that positioning, utilizing cover. Prioritize punching, pressuring squishies. Keep an eye on canceling Nemesis form unnecessarily early. So let's see if we've made some progress at any of those things. I don't expect us to be like night and day. That's not really how learning works. But maybe we'll see some small improvements since our last. I mean, we've gotten a diamond from diamond to masters. So, hey guys. Oh, I gotta change the rink. Yeah, I definitely regurgitate the same points myself, honestly. But I try to not make. I don't know. I try to make YouTube videos about it. I try to not make YouTube videos about it if I'm just gonna regurgitate. You guys are the poor stream peasants. You guys have to deal with me saying the same stuff over and over again. Oh yeah, we should probably go full screen here so that we don't have like frame drops. Okay. Shield is a little shallow there. I think you panicked. You shielded a little bit late, and then we're like, what the frick? And then shielded when you couldn't really take space with it. Good. I mean, that's good. That's good. Good Vortex. Good Nemesis form. So for context, guys, we've coached this Ramattra before. We coached this Ramattra. He is boot scooting that Bobby. Yes. Oh, okay. And big thing was like checking your team's positioning, making sure that your CDs have purpose, looking for backline pressure, and so on. And And so this is already progress. Good shield, good vortex, good pressure. You could commit with Nemesis form here. Yeah, this is good. There's not a whole lot to say here. They grew up so fast indeed, Barry. Good stuff. TD usage so far has been pretty good. This is Masters, yes. Not the best shield. Probably not really necessary, to be honest with you. I mean, I think it's okay because the Reaper was poking you out, but yeah, it's not that big of a deal because you'll have it back by the time the fight starts. What's your opinion on Elo Hell? Ask me after this review during Ask Philo. We might be able to talk about it a little bit. Okay, so this is where the balance between... Okay, so there has to be a happy medium here, all right? So I appreciate you wanting to go for backline here. But remember, you need to be going for backline and being a good team player at the same time. You are not being a good team player right now. This here is where your team is. This is not where your team is positioned to push. So what you do is you basically say, I'm going to draw a line in the sand where I want to actually fight. And that's probably going to be somewhere around this vicinity here or somewhere in this vicinity here where my team can actually contribute. And this is the most challenging thing about tank is having the proactivity to actually go pressure squishies and not sit there and trade tanks. But yet being aware of your team's position so you know when and where to do it. Because I love that. I love this vortex. I love this shield. I mean, the vortex is a little shallow. But the idea of the vortex, the idea of the shield is good. We're going to go in there and make some pressure. That's good. The problem is that this is done almost completely by yourself. Almost completely by yourself. Whereas if you've done this literally the exact same actions, but done 5 or 6 meters on this corner here, or this corner here, you would have had double the amount of cooldowns for. Significantly higher chance of getting a pick. So you got to find that medium. And so unfortunately here, you've not really forced many cooldowns and you've blown all of yours. That's the thing. All right? Good. Good. I mean, all things considering, that was pretty good. It took an ultimate to do it, but, you know. It took 2 ultimates to do it, but yeah. All right. And chat, obviously, when we're watching reviews like these, if you have any Ramattra questions, I'm always open to answer Ramattra questions. I want these reviews to be like a little bit more group-oriented. There's a reason I do them on stream, because there's a little bit more chat interaction than the one-on-ones. This is so much better. This is so much better. This is exactly what we need to be doing. You don't do anything. You just wait. Poke, 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 poke. Wait for an opportunity. And then now... Okay, we need to be careful because they did pop beat. Okay, so this is... You got the right idea. It's like we're leveling up, but it's never quite where we need it to be. Okay, so this is what we should have done last fight. But then... The difference here is that they've used beat, so we actually probably should kind of back up a little bit and hold our space. This is what we should have done last fight. Literally, cooldown for cooldown literally would have been perfect last fight, but now that they have like beat and stuff like this, I don't know if pushing backline is the play here. It's more about like surviving and then repushing, right? Yeah, now we need to kite out. Now we need to survive and then do what we're doing here, but just a little bit later. That being said, it's still a good enough play that we might still be able to make this work. But yeah, I appreciate the idea, just not necessarily the smartest play when they have a support ultimate slamming at you. Okay, looking good. Oh, maybe use your shield here. I wouldn't have been mad if you'd use your shield there. This one as well. So here's a crucial thing. If you want to go for backline, ladies and gentlemen, where should your shield be? So we're doing the right things. We're just not very good at doing them right now, which we now see why we're masters, right? We've improved, but there's still some growth. So if we want to push backline here, behind tank, exactly. So here, we need this shield to not really block Zarya damage. That's true. But we need it to block Sleep Dart and Nade and Genji damage and Lucio Boop and all those kind of things. And we're throwing the shield down right at our feet and then immediately running past it. So what's the point of the shield?
I don't need this tip. Spillo, the Ramattra player on the high school team you VOD reviewed, hit GM and tank different everyone in the last tournament we played.
Congratulations.
Ramattra coaching.
Glad it helped. Congratulations on tank diffing everyone in the last tournament. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. I appreciate the bits as well. But yeah, the big thing here is that if you want to push backline, then the vortex here is also a little bit shallow too, but at least I think the intention there was good. But the shield makes no sense. The shield makes no sense. I like what we're doing, just not how we're doing it, is the key thing. Because you see, she hits a sleep right there, you have no counterplay. You have no counterplay. But if you have the shield placed where you want it to be, enabling you to walk forward, then you do have counterplay. That's okay, Dingle. Sorry for the scuffed situation. Nice. I will say as well, mechanically, definitely improved. Not by a ton, but again, by a noticeable margin. You're doing it again. You're doing it again, Dingle. Where is your team positioned to fight? Chat, where should we fight? We already had this question asked, so you guys should be able to know. Behind me, right. This is not where we're drawing the line. We don't want to draw the line here. Dingle, one of the things that I've noticed, there's two things that I've noticed so far from your Ramattra gameplay. Your cooldowns usage is so much better. Like, so much better. Your target priority, so much better. However, you're sometimes mixing up because you're so emphasizing on backline, sometimes you don't know where your team is, so you don't know when you should go for backline. In other words, you should try to push backline once they get to here. Like, hold around your team, then go for backline, right? And then the other thing as well is how you're going for the backline is not always perfect in terms of like your shield placement and stuff like that. So I want you to let them in a little bit further, then go for backline. In the meantime, you could just trade. Like, this is not bad. At least you're not hard committing here. But again, it's like how much time did that Zarya get pressured while you were zoning her backline, right? How much time did that Zarya get pressured? You see, just now is she starting to get pressured. What's the problem with that? Your CDs have just expired. It should have been the Zarya walks out, commits her bubble, then you commit your cooldowns and zone her backline. So she has to use both bubbles and maybe almost dies. Should Junk be playing closer, take advantage of closer? Yeah, the Junk is super mispositioned here. Yeah, I 100% agreed. I think Junkrat with like the Baptiste, or the Junkrat with the Ana would be really, yeah, Junkrat should 100% be in here. 100% be in the call here. You're 100% right. But yeah, I appreciate you zoning backline. Again, I appreciate the target priority. But it's, again, the timing is off. The timing around where your team is positioned off. You see that the Zarya doesn't have to engage. They can all focus you down right now. Now, they won't because you're too good. You're going to kill them. Right? I believed. But do you see how awkward that felt? Actually looking good, mate. Looking good. Does this all make sense, Dingle? So I want you to marry the 2 points that we had last time. Where's my team? Go for backline. Right now, you're going for backline, but you're not always positioned around where your team wants you to be. Bring those together. Right? Bring them together. Peanut butter and jelly. And do everything that you just did, but around where your team wants you to fight. And you're going to be cooking. I love that emote so much. This is literally when I end stream. When I end stream, guys. Or even honestly, on. Just enjoy this. I love that so much. I love that so much. He's doing all the emotes. This guy's a Chad. Go, 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 go. Good. You can poke her out. It's fine. There's Suzu. Love to see it. Go back to main. There's a Junker Queen swap. Spylo's a Joker confirmed. I mean, maybe. Here, honestly, I actually think you'd be okay to commit your shield here. Just because you're not likely to commit to a push anytime soon. So you just use your shield to heavily poke these guys. You could shield here, poke, throw the vortex out here because they're out in the open for some CDs. I think you greeted your HP and your cooldowns a little too much there, which enforces an on and aid, which enforces life grip. I don't think it forced life grip, but obviously your life grip felt like it was necessary. I just love life grip, guys. I love life grip so much. I enjoy that ability so much. Yeah, I think rotating right is fine here. Use the shield, use the vortex, let's go. Good shield. Vortex there probably would be better served on the Reaper. It's okay to zone the soldier, but obviously it's a bit awkward if you're going to zone the soldier and then turn your attention back to the Reaper anyway, because the damage from the vortex isn't good enough. So I think CD usage definitely could have been cleaner here. Also too much punching. Way too much punching. HP awareness here. IS6 retiring? I heard about that. Like right now, we need to be blocking. Because the problem is that you start to bleed damage like crazy when you lose your armor. Not to mention you almost died. So I don't mind what you're trying to do here. Just the CD usage could have been a little bit better. Sure, chase him. Ooh, wait. That's okay. That's okay. This is mostly about details here. I want to see you not throwing cooldowns in different directions, instead putting more attention on letting your cooldowns put pressure on one specific area. I think if you use, for example, your vortex to zone an area, but then you don't even shoot at that area, what's the point of the vortex? So it's mostly just like micro here, and then knowing to block sooner would be the thing. I don't necessarily have a problem with the vortex usage being out of sync with the nemesis if we're using the vortex to shoot people. If we're using the vortex to shoot people. Very important. And I don't think we were. Go, 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 go. Way too late. Way too late closing that distance. Good use of your CDs there. Oop, suffer. This round is a great example of minor errors that, because your team is playing poorly, is going to cost you the round. I could go through your team, and I promise you, I will bet $100 that we could probably go through pretty much every single player on your team and see that they all played worse than you this round. Promise you. But it's King of the Hill. And if you make a significant couple of micro errors, even if they're not big feeding or trolling the lobby, it's still enough to be improved on, and things snowball very quickly. Yeah, I know you never blame your teammates. Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you that the micro errors here were enough to start a negative snowball that your teammates were unable to stop. Yeah, I know Airdoug. Airdoug always blames teammates. He's a scumbag. Nemesis and the Kitsune is wild. I mean, but it's last fight. They have to. I mean, there's nothing else to do here. But yeah. So long story short for you, micro-wise, I don't want to see you using Vortex on an area and then not shooting that area. I want to see you blocking before you drop out of armor whenever you possibly can, unless you're going to kill that target. And I think those are going to be the two main points. Let's keep going. All I notice is this Elo Hell argument that's just happening quietly in the background of my Twitch chat, and I have no idea what the frick is going on. You hate Junker's knife? Your value versus Junker Queen is your shield and your Boke. If you line up an angle on her, you can absolutely laser her down. So keep that in mind. I assume that shield was for your team. I don't like this. I don't like this. Hey, Ganya. Your value. This is your value. Okay, let me ask you a question, Dingle. Your value versus a Reaper and a Junker Queen. If you get up in their face with your Nemesis form, how is that going to go? I mean, you obviously know now, but seriously, chat, how does this go? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of a facetious question because we know, right, it's not going to go good. Double shotgun goes bad. You know, it's rough. So for you, it's like, what is your advantage in this matchup? It's the shield, it's that vortex, it's that poke, it's that range. It's the fact that you could sit here and like take an angle and poke out the soldier, or sit here. And what is your first response? You don't even use your vortex. You go in hardcore, you get sucked in, and you get smoked. You know? This is just not knowing your tank matchups. Need more of a poke phase before punching, right? So your punching is you're securing the kills once they've used CDs. What is the advantage of punching? It is not DPS, unless it's a really slippery target. Usually, it is the speed and guaranteed damage that you can chase and cleave as well. Yeah, you didn't need any of those things here. You need to earn. You need to finish the kills with that first. That was a complete and utter feat. And I think it's just because you don't know that matchup as well as cleaving is hitting multiple targets at the same time. I will say one. Okay, you guys want my take on Elo Hell? I'm not going to even argue. I'm not going to argue the mechanics of a matchmaking and Elo system because we could do that all day long and it's pointless. At least it's pointless with people that are. I have never coached anybody out of, oh, bless me, 4,000 VOD reviews, 5,000 VOD reviews, maybe more. I have never, ever had a student feel more than one rank displaced. I have definitely coached bronze players that looked silver and plat players that looked gold. But I have never coached anybody more than one rank out of placement. And usually the players that looked out of placement usually dropped or went to where they were within a month or so. And it was just a question of they had not played enough games. Okay. Honestly, here, I don't like the shield either as much. It's okay. What did you do with Vortex here? Ah, you're doing the thing again. Dingle, what's the mistake here? You're zoning an area, then ignoring it. It does make her move, but why is forcing her to play out in the open useful when you're not going to punish her for being out in the open? The Reaper caught me off guard. Yeah, true. But you need to be ready for these things. I think in general, you need to be leveraging your poke versus this composition a little bit more. And I also, again, hate to see that you're, I know it's the Reaper caught you off guard, but still, like, you don't, are you going to be poking the Junker Queen or you're going to be poking the back lane? Maybe poke the Junker Queen here, in which case, Vortex the Junker Queen. Yeah, I think you should have used it on Reaper and Junker Queen. Yeah, I do. And by the way, I understand that personal experience isn't really great statistical, but when I've coached 5,000 players, or 5,000 reviews, that's a lot of quantity here. You know what I'm saying? And it is my job to be able to understand and execute and measure players' skill. So I'm just saying. Like, even here, like, it's almost not even worth Yoskin. Thanks for the sub. It's honestly not even really worth to punch a Reaper that doesn't have Wraith. Like, here, it's like maybe throw a punch or two at him, but like, especially now that you're dropped out of armor, he will do more damage to you than you will do to him. And so I think even considering a different rotation, maybe where you have a little bit more distance between you, at least open up a different choke. Like, I think right now, what's more hurting you is not necessarily all the things that we talked about earlier, but more about you just don't know this matchup at all. Is 5K out of 50 million a significant sample size? Well, you tell me. Let me give you an analogy. If you flip a coin 5,000 times, what are the odds that that's going to equate out roughly to 50-50? At a certain point, volume doesn't matter anymore. When you reach an effective 5K, if I were to flip a coin 5,000 times, I would be very close to 50-50 in giving an accurate sample size. Right? There's diminishing returns the more that you statistically test something. It's always 50-50. I don't. Yeah, I'm not.
Have a good afternoon, boss.
Hey, Calix. I appreciate the sub, mate. You as well, mate. Okay, anyway. Shield's good. Vortex is good. You know what it is? Okay, Dingle. Is it you're trying to go for squishies here? Is it you're trying to go for squishies here and then kind of getting lost and then getting torched in the tank trade? Is this not a misapplication, but the lack of nuance from what we talked about with you needing to focus squishies? I'm not sure, Lo, honestly. Everything's up for change season 9. We have absolutely no idea what's going to be meta in 5 days. Because I think if that's the case, if you're overemphasizing the Ana Kiriko because it's like, oh, I think that keep in mind, because of how far away they are, you need to be okay with winning the tank trade and until you get the opportunity to go for backline. And keep in mind, let me remind you guys, Reaper is a squishy. You plopping down your shield and vortex on a Reaper, you will force Wraith. It will happen. You know, this right now, you drop shield more conservatively, where you want your shield to be where you want to fight, and then you throw your vortex on the Reaper, you will force Wraith. And then from there, you will be able to go for the Ana, right? You forced the Reaper Wraith. It wasn't you, but your team forced Reaper Wraith, and that gave you the capability to actually go for backline there. You're a nerd. You didn't have to share your stream streaks to know that. And then now, yeah, you can absolutely trade backline. Why? Because you've been able to close the distance safely. This is all fine. Good. So I think the key thing for you is if you cannot reach backline directly, I want you to utilize your vortex and your shield on winning the front line trade so that you can go for backline. Don't try to skip steps if you can't quite reach them. This is Masters. Good. Is all this making sense, Dingle? At least I'm a good-looking nerd. Mother of all caps. I mean, it's unfortunate because the nade got you so low. Because this would be a situation where you could use your vortex and nade and actually push the backline here. That's actually so unfortunate. Yeah. It's more of just a mechanical thing. Like, if you're just a little bit faster with that shield, avoid anti-nade, then maybe you're in a situation you can actually push backline. Because, man, this is unfortunate. And maybe a little bit rush of that vortex as well. Yeah, and then they just had 1, 2, 3 ults. I mean, that's hard to win versus that. Especially when your Blizzard totally whiffs. I wouldn't overthink that fight too much. He needs to learn the Nemesis cancel and the ult for armor bonus. Wait, yeah, did we not do that? Yeah, I guess. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it auto refreshes, yeah. I thought that he wasn't using the Nemesis form into the ult, which is like a waste of survivability, but no, he was. Are cheaters common in Overwatch too? I don't really know. I don't really know. So let's look at this. This is why this feels bad, by the way. You catch the Ana with her pants down. Thank you. But you're just a little too far forward.
2 months of the best friendship I've ever had. It's not forced at all. Best is for life, less than 3 more.
Thank you. Thank you, Shafi. Appreciate the sub. Listen, parasocials are just social relationships, but better. Good? 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 There's not a whole lot to say here. You're just going to go through and kill people. Good. Good. Shield. Ah! No! Oh, you fumbled. No. Okay. All right. Honestly, Dingle, massive improvements from the new Junk City, and which is actually really impressive considering it's not, what has it been, 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever. Really, really well done. I think the target priority is better. I think there's a lot more purpose behind your cooldowns. Your mechanics also look better as well. Some points of practice. What do you guys think are points of practice to add to our list? I think purpose with CDs, much better. Mechanics, better. Target priority, better. Here's what needs work. I think don't force backline targets when your team is not engaged. Remember, you need to be fighting where your team can help. Okay to take tank trades as well when backline is inaccessible. Keep an eye on using Vortex and then not shooting the targets in that Vortex. That's a big no-no. Block around your armor threshold. Don't wait too long usually. And last thing I think I would say is like place your shield where forward when pushing, close when holding. I think those are the big things. CDs needs to play more, grind it out. That's helpful. LN deal. How much is a VOD review? Exclamation mark coaching. When you said I don't understand my matchup, what's a matchup? Matchup is just knowing the 1v1. When you 1v1 a Junker Queen, knowing the JQ Reaper matchup. When you 1v1 a Junker Queen, how do you beat a Junker Queen as a Ramattra? Not really from getting interface. Not usually. Unless she's low. Takes too long. She has way too much tank HP. She is self-sustained. She'll like. So yeah, you use your shield, you use your staff, you use your Nemesis form or your Omnic form to laser her down and force her CDs, and then you can finish the kill afterwards. I wouldn't even just say from poke her away from farther away, because if you look at this retake, there wasn't really anywhere that you could go to poke her out, really. She would have met you on the corner every single time. But if you'd used your shield tight, your Vortex tight, lasered her, you would have been able to poke her out because she can't poke through a shield. Yeah, same way with Orisa as well. Yeah. So I want you to utilize it's okay. And honestly, Zarya is the same thing too. Like really, Zarya is like not a tank you want to get super, super close to, super, super early. So versus it's the same thing with the Reaper, right? Like you don't go in and start punching a Reaper unless it's 1 HP and he doesn't have Wraith, right? It's not going to work. He's just going to heal off of you. Yeah, Queen is hard to hit. But the thing with Queen is that she's hard to hit, but she doesn't have much HP. So if you do hit her, it hurts for her. Do you want to cancel the Nemesis form sometimes? Yeah, sometimes when there's nothing to punch and you don't need the survivability, then yes, you should cancel it. I do that all the time whenever I'm playing Ramattra. And there's something like I finish the kill or they disengage and I'll swap back to Omnic form so that I can actually resume poking. If I don't need the survivability then, and you don't need the punch speed, then you don't need it. Do you have any questions, Dingle? More advanced stuff to talk about here because you've leveled up. So yeah. Okay, sounds good, Dingle. Yeah, I think this is definitely one you need to watch back again. Definitely one that you need to watch back again. There's a lot of little details in here that I think will make more sense. If anything doesn't make sense, you can just message me. Got an update just now? What do you mean got an update just now? Did that 5 times last week? Huh. Okay. I don't really want to look at the patch notes just yet because that's going to be Oh, patch update. Where's the FAR rework? Do I still bet I can find it? Because I clicked on it to save later. Oh, they deleted the video. They deleted the video. Does anyone have the video? No, they didn't release a patch notes. They have like a dev blog or thing. I have to eat, by the way, guys. I have to eat. So hang tight. Mm-hmm. No, I don't think the patch notes are out yet. At least not the legitimate patch notes. All right.
Perfect hit.
Huh.
Perfect hit.
What was the blue meter thing?
I got it! What we doing today?
You have to wait and see. Lots of different stuff, Diabolical. Lots of different stuff. Gonna be looking at the dev blog and all sorts of stuff. Thanks for the sub, mate. Interesting. I'm excited. I'm excited with all this stuff. The question is she going to still be able to hover and like way, 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 way above in the sky? You know. To me, with Farah, it was like both. It was difficult to play her because of the lack of horizontal mobility, which this definitely seems to address. But also, will she still have the obnoxious vertical mobility that she had before? Okay. I mean, one thing for sure, guys. Wait, they removed air refueling? But yeah, also jump jet being 14 seconds is crazy. Wow. No air refueling. If that is true, that's insane.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, maybe this is extra fuel, guys. Look. Because it goes down right when we push up. You see that, I think? Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
Perfect.
It is extra fuel spillo. The movement CDs refill fuel directly and can exceed cap. Be sure they mentioned that.
Okay. We'll have to check it out. Interesting. This looks really cool. This looks really cool. I'm a little... No, I don't really have anything negative to say. Because... Yeah, I will check out the blog post for this more. Maybe jump jet will be too long of a cooldown. Maybe I'm going to be the Samito path and be like, I hate 14-second long cooldowns. You know, just remove the efficacy a little bit. But yeah, Yeah, that's definitely 175 HP. I mean, this is what we asked for, guys, when we did our Pharah rework, remember? This is what we asked for. More horizontal mobility, more dynamic movement. It's exactly what we wanted. So I'm excited. Oh yeah, field health. Field health would be nice, but depending on how this DPS passive goes, or the passive healing, and also considering that she'll be lowered to the ground, it might not be as much of a need. She's definitely going to be more of a close range character for sure. Is the DPS passive the healing removing thing? Yeah, I don't know. It might have some weird dynamics where it's like it rewards you for like everyone has to tickle the tank to keep the DPS passive. I'm curious to see how they implement it, because the way my first response is it's not going to be as effective in the way that people think they are, because it's not going to stop the power of invuln cooldowns. But what it will do is it means that a DPS that tickles the tank is going to get like free value, which is already a problem. So I don't know. I'm healthily skeptical, but I also haven't thought about it a long time either. So keep that in mind. That's what I'm saying. It should have a different value for tanks, and Suzu and Immortality Field just get ignored anyway. So I don't think it's going to be like the, hey, I can kill Baptiste now. No. Baptiste just has 20 less healing from his shift. So I don't know. I will reserve. This is why I don't want to. I'm not talking about the leaked patch notes very much, because I don't think you can look at anything in isolation. I think it has to all be in, DPS passive plus whatever else they did to the HP and the projectile sizes, and we just don't. And even then, it's a lot of just guesswork. You have to go in game and actually play it a lot. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get some water, a little more water, and then we'll get our Elo Mastery call started. So it's hang tight. The dev blog reaction will be about an hour and 15 minutes from now. So if you guys are here for my thoughts on that, leave the tab on alt or tabbed off so that you can give me that sweet 3 cents of ad revenue. No, but we'll be back in like an hour 15. So hang tight. Be right back. Not like I'll be literally like back in 1 minute, but for the dev vlog, hour 15. Okay. let's get this coaching call set up. So exclamation mark Elo Mastery. It will be a free call today. And I'm going to be making a executive decision when it comes to the Elo Mastery stuff, just because we generally have a lot of the same folks with Elo Mastery. I spoke with Zenith, who's the head of Elo Mastery, and he gave me the AOK to prioritize people who have not had a coaching call yet. So if you have not been coached through Elo Mastery, we're going to be going through, I'm going to be prioritizing the people that I haven't spoken with yet. So. So if you are an old school run of the guard, then well, what? What is going on? Okay, I don't know what just happened there, but I accidentally think I ended the call. I don't know what happened. I hope I didn't ping everybody twice. I have no idea what just happened, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Because I have to leave the call and then rejoin. And then it like ended the whole thing. Yeah, okay, so let's do this. So if you guys haven't heard, I spoke with Zenith, and what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna prioritize people who have not been coached yet, and or people who have not been coached in a while. So doesn't mean that if you're an old school person, you won't get coached. Just means that we are going to prioritize people who have not been coached yet for the free calls, especially. So let's, hope everyone's doing well. Meme Lord Ozai. We did. We did. So we'll go through here and we'll go from there. Yeah. Exclamation mark Elo Mastery Man After Dark. Then you're gonna jump in here into the voice call down here, and then you're gonna drop your replay code with some timestamps in here, and then there you go. Yeah. Let's do this. Mean Lord Ozai, do you want to jump into the voice call? Yes, you do. Hey.
Yeah, hi.
Everything pulled up. How have you been?
I'm good.
Good,
How are
good,
you?
good. How's the Genji practice been?
Not great.
Oh no. How so?
Like I went from silver 1 to silver 5.
That's not too bad. Could be worse. We've all been through much worse. Okay, so why this code in particular? And let me look at the timestamps here. 40 seconds, right? And 6:30. Okay, 40 seconds here. Let's take a look here.
So I
So why-
mainly wanna know like
Sure.
do you like my initial positioning, like where I went, or should I have played somewhere else?
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Angle here. Okay. Taking top left. That's good. For me, I think it's mostly you started off at a good foot. I like this angle from you right here. It's nice and sneaky. But then you drop back on main afterwards. I don't like that as much. I think this is the kind of off angle that you're going to look for with Genji. Something sneaky, something short. The other option as well is you can go this way if they're holding close as well. This is pretty useful too. So you end up back here, which is going to force your CDs. But more than anything else, it's going to mean that the enemy team is just going to be able to vomit every little bit of damage at your team's direction. And instead of kind of creating opportunities where you can get an assassination or distract them, you're just kind of not there at all, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, this angle here looks good. Wish you'd been here 10 seconds ago, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the next timestamp here. I'm actually going to turn off full screen so I can Alt-Tab without blinding you guys. Okay, and 6:30 here.
This is just I use my blade here, so
All right. Brilliant. All right, go. So, let's talk about this. You're at your most vulnerable with Blade when you're unsheathing. So instead of me telling you what to do, I want you to tell me what you should have done.
Dashed up and then casted blade, I guess.
Would you need to even dash up?
Yeah, it's not necessary. Like,
I agree. Just whip your blade out right here. You're cooking. That's all. If you're going to use your dash into a blade, how should you use your dash into a blade? You said dashing up, but what if you want to do dash to do damage and then pop your blade? That's pretty decent, right?
yeah.
But then how would you use that initial dash before pulling blade?
So should I try dashing into cover?
Ah, yes, exactly. Or here, ready for this one? Just simply dash behind them. So if you're going to dash the soldier, you could drop here, throw shurikens, and dash through here. Whip your blade out here. And it's still maybe not as good as dropping on their head. But at the very least, making them turn around is very difficult. But if you look at what you did for the soldier, do you see how easy you made it for him?
Yeah.
Even for the Brigitte, right? There's no real significant mouse movement. So yes, this is a classic Genji moment, right? The best solution, whip your blade out as you're falling on their head and murder them, respectfully. Second solution, if you want to use your dash, is you could dash through and behind, like you said, to cover, make them turn their mouse, and then while they're turning their mouse, you're pulling out your blade. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is very unfortunate, but also very not very well played by you either. And I think that's one of the things with Genji is you are playing a character that you have to execute well. And things like this
And,
will get you killed.
Did I choose the right target here? Because like
Yes.
Brig was looking at soldier too.
Yeah, look good to me. Look good to me. Brig is fine. Soldier's fine too. Like, I mean, you could definitely argue that maybe Brigitte would be a slightly better target. But I don't think that's the most important mistake that you made, frankly. It was a squishy. It was well timed. You started from a good position and you screwed it up. That's it. But yeah, don't overthink the target selection too much. It wasn't bad. All right. A little aggressive here. This seems okay with where your Zarya is playing at. I think you should be okay. So, you have one thing right. You have the off angle. But you have the other thing wrong in the fact that the type of off angle that you're taking isn't working right now. What are you doing right now?
Not much.
Not much. Why?
Yeah.
Are your mechanics bad? Are you stupid? You need to grind Vaxa? Are you bad at first-person shooters? No. What's wrong?
I'm not dealing much damage to them.
Right, but is that a mechanical problem necessarily?
I'm not sure. Should I left click here?
Well, that would definitely help, right? But this is hard, right? Like even if you put a really good mechanical Genji like myself, who's the best Genji in the world, in this situation, even I wouldn't be hitting every shuriken. That's a joke. The key thing here is that you've held an angle. That's great if you want to shoot targets that are like here or maybe here. But you're not a sniper, right? So what should you do from this position? If you want to actually do damage as Genji, where should you position from here?
So like, should I be moving somewhere else from here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Where could you go? You got a few options.
I could drop down to the lower level maybe.
Blam.
Like not on the ground. But
Oh, here?
Okay, yeah.
Or like here? Like here?
I was thinking, yeah, here.
Yeah, this is so much better, right? You need to remember angles with Genji, very important, but short angles, usually.
This could be risky though.
What is it?
Could this position be risky? Like, would I be able to get
Yes.
out from here?
Well, that's a good question. I'm honestly not too sure. But that's the question that you have to ask yourself. Is it better for me to hold an angle and do absolutely nothing? Or for me to take an angle, do absolutely something, and risk dying? Here's another question. What if you were to drop, or just even to sit here and shoot the tank? Do you think that you could do good shuriken damage from this range?
Yeah.
I think so. It's obviously it's shooting a tank. It's not, perfect, but it's good. It's fine. It's fine.
Mhm.
You need a short off angle where you can do damage. This is simply too long. This is sniper Genji. And so even if your shuriken accuracy was better here, you've done really nothing. Does that make sense? Even here, right? You're still doing nothing. Does that make sense? And it's not like your mechanics are bad here, or like it's just too far away. So I appreciate you taking the off angle here, but I want you to find an off angle where you can get a little bit closer. Remember on your attack when we were talking about like getting up here and then you wanted to get like here to get close, or even considering this angle here, right? Much, much better. This position, not good. Not good at all. Make sense?
Yeah. Got it.
Okay, let's watch one more and then we'll wrap it up. Okay. Oh no, I'm nervous.
So,
Blade time.
we were waiting for them to respond. Do you
Yeah.
think I played at the right position for that? No.
In other words, when did you pull it? Wait for the right time for it?
No, like where should I be playing when I'm waiting for the enemy team to come?
I think where you're at is fine. Where you're at is okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right. Short off angle, that's fine. Okay. Get off the floor. You could blade this still if you wanted to. I would use it here. I mean, you might not even get a chance to at this point. Frankly, this right here. Okay, Overwatch is gonna work on me. Thank you. This right here, it's okay. Short off angle, it's fine. It's a little dangerous to be here, but it's all right. Deflect, get out. It's fine. Good. This fight is not won. In fact, now you're even. Use the blade.
I was low air, that's why I was
Sure.
hesitant using blade.
But as soon as you get back to full here, use the blade. Or close to full, use the blade. Use it right now. That's all. And then the problem here is that because you waited so long, this probably should have gotten you killed. Same reason why the soldier blade didn't work earlier. Remember? What's the problem with this blade?
They're all looking at me because my teammates are dead.
Right. Well, that, but also think about how you're using that unsheathing animation. Are you dashing behind her? No. Are you dashing into the air and dropping on her? No. Are you just simply dashing up here, or you unsheathing your blade and dropping onto the back line here? No. You're unsheathing your blade standing directly in front of them.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't have dash here, so I wasn't sure. Should I just waited on top, or I felt like
Sure.
I had to ult here. Although
Sure.
I should have ulted a bit.
You should have ulted earlier, right? But I think even just using your blade here is fine. Just unsheath it here.
Oh,
Because you're safer
okay.
unsheathing it here than you are unsheathing it here, right?
Right.
Let me give you an analogy here. You know, like the joke that all the villains, when they're about to beat the good guys, have to sit there and have this big long monologue, and then they end up dying because they took too long talking. That's what's happening here. You like run up to the hero. You're the bad guy in this story, okay? You run up to the hero and you're like, and then you're dead. Imagine if you just sat at home and talked to yourself and had that big spooky villain conversation by yourself, got yourself warmed up, and then by the time that you actually showed up, that you had the blade pulled up. You know what I'm saying? So you don't sit in front of the enemy team and have a monologue. You're just gonna get killed, right? Do it. Like, go mutter to yourself and be like, "Ah, I knew all along it was you, and I always knew." You know, have that conversation where you're safe, please. You know what I'm saying? Because this is not gonna work. Like, ruin. No. This isn't gonna work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. All right. So
Brig can whip him during the draw.
What do you need to work
into
on?
the room, and then he'd be in a really weird position, right?
I should play whenever I'm playing off angles. I should be a little closer to the enemies. I guess.
yes, perfect. What else? What about the blade?
And yeah, I should use blade while in the air.
Sure, whenever possible, or from unsheathing it from cover, or even like you said, dashing behind them first. Perfect. Any questions?
Yeah, so like recently I've tried playing more with the team as Genji. Previously, what I was doing, I was trying to flank the enemy a lot.
Yes.
But like I watched some VODs and saw that a lot of the time the Genji is just playing with the team and uh, looking for pickoffs. So
Hmm.
can you like tell me what's the ideal balance? Should I uh,
Sure.
focus more on flanking?
Sure. I would say for you, as long as you have a short off angle, you don't have to flank all the way into the enemy backline. Let me just pick a random fight here at any point in random in this VOD, and we'll talk. Okay, we'll talk about this fight right here. You do not necessarily. Okay, this is the last attack phase. Let's actually go to here. You do not. What's going on here? Yeah, you do not have to be flanking all the way behind here.
Mhm.
All you need to do is kind of what you're doing, honestly, right now. This is fine. This is also fine.
Yeah.
You see that? You're still kind of with your team. You're just on a slight off angle. You're not standing directly on top of your tank. You're just up and off to the side a little bit on a close off angle. That's the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that's what I was doing before. I was taking quite deep angles
Yep.
and
Yeah.
sometimes feeding.
And it's hard because you don't have healing and you're not as fast as Tracer. You're not as fast as Sombra. You don't have the sustain. And sometimes you might be late. Sometimes you might get poked out. I would generally, Genji is better to hold short off angles and not super, super deep flanks, usually. Make sense?
Yeah. And
Okay.
another thing is
Sure.
when I have blade, should I try not to show myself to the enemy? But the issue with that is like I also don't know exactly where the enemies are playing if I'm not picking.
I would say
So
absolutely show yourself to the enemy. It's totally fine. Just as long as when you're, again, the villain speech, when you're unsheathing the weapon, don't do it standing directly in front of the middle of the enemy team.
mhm,
You
yeah,
could you could sit here. Let's say you had blade here. Well, you do have blade here. You could shoot, 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 and then unsheath your blade up from here as you're dropping and kill him. Right? Or dash up here or drop in the blade from here. You could be shooting this brig. You could drop in here. Just don't unsheath in the middle of the open.
yeah, yeah, got it.
Make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, mate, always a pleasure. Let me know if you have any questions anytime. Okay, let's keep going here, chat. Ink Theory. I don't believe Ink Theory. I'm gonna have to take y'all's word for it because I can't always remember perfectly here. You want to jump into the voice here? Ink Theory? Okay, Ink Theory wants to jump in. What's up?
Hello.
All right, I'm very apprehensive of this nonsense. End of game, silly little ball gameplay. Oh my gracious.
Basically just second round. I'm second round on Booby Slumber. Second round, basically just to the end.
Okay. I'll give you like 2 or 3 fights. That work for you?
Okay. If I can ask specifically, then you can kind of skip second point.
Sure,
then?
works for me.
Okay. I mainly struggled more on third than anything.
Okay, do you want to skip to third then? To see how we go from there? Maybe we can go back to first.
Okay. Yeah.
Moira's lab rat is on Samito's int list. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So now the juice. Cards not being contested. Just chill. Just chill. Sure. I don't even know if that was necessary, frankly. Like, these guys are not even contesting card. All this does is it's cost you a really nice angle, frankly.
I saw the Diva use boosters and kind of got scared of trying to commit there.
True. True. But my point being is that the reason Diva uses boosters is because you give yourself away here. When in actuality,
Yeah.
there's absolutely nothing going on right now. Like, you might get to a point here where if this cart keeps moving, this might be last fight territory. You know what I'm saying? So just let it go. If they're not taking any action, the cart's moving for free, who gives a rip? Just chill.
I'm just trying to relieve pressure for my DPS from the Echo Mercy.
Right, but also at this point in time, your DPS aren't really doing anything either.
Yeah.
So you know what? Your DPS are smarter than you are. I mean,
I wouldn't say that about my Echo.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But at this point in time, like if your DPS are inting and engaging, then yeah, sure, you should go. But your supports and DPS are actually doing the smart thing right now, and then you're the one that's like, oh, I'm gonna bail them out, but they're not doing anything. So just chill.
All right.
Because this is a mess now. I think also as well, you could probably see where I'm going to go with this. This is a fine roll through. Where should you go with this roll through?
To the left.
Yep, to the left. Probably through stairs this direction would be my feedback here. And then just hold this angle and you can laser down D.Va and or set up your next engage on the backline here. It's like you take the time to set up a pretty nice roll through and then go back to D.Va. And now you're like started from scratch all over again.
Yeah.
Like it is like this is obviously a really bad wall point, right? It's not great. Brawling is better here at forehead. But which means you've got to take every opportunity that you get to stage and actually sit up and actually clean engage. No comment, no comment. But you know what? It's a lot easier to grapple and slam into a backline when you're not standing in front of the D.Va.
Yeah.
Always goes back to fundamentals. That's all
I
right.
don't talk about that roll through.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. But it's not even like a skill issue, you know. It's like you screwed yourself over. Nobody like not like you could have pressed a magical button to do it. You just were in the bad position to do it. That's all. And then now it's like this entire fight. It's like you've been kind of a spectator. And so really, there's nothing you can do here to clutch this. This is honestly. I mean, we can keep watching, but there's nothing really to say. It's over.
Yeah.
So patience when you have the staging. Patience, 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 patience. And then when you give yourself the opportunity to stage again, don't reset and go backwards. Hold the space. Hold the angle. Roll through, set up on your angle. It's flanker fundamentals. Tracer, Sombra, Ball, all of them.
I just haven't been able to play ball since like season 2, so I'm just
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Good. Roll through mines. Do it. Good. Live. I love when my feedback is live. Such a talented coach. Frankly, here, so a little bit of a tiny detail here. Do not slam with your mines on this composition. Think about it for a second. What is this mines going to force?
Guardian Angel, Fade, Roll, boosters
Right.
if I'm lucky.
Right. So let me ask you a question. What is this slam actually going to catch?
If I'm lucky, the Mercy when she's
Right.
but she's
Right.
already in it.
But likely nothing. So then what should you do instead?
Boop then mines to maybe
You could go for a soft engage and then like go for the mines afterwards. But I actually don't even mind the order of operations here. This is actually okay. Don't slam. Roll mines. Keep rolling all the way either through here or even like just here or whatever. You force the cooldowns, re-engage afterwards with your slam. Because the slam is redundant. Right? Again, we predicted this. Like, what are you slamming here? Right? Because the mines will force the mobility, the slam isn't necessary. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So drop the mines. They will use the mobility, pursue with your cooldowns afterwards. And the reason why that's so important as well is because this also makes you a target. Watch your HP. Plus D.Va Bomb and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So this is a situation where the slam on mines only makes sense when the targets can't escape. And so you're confirming the kill. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Otherwise, roll through mines to set up your slam engage afterwards.
Okay.
Don't stack them. Layer them instead. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Spiral ball. That's okay. I think this is just GG's, sadly. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Let's watch one more fight in first. You got time for that?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Any questions so far?
The only like concern that I have is like, how do I deal with like, tracers that play chase the ball or sombras that play chase the ball? Because like,
Yeah.
it's very rough trying to deal with them, especially if they're just able to get like one brig pack or a slight bit of Kiriko healing, and it just like I can duel them, but that dueling just really takes out of my engagement and sometimes makes me feel like I'm just losing the game by trying to take that duel.
Well, the obvious answer is the boring one, which is like, hey, if you are forcing DPS plus support, that is tanking, right? But that's not always the answer that we want. That's not always the best answer either. At that point in time, the reality of the situation is that you are faster than both Tracer and Sombra. And so if a Tracer is chasing you, utilizing your grapple, utilizing your verticality, and so on, you should be able to avoid her. Not entirely, but avoid her to where her chasing isn't as effective. In other words, if you're staging here and this Tracer starts to chase you, so you grapple, you roll through to here, bam, bam, bam. She's going to have to use at least 2 blinks to get to you, in which case you're already here, and then you're going to roll up and you're going to slam, and this Tracer's going to sit there with egg in her face. Because she's totally out of the fight entirely, and you got the engagement you wanted. Yeah, you were down 100 HP, but she's out of the fight entirely.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Now, that's obviously easier on this map because it's very vertical oriented. A flatter map, a lot harder. But also in a flatter map, it means that you're going to go for a grapple roll through. Let's say you grapple here and roll through. You're going to get crazy speed here. And she's going to have to commit she's going to commit all of her blinks to chase you. In which case, if you turn around and shoot her, she's a lot more vulnerable to actually losing the duel, getting her recall force, and so on. Like the idea is that like it sounds so cop out to say this, but like a Tracer should not be able to keep up with you on a vertical or a flat map. It should not be able to happen. And
I
if
struggle with it mainly on Koth maps where
yes, that one makes total sense to me. The Koth maps are a lot more difficult, but also because Koth maps are more cramped, you don't have to spend as much time setting up deep on angles, right? Like let's say Licheng Tower Garden, right? Big bridge, point. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
If Tracer's hard marking you there, you could set up. You could honestly be a lot lazier with your setup. Like you don't necessarily have to set up on their back line. You could set up on your own back line and just roll through to point and then mines point or something like that. Like the more narrow the map, obviously the worse it is for ball, but also it should be more easy for you to get to the angle or to the backline that you need without having to set up deep here. Like for example, here you really would not want to roll through with your team, right? You would want to set up deep. So there's a lot of space for you.
Yeah.
But on a map like Licheng Tower, maybe there's not as much space, but there's also not as much of a priority for you to have to set up on an angle. You can just set up closer to your team.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Good question. Let's see how we do. I don't love the way that you prioritize different things. Like I see this here. I see an unaware backline. What should be your first response? Especially a backline without CC. Right, exactly. You do your drop slam, right? So drop slam, then shoot. Like they're totally unaware. Like take the free damage here. And then follow it up with shots here. Like the order of operations here is scuffed. If you drop slam, the reason why you need to front load your damage with ball as well is because front loading damage, this is something that I learned all the way back in MMOs when I played a stealth class. Frontlining damage is good because it causes panic. And panic targets don't damage you back. Right? So if you come in with a 6 slam, catch them off guard, what's the soldier Moira gonna do?
Fade and use heal station and
yeah, or run, right? And those targets are not damaging you. So when you look at the amount of damage that you're taking here, the vast majority of it is actually the soldier, and it's not even the echo, and even a little bit of the Moira tickle, right? That's damage that you could have prevented by actually doing your engage properly, right?
I think if I had waited for a grapple too, I could have just knocked them both off high ground.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't like your decision here to use your weapon when you had your abilities available. Especially versus the targets that are just not going to punish you for using, your grapple or your slam.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Even here, I think it would have been also reasonable, if possible, prior to that, to engage back towards the Mega, but I think it's kind of too late.
Yeah.
And then this is just your team is dead, so be careful. It's a nice, cute little rollout there. Sure. 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 Okay, let's go. There you go. Clean. Yeah, that's mostly it. Let's stop there. Any questions?
It's more or less whenever I'm playing into I got luck. I feel like I kind of got lucky with them having soldier and like getting the pulse bomb there.
Yep.
When I'm playing into like hyper mobile backlines like Kiri Lucio, Moira Lucio, or stuff like that, and they have like a sometimes a bit more of a close quarters map or a flat map where they have like Queen or Ram or even
Yep.
Rhine. And how do I like not like go for slams without forcing myself out of the fight? Because I know a lot of times I can't just play for roll throughs for, 15, 20 seconds of a game and
Yeah.
waiting to force the Suzu that's never gonna come.
Yeah. Well,
Only
first
going to
off,
come from me slamming.
when they have the more mobile backlines, there's a lot less punish and there's a lot more freedom for you to do what you want. But I think about like the difficulty of playing into Ana Zen. It's a glass cannon, right? You make a mistake, you die. They make a mistake, they die. GG's, right? Whereas Akiri Lusu is there's a lot more flexibility for you to roll through and roll through and roll through and shoot and shoot and shoot and roll through and shoot, shoot, shoot. And as long as you don't get like pinned or Drunker Queen pulled, slam as well. So for the slam specifically, it's the same as anything else. Looking more for mid fight, utilize your grapple roll throughs like you were saying, but also you could utilize your weapon a lot more aggressively as well.
Okay.
So it's always a spectrum. The heroes, the compositions that have a lot of survivability don't have a lot of CC and punish. The heroes have a lot of CC and punish don't have a lot of survivability. So for you as a ball versus those compositions, your uptime should just be a little bit higher with your weapon and with your grapple. And assuming they don't have anything that'll punish your slam should be a lot more free as well. Because even like a Jugger Queen pull, like if you're playing into like Genji, Kiri Lucio, and you get pulled by Junker Queen, unless you've massively misplaced your HP or something, you shouldn't die. Like, what's gonna kill you? A Kiriko?
I
Kunai?
mainly struggle into like Queen May.
Got it.
That is like the bane of my existence.
Sure. But then that's exactly what I'm saying, where those compositions are kind of fragile to you. Like the May is fragile to you. She's very fragile to slam. She's fragile to mines. She's not somebody that could chase you around and mark you, so you could take any angle that you want. So then there's less of an urgency to have to necessarily immediately force the kill and chase her. You can go in and out, in and out, in and out.
I struggle with getting slowed by the May on my exit and then getting Queen pulled with a knife and then continuing to get slowed.
Sure. So then when they combo their abilities perfectly, always make sure that it comes at an opportunity cost. So when you are slamming, when is that slam happening? Okay. Is it happening early fight? In which case you're screwed because your team won't have enough pressure to actually be able to follow up with that and you'll probably die. Is it a roll through, shoot, set up, roll through again, then slam? At which point you're probably going to be okay.
Okay.
You're probably going to be okay.
All right.
You just always have to ask yourself, like, how expensive is the attention that I'm getting at this point in time?
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah, you're very welcome.
No.
All right. Cheers, mate. Good luck with your practice. I know it was a little bit more popcorn, like detail here, detail there, detail there, but let me know if you have any questions.
Kind of how ball is, though.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Cheers, mate. All right. Let's, oh my gosh, I did it again. You guys did not see that. Nothing happened. We're totally fine. You guys did not see that. AJ. I don't think I've coached AJ before. Helios. This is so hard, guys. There's like, why is it the one day that I wanted to do everything do new, but everybody in here is basically new. All right, screw it, Helios. Let's do some Helios, and then I'll get to AJ. Helios, you want to jump in? Is Helios here? Oh yes, Helios is here. You don't have to. I can go through this without. Yeah, the music is kind of relaxing. Not chill. Is Helios here? Helios isn't here. I don't mind. Helios might not be here. Helios is not here. So we're just gonna go over the codes really fast. I don't think so, Tusk. Frankly, I think we're already like maxed out for the call. But yeah, okay. Oh yeah. Helios is here. Let me in. Okay. Well, you're supposed to raise your hand. There it is. There you go. What's up, mate?
Not much. How you doing?
Doing all right. 4K collegiate team. Theoretical questions. Shoot. What do you got?
Okay, so kind of new to scrimming, so these are going to be kind of basic stuff. But
Yeah, of course.
on attacking King's Row, I haven't really got a good VOD to explain it, but there's a team that we play. It's really good. They're like 4.5, and they have this setup where there's obviously the basic like Sojourn high ground, and they play like 2 and 3. They have like a Sojourn BAP on the high ground, and they
Here?
have on the right side on the stairs.
Yep.
And then they have their like 3-man group of like Ram, May, Lucio.
Yep.
And I've sat and I've thought about it a lot, and I really, I don't know how we're gonna beat it because their Sojourn like doesn't miss. So, I mean, I know you take right side with like Lucio and
Like, what do you mean right side?
like the steps on kind of on the right, or you can just
Like here?
get up on the high ground with mobile characters.
Yeah.
You had to try to like flush out the Sojourn,
Yeah.
but really, I've just been really having a hard time like thinking about how to take this map, just because like I said, I haven't scrimmed a lot. I played a lot of ranked.
Sure.
I just kind of got into
That's all right.
collegiate.
Yeah, of course. One simple solution for that kind of a setup is always ask yourself, like, where is that off angle not as strong? It's most oppressive when you guys ignore it and try to rush through main here. Like, it's really oppressive. So one thing that you could do is you could do a quick speed rotation through here and then have your Sojourn lag behind on this off angle here, and you could even play here.
Okay.
Now, their Sojourn could rotate to here, which would be pretty annoying. But then you just basically have equally powerful off angles from both Sojourns. And if you're attacking and you have a neutral position, you should be very proud of yourself.
Okay.
Because they should always start at an advantage. But you that just through there, flip that right there. You could also take the fight on main and then have your Sojourn peek out on statue with a little bit of support this way and challenge her with the disruptor shot, just to keep her distracted so that she's not like railing your team in the back of the head. Always either rotate away to where your threats are no longer a problem, or face your threats. Never turn your back.
All right.
That being said, if she misses, she doesn't miss, then, you know, there's never going to be a good solution.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And then what was my first timestamp? I think it was like 3 something. We tried to do like a retake. We did like a retake of first point. It didn't go too well. Just wondering if there was anything we could have done better.
Oh, you cheeky.
I got a little confident, but
Yeah, I get you. Bad target priority. Really, really bad target priority here. They've committed beat here. I don't know who your team is chasing here, but you guys need to be cleaning up squishies fast. You guys are focusing Zarya, who's had beat and probably is about to, she has a bubble and she's about to have 2 bubbles. I don't know why the frick you guys are focusing on Zarya. It's the worst thing that you could do in a clutch situation. The only way that you win this fight is to focus on Mei, Lucio, Kiriko, what am I saying? Baptiste, Sojourn, anything like that. It's just terrible target prioritization. That's all.
okay.
It's funny, you guys, because you guys are all shooting the same target outside of you, who's peeling off the Mei, but it's a stupid target. You never, you don't clutch fights by killing the tank, unless you have like a sleep dart or a nade or something like that. But it's not going to happen. So yeah, it's just bad target prioritization. It was always a long shot, and you went for the worst possible target that you could. That's all.
Yeah, man. I don't think it was that terrible considering they used OC and beat and it was kind of lost. But
No. I mean the result's okay.
Fight.
Yeah.
And then the next timestamp,
9:45 or 9:50.
Yeah, I do something a little silly and I stand in front of a window. But another kind of point where scrim experience I lack. I just don't know how to push through the choke because in ranked, like you just like speed and hope you get a pick. But
now,
and like
honest question.
brawl,
I'm gonna interrupt you.
Mhm.
I appreciate you taking ownership here, but you said I don't have a lot of scrim experience. Are you shot calling or leading your team, or are you trying to bring this information for your team to figure out, or what? Like, I'm curious why you were the one asking these questions.
I mean, I am. I don't. My team didn't ask me to do this. This was more of a me thing because I was looking at the teams we play, and mechanically they're a lot better than we are. So it's kind of a long shot. But I was just wondering if we can win through the non-mechanical part. So
yeah,
um,
absolutely.
then our map pool is god awful. It's for hybrid. It's Kings Row, Paricio, and I think Blizzard World, which isn't a bad map, but pretty much that means everybody's picking Kings Row, and I'm not really sure
Sure.
how to run it exactly.
Sure. So you obviously are going into a disadvantage, rotating through this choke.
Yeah.
Is there any team rotation that you can do to mitigate the choke value? Is this better?
It could be bad. It kind of makes it a lot easier for their Mei to get like a.
It's not better.
I heard.
It's
Yeah,
not
I
better.
heard.
I'm gonna cheat for
I
you.
heard-
It's not better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of makes their Mei have a really easy wall.
Yeah. Here?
No, not quite. I wouldn't think so.
Here?
Probably still no, to be honest. I mean, anywhere you go, the Mei gets a perfect wall.
What about here?
Maybe it's a long rotation, but
It is a long rotation.
That's better than the. It's better than the other
something
three.
something to consider sometimes.
Okay.
Another thing to consider too, as well, is what if you have a significant ult advantage? Look at what you guys have right here.
We have Blizzard.
But look at the percentages here.
Yeah.
You could farm your Kyrie ult, open with Kyrie ult for some space, finish with Blizzard. You could farm your Orisa ult, you could farm your Blade, then try and find an explosive push. Look at your compositional differences. What's a big difference between you guys compositionally?
We have Genji versus Soj, and then Kiri versus Bap. So
What does that mean?
Kiri versus Bap. The difference is Kiri can survive a lot easier.
How are you going to use your survivability holding a choke?
You're probably not holding it. Like if you're holding a choke.
So what's the plan? How are you guys going to break this choke? Bap Sojourn or Bap Mei or Bap Sojourn, I guess, going to be much better at holding this choke than a Kiri Genji, right? But what can the Kiri Genji do better? And how are you going to leverage that? I know you're not a Kiri Genji player necessarily, but you can come up with a solution.
I mean, you could have. I mean, I guess the Kiri Bap just +1 on somebody, or not Kiri Bap. Sorry, Kiri Genji just +1 on somebody like a Bap and try to get on him.
Why don't you guys like have your Kiri Genji sneak up and go for a flank or wrap all the way around here while your team is kind of AFK in the choke? Okay, guys, ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, dive. You know, do that.
Yeah.
They don't have the heroes to stop that.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, that's one solution.
Sense.
That's one solution right there. You know, so just in general, whenever you're operating at a disadvantage, look at what makes your composition unique, and then also don't be afraid to try something crazy or weird. You're operating at a massive disadvantage, so you got nothing to lose. Try something crazy, you know? Try something crazy. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's like be more open to alternative lines of thinking besides just kind of grouping up and playing this when you don't have any other solution. Because that's all you have here.
Okay.
Like, what else can you do? Your composition is worse in this matchup. You guys don't have an ult advantage just yet. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying, I just felt stuck. Like I didn't know what this was silly. But
I mean, I would feel stuck too. Yeah, I would feel stuck too. You just have to be creative. You have to come up with a plan, come up with an idea, leverage what makes you guys unique, and time it well. That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all. Any questions?
No, that was it. Thank you.
All right, you're very welcome. All right, let's keep going here. AJ, would you like to jump in? AJ here? Yep, AJ. What's up, mate?
What's up?
Let's get this rolling here. Baptiste Numbani. Let's get this code pulled up here. Quick play. Don't play instant plat 3 support. Questions on positioning. I'm wondering if I could have lived with better positioning. Okay, sounds good. So, which section of the code do you want to look at specifically? First half, second half?
Probably the first half because we
First
kind
half.
of threw the point
Got it.
very fast.
All right, let's take a look here. What Orisa skin is that? Is that mythic? No, what is that's a ducky skin. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is a great skin.
That is a walking nightmare. That is horrific. Good. Good attention to the Reaper there. Gets yoinked. So, you have now discovered Numbani first point. This is the
Yeah.
problem with Numbani first point. There's not really a great way of handling it. The best thing I would say is like there is no reason to not have cover. Always need cover. The question is
Okay.
where the frick do I get cover here? There's no cover, right? Like you have to be creative. Where's cover?
I would say the pillar on the
Sure.
right side.
Now, would that be possible considering the Reaper just TP'd on top of you?
No.
Probably not. Now, I would have definitely started here, okay? Until the Reaper TP'd on me, then maybe try to hold my space, maybe force his right and so on, right? But this is your optimal position here if you can, all right? If let's say that the Reaper comes here and he gets bubbled or something crazy and you have to back away, okay, then what? What's your next best position?
I would say left side near, right when you drop off.
Like here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You got it. Use the boots. Use the boots because this position here sucks. You asked about whether, lamp usage. Yes, you needed to lamp. you did. Yeah, this cooldown usage is 100% understandable, right? It's just terrible positioning. And there you go. Drop here. Pot shot, jump up, heal a little bit when you get an opportunity to. Maybe even take the position here, maybe rotate quickly here, jump up here and get to here. Even that might not be optimal considering that she could still dynamite you. But yeah, to be honest with you, if it makes you feel any better, it's Numbani first. That's your best option. It's not a good option, but it's your best option. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You gotta find cover though. Like you have to do whatever you possibly can to find cover, even if it feels bad, even if you're like, sometimes maps are just bad. Sometimes the points are just not, there are no good solutions, but an okay solution is better than nothing. Good. Kovacs, nice. Not bad, not bad. All right. Find cover, find cover. So one thing I'm noticing mechanically from you, and this is really, really, really important, is have you heard the about weaving with Baptiste, of course. Damage and healing mixing.
Oh yeah.
You are not very good at weaving, and you need to practice it. One of the nice things about Baptiste is the fact that not only can you weave damage and healing easily, but generally with how you position and how you prioritize, you don't have to flick your crosshair too much. Does that make sense? So like Kiriko, sometimes you can weave with Kiriko as well, but sometimes you'll be on an angle or flanked where it's just not reasonable for you to flick your crosshair very much. But look at this right here. You see how close the target that you're shooting and the target that you want to heal? You see how close they are?
Yeah.
There's no excuse to not weave this right here. Now, how you weave it is up to you. Obviously, damage heal is optimal, but heal damage is also totally fine and might be more important if you're like really focusing on keeping somebody alive, right? But what happens instead is either just healing or just damage, or you trying to weave and doing a really bad job of it.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like it's a really difficult skill, but it's something that you need to practice. Make sense?
Yep.
And even here, right? Even here, another brief instance here where you come out of this here. Where's my heal? You notice how you actually start to damage the Marissa, right? And then you flick the heal, and it's a big mess, right? It's hard. It's an unbelievably hard skill to do, but you need to practice it. Make sense?
Yeah. I started playing Baptiste last week. So
Not bad.
still
Not
learning.
bad. Not bad. Target priority. What should you be shooting here?
I would say the Reaper.
Sure.
Maybe.
Reaper, even Ashe. Do not turn on the Rhine. He's basically full HP. I don't care how aggressively he's playing. If you might need to heal this guy, at least take a quick look. But this is how you die to Ashe doing what you're doing right now. You see this?
Yeah, I see it. The angle that she has on me.
Be careful about over chasing the tank here. In fact, she's actually shooting at you as we speak. Okay, get to cover, get to cover, get to cover. Good. Cover, 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 cover. Even here, cover, cover, cover. Like, you could do what you just did, but do it up here, right? No real
Yeah.
downside. Good. Nice.
I'm pretty sure I window
Ready,
soon.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Good lamp. Not a good shift. You see that shift?
Yeah, I have a habit of shifting when they're not even close to me.
Yeah, it's okay. That's then you're aware of the habit, so you should put emphasis on fixing that habit as well. Unfortunate. I like the idea, just bad placement. Any questions so far, by the way? I know we're moving quickly.
No, I just wanted to see your thoughts on my positioning because that's what I usually have trouble on.
I think the biggest thing with your positioning is that you're moving around dynamically. I like you're moving from high ground to low ground and bouncing around. The biggest thing is that one of the things that I use sometimes is I want you to be tight to cover, moving from forward to backward, sideways, laterally, up and down, vertically, horizontally, but tight, cover to cover, cover to cover, cover to cover. If I paused every moment where you were too far from cover, we would have a lot of pauses at this point in time, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the big thing is what cover does is it prevents the unlucky things from happening as much. Where the Ash shoots you once, but then because you're near cover, you're okay. The Ryan tries to shadow you, but you're near cover, you're okay. They do a rotation that's unexpected to high ground, like first point, but you're okay. Okay. Rotate back, find your next cover. You could do a little bit of weaving there too with your Orisa. Weaving there. A little bit. There you go. Nice kill. She's pushing. Rotate up. Cover, 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 cover. Good. He wants it. Ah. Oh, he's out.
Yeah, the chase is
Maybe.
real. This Reaper.
Maybe. Ah, nice, 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 nice. He's looking for shatter. Nice. Probably did not need to use your regenerative burst there either, just because of how safe they were. This is kind of what we're talking about when it comes to tight. This is not tight positioning. What's tight positioning?
Being close to cover while moving from
Right. So
a,
where is it
high ground,
right now? Where is it right now?
I would the bus.
Sure.
Or
You'd be low on the bus. Yep. Where else?
Yeah. Behind the ash where there's a railing.
Right here?
Oh no, actually, but behind.
Like here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this could work. Be too far away from your Orisa in terms of LOS, so I would prefer this position here. But just a small adjustment, like you said, to bus or here, significantly better positioning than where you're at right now. Lamp was probably necessary, but that's where a little bit tighter positioning. So you tell me, where should you have been here?
By the bus, and then went into the building.
Sure. Disengage this way, or even just this way, right? Get to cover.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like it's not just about what comes after you, it's about what you turn your back on. You see it? You've turned your back on a threat, and that threat ends up being the problem. Right? Tight. Always tight. Keep your threats in front of you tight. Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
It's tricky, but it's something really, really, really important. It's going to definitely help you. It's gonna be like one of those things that like small thing that's going to affect a lot of different fights. Make sense?
Yeah.
So tight position with cover. I think overall your positioning wasn't too bad. The positions that you were holding weren't bad, but it needed to always be a little bit closer to cover. I want you to work on your weave. I think that's mostly it. I think maybe, the shift thing as well. Like keeping in mind that, I just tend to press shift out of habit, even if they're not too close. That would be something to practice as well. Make sense?
Yeah.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. GG's, mate. Cheers.
Yep.
All right. Let's keep going here. Yui Toda. Might skip Yui Toda here just because there's a couple of people that we haven't gone over yet. I'm sorry, mate. Alex, we haven't done you as long. Yeah, let's do Calyx, and then we'll do Shatter. Yeah, let's start with that. Calyx, are you here? I don't know if Calyx is here. We'll take a look at the code. Oh, you're here? Okay. I'll invite you in if you want.
Ready for battle.
What's up, mate?
Yo. You good?
1330. Yeah. Let me get this pulled up here. All right, what are we looking at?
The background of this is, I thought I was playing really, really well in this game, and I was like pretty confident, like gonna go well, gonna win it, and then like past first point, sorry, things just started, falling apart, and I don't know if it was because they went hog and like our Doomfist just got really restricted, but I felt like there must have been stuff that I could have done similarly to first round, and
Right.
like I took your advice with sharper angles while keeping slide, and I worked on my timing, and that's paid off massively in scrims, like especially. And but yeah, I'm just kind of trying to figure out if my mechanics are lacking, if my micro is bad, if
Sure.
like my angles are still shit, and yeah, I don't know.
Sure, we'll take a look.
This ends now.
Frankly, this is ridiculously passive considering the fact that you have an ultimate and a mercy pocket.
This ends now.
All right.
If I see this here, I'm sliding right here immediately in securing this kill. You have an advantage, go.
Like looking back at this code, I also thought my ults were, I don't know, just I kept it for really long. That's like the first thing I noticed. But yeah, yeah.
I mean, you get the kill, but it just feels so much of that time is wasted,
Mm-hmm.
I think more than anything else, this fight is that you just didn't do anything. You had your ult, you had full HP, you had a mercy pocket, you had tank on the floor and an alternative angle. At least you could slide to here, so where there's at least the option to utilize some cover. Just pretty much a non-factor that fight, sadly.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the stuff.
Nice.
From you.
Like even here, yeah. Well, so like seriously, like get forward, especially with your Orisa holding that first corner. I think you. That's great. Nice slide. Or nice disruptor shot. There you go. Thank you. It feels like maybe it's just this particular map, just an accident, but like
I mean, it's been a while. That wasn't a very recent code. It's just something that I wanted to look at.
Okay. I think that the last 2 fights have really been, by the time you get to where you ought to be, the fight's basically already lost, or by the time you actually contribute, the fight's basically already lost. Like,
okay,
you're down. You're down 2. Yeah. Well, it's just like you were so far behind your team.
Yeah.
You know.
This ends now. Not so fast.
I think I slide here, honestly. You see, this is what you should have been doing. Why? Because she has full pocket, you know? And I think even at there, like, you probably should have slid away anticipating that.
Okay.
I like left angle better, personally. Just because you're going to get stuck in this choke, just like this, from their high ground. I like rotating out left and creating, either you can rotate with your tank or you can rotate all the way out to here. Even this angle here, I think feels a little bit better. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Let's keep going here.
I mean, you can go ahead and look at like the first our offense. I suppose it was. Yeah, our offense.
Would you prefer this section here or the very first offense?
I mean, the it's more conclusive, I guess, having the second rounds.
Sure.
But just for comparison's sake, like the first attack, I thought I played well and I was in the fights well, and maybe how I just got scared, like on the second round. I don't know. Yeah.
Same kind of thing in terms of the conservative angles we were talking about, right? Which that's been something that paid off in scrims here. But again, you have a mercy pocket.
No,
even without the mercy pocket, you know, there's no real poke damage.
And thinking like this is not how I would play now.
No,
I don't know why.
No,
I just has to be. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just remembered this game of being like, I have no idea what I did wrong here, and so yeah, I see now.
Yeah, you're seeing it now. That's a good slide in, but it's almost like it's like an all in, but like your passive angle is so passive, right? Like
I would have much rather gone top or like even peeked the mega or something, or like gone coast even, but just nothing like that. Yeah.
Right. It's like your neutral angles are too passive, you know.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, okay. So not specifically going for the flank, but like the default setup is too passive.
Right. It's like you start here and you're just shooting Sigma Shield, or even like with a mercy pocket and high ground, and with ultimate, you choose this angle. Really?
Rather than catwalk.
Right. And then even here, like you're lagging so far behind your team pushing it forward, then you accidentally drop, and then it was just a big mess, right? Like your impact at the start of these fights is so low.
Yeah.
Like even here, like you gotta trust your honest ability to touch card, I think.
Okay.
This is where you're either holding this angle up here or you're holding this angle here. Like
yeah, I'm just
they're gonna touch.
Yeah.
They're gonna touch. Yeah, this becomes a giant mess because I don't like your initial starting position. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like your initial starting position, so you're costing yourself slide, and also you're not really getting any sort of offensive value before the slide's costed.
Yep.
Yes. Thank goodness. But why weren't you here 2 or 3 seconds ago? You know. There you go. No. Hold it. The soldier's right here. You have rail, right? Utilize this angle, and then when the soldier's dealt, now deepen your angle. Like I think you have, like obviously if you're worried about a C9, but now you've given up so much space. You see what I'm saying? And I actually think that you were chasing the tracer. I don't think you were worried about card.
I suppose I mean I guess I was worried about our honor on cart, but like the mercy's right there, so that's rubbish.
Right, and even then, it's fine to look at tracer from this angle. Yeah. Shoot a rail at her even. Don't drop.
Yeah.
Shoot the rail or whatever, and then hold the angle here, finish the kill, and then do this kind of a number here. So it's like the one time you actually took a proper passive decision from what we've seen, you didn't immediately drop, you gave it up, right? And then now you're basically playing like, I mean, I don't even know what this is, like deathmatch? Like this is a mess.
Yeah.
All right, surely you get it this time though, surely.
I think we get stopped just before, and then like we even... No, actually it wasn't that big of a time difference.
Still too passive.
Yeah.
Still way too passive. This is where I would have you with a mercy pocket kind of crouching up here, holding here. And I would have so many DMs from people going, Coach, how do I break Route 66 second point defense when they have a Sojourn Mercy on high ground? I don't know what to do. It just feels like GG's checkout. And you're giving it to them. You're giving
I think actually on the initial attack, I was up there in the first place, but now I'm just kind of, crapping
Yeah.
my pants because I'm worried about
Yeah.
losing the game, so I'm like playing cart, and it's just useless.
I mean, obviously it's ranked. Like if nobody's gonna push card, then I guess somebody has to push card. But I actually think that
Yeah.
you were probably the worst target. I would literally rather have your Ana push card,
Okay,
or your
okay.
Genji or Doomfist or somebody pushing card here, because you're just so oppressive with that high ground in the Mercy pocket, and and now we have 3 people on card, and then you have to use your slide immediately, and it's just like it's like you're playing Junkrat or something. Like your passive angles are really not good, and I think it's especially because they don't have snipers to contest you, and because you have a Mercy pocket.
Feeling better. Might be back.
Makes sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
better in scrims, but this particular code, big problem.
Yeah, this is crap. It was just in my replays, so I just sorry for wasting your time a little bit.
It's not a waste of time. It's not a waste of time because I think you're like, I didn't know what I needed to be doing better here. You know, it's a slap. You know, it's a reminder that this is like whenever you have something that like, I struggle with this. It doesn't like being aware of it doesn't necessarily fix it. It can improve it, but like this definitely is still something that at least when you're on autopilot, this tends to creep in.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, mate. I'll chat with you later.
Thanks.
Good to
Yep.
Cheers.
See ya.
All right, let's do one more. I'm gonna try and do one person we have not done yet. I don't believe I've seen Shatter before, so let's get Shatter in. And I apologize to everybody who was here who was not reviewed. There will be more coaching calls moving forward. And like I said, next coaching call we'll have some new folks in here, and I'll do my best to remember who we didn't go over last time. Okay, let's take a look at this here. Shadow, do you want to jump in voice here? 430 Tracer defense. I don't know how to play in a Sojourn. Okay. Yes. What's up, mate?
Hello.
Let's take a look here. So
Yes,
Tracer
sir.
defense, and you were saying Sojourn stuff specifically feels like miserable.
Yeah, not in that replay code particularly, but in general, I struggle a lot with Sojourn.
Yeah. Okay. Try to struggle with Sojourn when you're playing Tracer.
Yeah, because I get like she's holding rail 24/7, and I just get like one tap from her right click, and then she just rails me.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Okay. I mean, it's a difficult matchup. Catching her without rail is obviously tricky. If she's holding rail though, then she's not putting out as much pressure as other DPS, at least directly. So just keep that in mind. But let's look at this section. Now, why this section here? Why are we looking here?
we just got rolled kind of first 2 points. Second was just mainly snowballing. I mean, you can see they don't have any ult left.
A lot of time.
It's kind of I was trying to play like bit more of a Kevster principle playstyle there.
Yep.
Where you go like on long flanks, just make my presence known and shit. But I don't really know how to do it on that point because you can see me like lurking around so fucking long, and I don't really know when to go in. I mean, obviously when my tank goes in, but I use like way too many resources to get like from my setup to engage.
Sure. That probably has to do with more with the angles that you're choosing. If they're so far away, then you might need to reevaluate the angles that you're choosing, which is a lot of the reason why it's usually high ground or payload for Tracer on this map. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look. Got many. Like here, you don't really need to run from the stool. You know that enough if your team is engaged here. Like you know that there is stuff happening here. Like there is attention being pulled this direction. You need to be comfortable taking the stool. You have full HP. You have 3 blinks. You have recall. You're fine. I don't think it's a mistake, but it's not something that you need to worry about. And then here, especially now that you've seen Sleep Dart here, what's the play here?
Probably I go for Ana.
Yeah, stay on the angle. Keep harassing. Blink to here. Shoot here. Like this is a huge. So you come back here, which ends up being fortunate because you're able to help to finish the kill with the Genji. But especially now, reestablish that off angle. Establish your harassment on the angle here. This is too far, and it's not an angle. So this is the worst of both worlds for Tracer, really. And so then by the time you get here, you're a little late, and you had to use resources to get here. This is good. I don't see the need to reposition here. Once you're here, what should you do right now?
Probably just hold the angle. I was kind of scared of the Genji coming back from spawn there because he like one-tapped me the fight before, I think, or like 2 fights before.
It's a long distance, though.
Yeah, true. I mean, I didn't really.
Sure, that's okay.
There I see him.
Good. Okay. Out. Yes. Yes, thank you. Yeah, love to see it. Good job.
We don't talk about this.
It's just it was an ego move, you know. So you see, look what I could do, and we still win the fight.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the setup here.
Nano boost administered.
Good. Distraction. Good. This is all fine. The only thing I would say here is sometimes you use blinks to reposition. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, for example, right now, this situation right here, this is a really good off angle for you. It's nice and close. And then you do this. And you actually deepen the distance between yourself and the Brigitte, and you use a blink to do so.
Yeah. Sure.
Keep an eye on these. When you already have a good angle, the only reason to blink like this is to juke something or to avoid something. But it's Brig. Like, she's already used her whip. It doesn't matter if she knows where you are. Just stay here and shoot.
Yeah.
Disgusting. I see that. Okay.
And here just I don't know if it's this fight or the one after, but yeah, something was wrong.
It just seems like you're kind of like floating through space and time.
Yeah, true.
Like, I know she's looking at you, but who cares? She's going to have to turn around eventually. And if she truly is isolated, then you should have an opportunity to kill. So it's like you have this angle here, and
Yeah, and then I just I didn't
don't
really
even
know their positioning as well. Like they just walked around.
I think maybe that's something to keep an eye on. It's like when you do these rotations, I don't understand the reason why. You already have a good angle. You have your resources. This angle is fine. So why are you continuing to rotate all the way around?
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense. And it's worse because not only is it sometimes is this taking time, but sometimes it's also taking blinks as well.
Yeah.
Like you're going for these and like by the time you're actually here, it's over. Your opportunity for pressure is over. So I think you really need to ask yourself, when I'm on an angle, do I need to move? When do I need to move? I see a lot of repositioning for literally no value at all. In fact, it's actually negative value. You're putting yourself in worse angles.
Yeah.
Ramattra, at your side.
Like this downtime
It was
is
just
actually
kind of
insane.
hoping we get another point, another fight. Like I was trying to juke shot and.
I mean, that's just a mechanical mistake, you know, because she was decaying. Like she was about to decay. Oh, like literally about like a frame away from decaying. That's it. That's just a mechanical error, more so than anything else. Yeah, I think the main thing here is when you have a good angle, keep pressuring from that angle. You don't need to use blinks. You don't need to reposition. You don't need to have these long downtime, like Awkward be pulling his hair out. But you have an angle. Keep pressuring on the angle. That's all. Keep pressuring on the angle. And then don't waste resources otherwise. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like about the caster principle, I don't really know when I am like supposed to make my presence known and just make people shoot me, turn around at me, and when do I go for like the playstyle where I just chill out a bit and wait till they like use resources to try and get kills and like only go into really do shit.
Yeah,
So
it's almost exclusively mathematical.
Like,
almost exclusively mathematical. 2 is greater than 1, caster principle. 1 is equal to 1, kill.
Okay.
That's a very, very rough explanation, but that's exactly what you should be looking for. If you have more than one person, then you should play more to live. But obviously it depends on the status of their HP and cooldowns and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. For like scrimming, I'm on a team with Lexa. I think you coached her once or twice. And we have like sort of the problem where we play our ball Ash comp, and we get counterpicked a lot because like obviously ball is not so good in meta right now, and there's a lot of ways to just weaken our comp with some adaptions, and I don't really know when should we do adaptions, or should we just practice our comps?
More of a map thing, probably more than anything else. Even versus counter picks, an Ash ball should be able to do just fine in Dorado on all points. Flashpoint might have some tricky points if you get counter comp because Ash is a little bit slow, but ball is good.
Flashpoint we play Brawl anyway.
Yeah. King of the Hill might require some adjustments, like you go Sojourn King of the Hill instead of Ash. I would find out like what are the simplest, easiest, most tight swaps that you can make. Like you go Ash Mercy, they go full dive, you swap your Mercy to Brick. You go Ball, they go counter comp on a Koth map, then you pull out the Diva. Something like that.
Yeah.
Just where it's just small, simple choices that cover your bases without being a total departure from what you play entirely.
All right. And last question I had was about the characters I play, or rather I tend to practice my scrim characters a bit more in ranked, but I also flex to like other heroes a lot. What do you think about like having just fun on other characters and just playing your scrim characters and practicing in ranked, like the balance of that? What should that be?
How often are you scrimmaging right now?
We're scrimming, I think, 2 to 3 times a week.
2 to 3 times a week. Then you should probably aim to still get a decent amount of rank practice with those characters. That might be an hour and a half per day of your scrim characters, maybe more. But yeah, I think you could have a 50-50. I think you could have a 50-50 without too much. I would say that on days that you're not scrimmaging, you should still have like 2 hours of ranked practice on only your scrim characters. And if you feel like, okay, I'm gonna flex, fill around, do whatever, then that would be more later in the day. If that makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, mate. I'll chat with you later. Cheers. Okay, y'all. That is all. Loves and kisses. We will be back next week. Appreciate y'all's patience. Thank you for being here. I have nothing else to say. I will disconnect quietly. Orb, I'm in an Elo Mastery call. I have to ignore. I don't do a lot of chat interaction during that. Sorry, I ignored like 2 or 3 subs and even a bit donation from Brax. Sorry. Bye, Orb. Good to see you. Next week is in patch day? No. It'll be 2 days after patch day. Tuesday is patch day. All right, blog time. Yes, blog time. Oh my goodness. I am tired. Okay. No, stream's not done. We gotta look at the dev blog, and maybe we'll do some Ask Spylo. Maybe we'll do some Doomfist. Because we've been neglecting our dear Doom friend. I don't know anything about it now. Wait, where is it? Okay, there we go. That okay for everybody? Okay, new scene Overwatch is on the corner when it comes to exciting changes during Overwatch 2. What's next panel at BlizzCon? We shared a sneak peeks on the philosophy, major change competitive. I'm gonna turn on my rank here at the bottom, or turn off the rank rather. How do you get selected for the coaching for Elo Mastery? It's free, but we don't. I try to avoid repeat students if there are students that have not been coached before. Because what tends to happen is some folks submit codes week after week after week, which is awesome. But because in my calls, I generally don't get to everybody. I try to prioritize folks that have not been coached yet or haven't been coached in a while. Don't forget the graphic. Oh yeah. Frick, where's the graphic? Is it that one? Is it that one? Wait. Hang on. Here. Wait. Bum. Here you go, guys. What do you guys think? What do you guys What do you guys think of this? I think this is good. I think this is good. Wait, how do I make it go back? Wait. Here. There. Professional. There you go. Perfect. We've heard your feedback and competitive play over the last 8 seasons, and we have some big updates coming that will give the opportunity to build on your skills and see how you progress through the competitive ranks. We build a better system that's more accurate while also helping convey the meaning behind the mathematical complexity. Okay. All right. One piece of feedback we've heard is that knowing your rank just doesn't do anything about why your rank doesn't say anything about why your rank went up and down. But with the goal to provide greater transparency in each individual map, we're going to be back to updating your rank after every match and showing how much you progress, you gain or lose between each skill division. We're also displaying modifiers, that affect your last match below the rank progression bar. Some modifiers help provide transparency in the matchmaking for the pre-each match, like getting a boost when you defeat a team that is more favored to win. That is what we needed. How many times have you guys seen, I went 5-3 and I D-ranked? What the frick, guys? And I have to sit there and be like, it's because the enemy team, you were playing with teams that should have won 5-2. Because the matchmaker isn't perfect. It's not going to place, 2950 SR versus 2950 SR. It'll be like 2920 versus 2980, So if the 2980 team wins, well, duh, ow. That's how you might have even gone negative before, like gone 5 wins and 6 losses and ranked up. We've displayed modifiers like getting a boost. We'll also show if your rank is calibrating, like going on a huge win streak, proving you belong on a high rank. Famous Dragon Force. This is super sexy, guys. Like, I cannot even understate. Does any game have this? Does any game have this? Win streak modifier. Loss streak modifier. Hey, Epic, thanks for the sub, mate. Calibration, your rank is uncertain. That's huge. Uphill battle, you weren't favored, but you won. You were favored and you lost. You lost calibration matches after ranking up. Ooh. So after ranking up, they're still not certain, and you threw those match. You weren't favored and you lost. Not that big of a deal. You were favored and you won. Wow. The question is, okay, so here's the question, guys. And this is one that I'm not smart enough to know the answer to. This is transparency. Will people like it? Lexus, put it and ask Philo. My initial response is good. People will like this, but people are stupid. Surely people, but I think people will like it, right? Nobody's going to love it. Like there's always going to be disagreement, but the majority of folks will think this is an improvement, right? I mean, this is SR. SR, percentage of your rank is SR. That's exactly what SR is. It's just a percentage instead of a number. We'll see. So I know people will find a reason to complain, but I think most folks should like this, surely. I mean, this is the most transparent rank system that I'm aware of. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, these are things that I've had to, here's the hilarious part. I've had to be Blizzard's advocate for this stuff for like the longest time without like any really proof. And this is it. This is your proof. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy about it. Wow. I don't think it's, I don't know the full psychology of things because I'm a lot more cynical than I used to be. Not about Blizzard, just about human nature. Towards like, I see a change like this and on paper and man, it looks good. But man, do people always want what they say they want? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Fresh start with rank resets. So both way up for this pro to start rush as they complete on the ranked rewards. Comments as we're introducing placement matches, resetting everyone's competitive skill rank. We'll be able to tune on new placements. I tweeted, I twatted yesterday, and I asked a really simple question. What does the rank reset accomplish? And I am not happy with any of the answers that I got. I'm not going to lie with you guys. Not a single answer on this team, on this tweet, gave me an answer that I was happy with. It's helpful for competitive to periodically reset its ratings. Overwatch changes a lot in years. People who dip in and out as vast battlefields, so are going to have inaccurate ranks. Better to adjust quickly rather than have them grind hundreds of games. If the MMR system this bad at placing people inaccurately to where they need to grind a lot of games for them to be placed where they're at? I'm not so sure that it is. I don't think that it does. I think the MMR system, if anything, in Overwatch 2 is more sensitive than it was before. So, yes, would you be off by 50 SR? Sure. But I don't think you can possibly play anywhere approaching 20 games without the game sniffing something out.
I don't need this tip. Newer players have a lot more volatile ranks, older players get less volatile, which makes it really hard to rank up. I think they're resetting it to fix that somewhat.
But that's just, we don't know that. We know that new players have volatile ranks, but don't tell me that if you went on 3-5-0. I did this with Sombra, guys. I did this with Sombra. We do know this? I hear you, Varashi. I understand where it's like, okay, we need to find out like a rank reset periodically. But remember, guys, this is not free value. This is not free value. You're still going to have to deal to have the rank reset, which will potentially put people back where they need to be. You are going to have to deal with crappy placement matches. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. I know that there's upside besides resetting the rank. But I think that people are ignoring the obvious downsides to this as well. And there's a lot of cope from GM players, especially, that this is going to like kick people out that don't belong in GM, when that all this is going to do is going to put GM players with plats and diamonds. And the same people that abuse the system to get to higher ranks are going to do it all over again. And even the argument that it's distributing towards champion, you don't even need to do that. I have a friend of mine, Renee. Basically, Renee was saying, reset the distribution rank. Unnecessary because both distributions will be bell curves, but with slightly different parameters, if at all. And the numbers under the hood of the display ranks aren't affected by the changes in display ranks. You can just shift from one distribution to the other much more smoothly by not resetting the MMR. League added Emerald rank just last year, and they immediately changed everyone's display rank to match where the MMR now was. No reset necessary. I'm yet to be convinced that this is actually like, this is even a positive change. I don't think it's an actively negative change necessarily. I don't think it's going to be good. It's going to be bad. It's going to be a mixed bag. I think I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I forgot. Both do it. Stops a lot because people focus on ranking up their main a lot. It helps to get the game going for us. If you hit your rank goal, I'll just come along. I think it's exclusively psychological. Exclusively. That doesn't mean it's bad necessarily. It's exclusively psychological. People, rank reset. I want to play. That's why they're doing it. I promise you that it has almost nothing to do with actual competitive integrity.
How much does the community value of MMR reset in terms of
that's it. That's the question. That's the question to Priest. Exactly that. And I guarantee that a lot of pro players, bronze players, gold players, plat players. The thing about the MMR reset is, or the rank reset, is everybody's interested. It's not just pro players, GM players, bronze players, the Elo Hell stuck people, the people that they want to know. There's even what it is. It's a gamble, because look at what they say here. The first 10 new placement matches, so pick your best heroes because these games count for a lot. That puts a lot of pressure on people, but also that's like, yo, what if I got lucky and went like, what if I really popped off and played 9-0 or 10-0? I could hit a new peak. You know what I'm saying? In theory, yeah, you could. Which is they're just they're literally sucking people in through gambling. Like you could gamble. Not that the high rank players aren't going to care about that, but like the low rank, mid rank players, 100%.
An MMR reset will is good for showing a community how bad
Maybe.
the idea an MMR
People are
reset
definitely going to complain. People are going to be like, "Oh, we shouldn't have done this MMR reset." I guarantee you, a lot of people are going to complain about it, but it's still going to get a lot of people logging back in, and I promise you that's why they're doing it. I promise you that this is like the equivalent of like the Blizzard developers just being like, "Fine, we'll give them the rank reset. They want it. It'll get people to play the game, but it is not going to make any sort of meaningful long-term change. I promise you, it's not going to. It's exciting. That's all it is." And people that I think that are saying that it has like a legitimate thing about like cleaning out the trash and helping to reset and fix people's ranks. Again, it's just not the case. Like even though SVB makes a really good point here, it changes a lot. So people dip in and vat out. Again, it's even though that, yes, I agree, but placement matches for everybody has a massive set of drawbacks as well. I see no situation where this is objectively a good change outside of the objectively good. So I think I'm glad they're doing it because I think it's healthy for the game because it gets people excited. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, guys, it's going to have any sort of like actual long-term meaningful, and that's actually competitive. It's meaningless. They're baiting you. It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. People are just confusing a fun thing to do with an actually good competitive. It's not. Yeah. So. Yeah, that's true. Legend of his time. I imagine that's probably true. Isn't fun the kind of the point of us doing this? Yeah, but the vast majority of people, even in this reply, are saying things like competitive and the rank and boosted, and it has nothing to do with that. I also am really curious how, like, one other thing we have to consider as well is that this could be like really bad timing for rank reset as well. It's either really good or really bad timing, depending on what way you look at it. I'm voting for really bad timing because we're going to have potentially the biggest patch in Overwatch history since the Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 in terms of changing how the game potentially even systemically works slightly. And we're going to take that opportunity to rank reset the game. Not great. There's going to be a lot of people that play better than they should. There's going to be a lot of people playing worse than they should that within 1 or 2 weeks are going to be immediately worse or immediately better. There's going to be so much instability in terms of performance the first few weeks, and having a rank reset happening at that exact same time is like lighting a cigarette and a gas tank. I don't agree, Poop. I think you need time. I would agree it's a good time. It would be a good time to reset, but not on patch day. Give them 2 weeks, then do it. Honestly, Orb, I haven't looked at all the changes, so I'd have to look. It is going to be total chaos. There's going to be something where like somebody abuses like some like either accidentally or purposely abuses some like ramification of some of these patch changes that maybe people haven't really fully thought out, maybe even in Blizzard or outside of Blizzard. And then they get to like a really high rank because they like got a couple of really lucky games abusing that. And then they place too high. And then they're like, guys, we're going to have a whole new set of massively boosted players again. Like, this isn't going to solve the issue. Like, having a rank reset at the same time as a massive patch is going to boost a large percentage of players. So if you want to do a rank reset, you should not do a rank reset at the same time as your patch. Mid-season, yeah.
I don't need this tip. So you're saying I might be able to reach GM now?
Yeah, Brax, didn't you hear the new this is a joke. Didn't you hear the new change that when you bash in with Brigitte, you gain 700 HP? So yeah, you're 100 you're GM now. Your old rank means very little in this new world, but people haven't really like we don't know how good people actually are. Like that's the thing is like I'm not saying that like, oh, you deserve to be good in the new world of Overwatch 2, but the new world of Overwatch 2 isn't going to be settled the day of the patch. You know what I'm saying? There's still going to be a lot of people that I've not quite figured it out, and give them like a week. Like it's just how normal things like work. Like people improve dramatically or get worse dramatically once things settle out. Once players, like once the first hot fix comes out because, oh no, we didn't think about this, or this is bugged and this is abused. I mean, how many times does this happen in Overwatch 2's past? How many players were boosted literally 2 ranks just abusing Malga, you know what I'm saying, before he got nerfed? And now they're because, you know, there was too much too fast, you know? Imagine if there was an MMR reset the day that Malga got released. And now you understand why I'm not a huge fan of it. Oh, I'm hyped up. I just think it's interesting, but I don't think I think it, you know, now that I'm actually thinking about it, having it the same day as like the patch changes might not be a good thing. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It just seems like it's dangerous. Shouldn't the people that figure out the patch quicker be rewarded? But that's the thing, Prine. Nobody is going to figure out the patch in the first day. You might figure out a cheat or a cheese or something that allows you quick, but there is not, humans are not AI. We don't figure things out in 3 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours. It's not possible. I've been doing this game for a long time, and this is why I don't do. You guys see all these content creators do these meta tier lists, patch tier lists, like meta, and it's hubris because nobody knows the first day. It's just content. You know, people want clicks, right? But what always happens is people play it for a week. Even just a week is really a lot of time to figure things out. So when you give people 1 day and say, figure it out right now, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? With enough time, the system is going to stabilize. But see, that's the whole point. The system will stabilize, yes, but you could say the exact same thing without an MMR reset. If you want to let people like, okay, we got a new thing coming in. This is the best way to do things, all right? Hear me out. Let the patch hit. Give them a week. 1 week or 2 weeks, you do your hot fixes, you do a quick patch here and there to fix things, whatever. And then you do your MMR rank reset. Once you've had a week and a half, if you haven't figured out, or 2 weeks, whatever, if you haven't figured out the new game, we're going to fix people to see where they belong in the new structure of Overwatch 2 and see who actually is good at this new version and who's actually not good. Weeks is not a long time, but it's exponentially better than doing it the same day. Now, I'm being negative, but obviously, again, the point being is that it is still new and chaos is not necessarily a bad thing. I do think that this is bad for competitive integrity. What if it's due to the new system being entirely separate from the one we have now? If that's the case, sure, but I'm skeptical of that because stuff like this has already been in the game. It's just been under the hood. I'm convinced of it. Yeah, I got you, Nautilin. To me, it's just interesting to talk about. Okay, Rise of the Rank of Champion. Sure. Jade weapons. I've already talked about this, but I wish they had black and white weapons instead, like ebony, ivory, shiny, even like translucent would be cool. I think green is fine, but green is like gonna look really bad on the vast majority of characters. So it's just tricky. It's free content, so we can't complain, you know. But it's not by any means the first color or choice that I would have gone for in a competitive award. Even something like a lighter blue or a red weapon would have been a much better color choice, in my opinion. I think red, light blue, black, white, translucent, all are much more colors that look better in more situations. I just don't think this looks good on most characters. Which is fine if you have a large variety of choices, but because you don't have a large variety of choices, it's only 2. You probably need to play it safe with your first couple of color choices. Like you'd want to go gold and then even silver, black, white, red, and then we can start to get funky with it. You know what I'm saying? It's an odd choice for your second competitive reward color. Competitive storyline gold lives when you earn competitive points will be converted to legacy competitive points. You or any level. Okay. Last chance to claim end of season bonuses. Yada 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 yada. In the pocket of Big Red. Oh yeah. You guys knew I was a commie, right? I thought that was pretty obvious from the get-go. Comrades, we must overthrow the proletariat. Yeah, Season 9 features major changes to the fundamentals of Overwatch 2 that affect every hero. We've heard the community feedback around some gameplay pain points. Okay, develop a more consistent field of firing and landing your shots in the opponents. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Oh no, 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 no. The people's Spilo? Yeah, that's right. Lessen the impacts of burst damage to allow for greater counterplay. Adjust where in-game healing and damage are effective to reduce stagnant team fights. All the changes have been designed to work combination. We're excited for you to get a chance to experience them all at once. All right, guys. This is it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Wait, the bourgeois. I did not mean the proletariat. I meant the bourgeois. My bad, my bad. Listen, between patrician and plebeian and the proletariat and the bourgeois. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. My bad. All right, my bad. Yeah, see, I exposed my my corrupt communist hand, where I utilize the idea of communism to claim power and then to trample on the people in a delightful, delicious, sour taste of irony. It's delightful, really. All right, one of our main goals with these adjustments is to make firing your weapons and abilities feel more. Shout out KQC, thank you for the sub, man. Spilo hair care routine. I don't condition or shampoo too much. I rinse my hair out with water. I only shampoo when it gets like we do flag football, you know, and like people's hands are just dirty and gross. I shampoo my because it's like gross. But unless I'm like dirty or something, you don't over shampoo your hair. I do like once or twice a week. You do rinse it out with water. Try not to make it too hot water, and you eat healthy, and you get lots of sleep, and you have good genetics for hair anyway. Becomes Russian dictator, yes. But yeah, also I do not brush my hair almost at all. It's very thick, so it just goes in different directions, and it just does that thing. I don't need to. I don't condition that much. No, my hair is it's fine. It does the job. I used to have a problem with like I shower like twice a day or clean like twice a day because I work out and then I have football and then doing work and stuff like that. So I only try to get my hair wet once per day though. Anyway, sorry. One of our main goals of these adjustments is to make firing your weapon abilities feel more consistent without impacting the time to limit. What does this mean? Feel more consistent? What does that mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? Making your abilities feel more consistent? When does firing your abilities feel inconsistent? I'm okay. I know I need to read, but I'm picking at this statement. This seems like we're creating a solution to a problem that wasn't there. I don't know, guys. Okay. We've been examining how burst damage values have changed. We found that in most cases they've gone down in raw value. They've not they become weaker. Average skill, knowledge, amazing gameplay. Before I look at this here, when it comes to aiming as a mechanical skill requirement, even players with excellent aim often mention how it can feel random whether a shot hits or not. It does? I've never heard this in my life. Who says this? Who says this? Somebody, George in the back, do you say that? Who says this? Who says that? Movement. But what are you going to do? Take away the movement? The very thing that makes Overwatch fun is that, like, the no movement acceleration? Have you guys ever played? You guys have played a first-person shooter with movement acceleration, right? Right? You've played it before, right? I hate it. I hate it. It's survivorship bias, right? For sure. But still. I don't even like playing Lucio for that reason. Whip speed movement acceleration heroes when changing directions come out all the dashing, leaving your best control. Christmas one is important to the core again, so we want to just so we won't want to slow down movement. Instead, we're improving hit consistency by making damage dealing his control times projectiles larger. Heroes that don't have additional balance, so we don't know. Oh man, guys, this seems. Oh man. Oh. On paper, this sucks. On paper. Maybe with the HP changes, it's not going to be it's not going to be too bad because you're going to have potentially a passive heal plus it's going to take more shots to kill, so you still have to hit the same percentage of shots. Yeah, it definitely feels like a compensation for the HP changes because otherwise nothing would die. Maybe this is the thing. Maybe this is the thing where, like, they don't want the time to kill to increase by too much. So they make it easier to hit shots because everyone's going to have more HP. It's not necessarily lowering skill because you still have to hit the same percentage of shots, right? Like let's put it this way. Like, if I'm playing Cassidy, instead of 2-tapping somebody, I have to 3-tap them. It may be easier to hit the shot, but it requires 50% more accurate shots to actually get the kill. So I don't know. I agree. This is definitely the most wait and see change of them all. This has the potential for being a good change or a really bad change. I'm just personally really scared. I don't know. I mean, I am really scared. This scares me. To be honest with you guys. Not because I think it's an objectively bad change. It has a real potential to go real wrong. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, it feels like this is sort of a change where oh gosh, man, like, I just don't know if I trust this development team to do this fast, you know? I'm stuck in this quandary where, like, I know the best way to improve your game is to take risks, right? You have to take risks. You know, the best content are the best video is but I just don't trust the development team to do something this fundamental. I don't think they understand their game necessarily well enough. And this is why we have experimental mode, you know, or like what they did with quick play. I don't know. I'm open to it. I'm definitely going to lean on the neutral side of this. I'm not going to be overly negative about this, but I am scared. And whenever you, okay. 0.5 meters for hit skin projectiles with a high fire rate of spread, tracers, pistols. So they're, depending on the higher fire rate, they get buffed more or less. Okay.
I don't need this tip. I think they are doing this because of the Illari feedback. People said hitting shots on Illari was satisfying even though the bullet size was big.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, really. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know whether this is going to be good or not. Yeah, I assume it's the diameter. I assume it's not, I mean, maybe it's the radius, but I assume it's the diameter. I don't know. I mean, this is something they could always go back and tweak again, but this game is going to change, guys. This game is going to change. This game is going to change. It's going to feel different. It's not going to function differently in terms of like the strategy necessarily, but it's going to feel different. It's going to feel different. I think it's going to be necessarily feel more MOBA-y necessarily, but man, maybe. Yeah, you can, Mihawk. Adjusting health pools. I'll check this out in a second here. Increased by 50 HP. What's a 300 HP target, chat? Or HP target? What's a 300 HP? Oh, Bastion? Bastion, right? Yeah. Mine went blank there for a second. Honestly, guys, let's be real. Let's be real. This, to me, has to be their one-shot solution, right? This is their solution to one-shots, no? Like, I don't think they've brought it up yet, but this is a very sneaky way of fixing one-shots. No?
I don't need this tip. I'm going to be so mad if I still only have 300 horsepower when copying tank on Echo.
I mean, this is their one-shot solution, no? Because you know what's funny is one thing we've seen with this crew is that they don't like one-shots. This is the same development team that removed the Sigma combo. Remember that? And they also they removed the Reinhardt one-shot with Earth Shatter. They nerfed Reinhardt to not be able to pin and one-shot 250 HP characters. They removed the ability for Hanzo to be able to one-shot 250 HP characters. They nerfed Sojourn one-shot, which obviously, good. Ash Mercy was a long time ago. I'm trying to find recent one-shots that have been changed. The Widow damage fall off. Yep. Right? Hog one-shot, kind of. Yep, that's true as well. Yeah, we talked about Sojourn. So this to me seems like they're just trying to remove one-shots. I would go as far to say that removing one-shot, that despite all these fancy words, this is one-shot removal. This is the entire purpose of why they're doing this. The entire purpose of why they're doing this. Kiri one-shot Tracer, that's true. Headshot melee. I would say that at least 75% of this is an attempt to remove one-shots. I am convinced of it. The reason I was so nitpicky with stuff like this is this is like answering problems that nobody was really complaining about. But this is a problem that people are complaining about. I don't understand why they didn't. So here's the question though. I don't care. No, none of these reasons make any. This makes no sense. Deliver a more consistent field of firing, landing your shots on your opponents. Garbage. That makes no sense whatsoever. Lessen the impacts of burst damage to allow for greater counterplay. Okay, that's fine, but you need to specifically use the term one-shots. Adjust where in-game healing and damage are effective to reduce team fights. So what they're doing is they're addressing one-shot. I'm surprised they didn't use the term one-shots. I'm just surprised they didn't use the term one-shots. Here's what they're doing, okay? Here's what they're doing. What they're doing is this. If everybody has a little bit more passive survivability, whether that's through more HP or whatever, then we can actually reduce the sustain or defensive CDs that we need to keep them alive. To me, okay, so me nitpickiness aside, I think this is the big one right here. This is what causes this, where passive survivability makes it so that you don't need burst damage / one shots to finish the kill. Yeah, I agree. We'll have to address the immortalities. And to be very clear, I don't have a problem with this. Maybe that's the not the silver lining, because that's even too cynical. Maybe that's the good of these changes that we're not considering. Is that what this does is this not only addresses one shots, but it gives them the right to nerf healing and sustain and oppressively powerful defensive CDs. It doesn't necessarily mean much longer fights like GOATs if we're also hitting more shots as well. You guys are no. You guys are talking about like reducing breakpoints equals GOATs. First off, GOATs is not even. I know you guys are being like a sustained composition, but I don't think that's possible, especially if they're nursing sustain at the same time. Part of what made GOATs powerful was the stacking of sustain. And if all of those sustains are nerfed, I don't think a sustained composition is necessarily going to be meta. What do you think will be meta? I don't know. I don't think anybody. I don't even know what the patch notes are, guys. I have not even seen the patch notes. I have no idea. Yeah, breakpoints are going to change for sure. But also, you have 50 more HP to play with, so you don't have to worry about breakpoints being there as much. And I don't know. The question I have is this going to have, are we going to see a significant, not a major, but a significant shift to where small outputs of pressure lead to one team fights as opposed to bursts of value? Like, is Sojourn Mouse 1 indirectly going to matter more than just Sojourn railing now? Like, you guys say rip Nanoblade, but imagine a Nanoblade or a blade where you don't get one shot out of the blade anymore as much. I think blade could be hurt because it's easier to chop somebody with a blade. So blade hitbox is not going to get buffed, but the bullets that shoot the Genji will be. But I don't know. I don't think the DPS passive stacks. I would be surprised. Here's my concern. Okay, you guys want my concern? Actually, you know what? No, it's not my concern. Here's my question. Is the bullet change, the projectile change, going to be enough to keep people shooting squishies? You hear what I'm saying? When every squishy has 50 more HP, basically, will the projectile size change reward people shooting? I think it probably will. And on paper, yes. Yeah, the percentage of HP gained on a tank is about the same. So, I mean, a lot of people, right, are still convinced that shooting tank is always the best way to win Overwatch. So, but I don't know. I assume they'll buff Bob because turret damage is the biggest thing hit by this. Yeah, that's true, Depriest. Increasing Widow's projectile size could be scary, for sure. Bob was buffed in League Patch, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I will remain cautious with this change. Not cautiously cynical, cautiously opt. It's big. I don't know if I trust. Here's the thing. It's not so much that I don't trust Blizzard's internal testing. I think that's maybe the biggest problem with Blizzard. It's not the ideas that they come up with are always bad. It's that stuff that should have got shot down in alpha doesn't get shot down. Case in point being Lifeweaver and Malga release, right? Like put any time in those characters and you immediately see the problems in them. And so these ideas are not bad. They're interesting. They're thought-provoking. But I promise you that on release on Tuesday, there's going to be something that slipped through the cracks because they're not good enough at testing their own game. So I'm not actually as critical of the changes as you guys might think, but I'm critical of the testing process that's going to put the polish on those changes to prevent them from being broken. Like Malga is not even a fundamentally flawed design character. The idea of having a crit slam, alternating firing guns is a really cool thing. It could work really well, but his numbers are totally out of whack, and that's something that should have been fixed in alpha and beta, and it wasn't. So I have the same level of skepticism with this as well, where there's going to be something that wasn't thought through or wasn't tested through. So as long as they can quickly fix these issues based off of real testing, then maybe it'll be okay. I think Hanzo lost his hero identity. I agree, but at the same time, whenever we discuss what are the two of the worst DPS characters in Overwatch? It's Hanzo and Widowmaker, the ones that they've not been able to come up with a solution for in a long time. So I don't know. Stefano, you sent me a message. Increased time of fights. Potentially, yeah. It depends on how much easier it is to hit shots, really. I mean, really, I think it's about that. It's always about that balance between how much easier is it going to be able to shoot people. I'm curious to see how it affects heroes that don't generally miss anyway. You know, like is Reinhardt, Reinhardt gets nothing out of this, right? So is outside of the HP, but that's not really, everyone's gets HP. So I don't know. Interesting. Got a big damage buff. There you go. There you go. I mean, that's kind of encouraging. I don't know. Okay, let's keep going here. Okay. Yeah, Winston's another one that would need a significant buff. Winston's definitely needs a significant buff. Because he's a tank that doesn't require aim, so he gets nothing out of the projectile change. Well, same thing. Anything that doesn't require aim should get its damage buffed. Dragon Blade should probably get buffed. Did Dragon Blade get a buff? His choppies? Did his choppies get buffed? Faster swings. That's good. I think that's okay. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's basically the same thing. I mean, maybe. I'd have to think about it more, but that's not a bad change. What else doesn't... Did Brig get a damage buff? Brig got a damage buff, no? Did Jungle Queen's Carnage get a damage buff? Okay. What else would it be? What else? Torb's Hammer? That's mostly a joke. Mostly, actually. I mean, technically it would fit the bill. Moira got one? Yeah, I mean, definitely. Moira definitely needs a damage buff. I mean, I freaking hate Moira, but Moira right-click is not really a projectile that I know of. It's already a big projectile, so... Oh, yeah, Doom Punch and Slam. Yeah, true, actually. He can now throw his hammer, but doesn't come back. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Visual player decisions. He's already have significant team is aiming also whether we want more criticism making the damage.
CS City is also in a garbage state too. Wanted said he's going to be the one of the worst heroes next season.
Really? Huh. Thanks for the bits. I don't know. I assume Wanted has tested it. I'm surprised Wanted is testing things and openly talking about them. I'm not sure how that works with NDA and all that kind of stuff, but like, I would expect Cassie to feel better. Actually, because the key thing with Cassie is not missing a single shot. I don't know. You got in trouble for spilling some beans? Makes sense. Sleep is specified as not being affected. That's good. Yeah, Sleep already had a pretty big projectile size. Interesting. Will Malga be healthier? No, because he was easy to shoot already before. Maybe? Maybe it's easier to shoot squishies from further away? I don't know. Okay. Changes to projectile sizes and health pools effectively reduce the impact of burst damage and tones down the relative strength of healing. That is true. Bigger health pools, a smaller percentage of that health pool is being, as long as the damage is scaled accordingly. Meaning it will take longer to heal. Oh yeah, Ball, Slam, and Grapple got buffed, right? Did Grapple and Slam get buffed? And I assume anything that isn't specifically projectile. No. Shocking. Shocking, actually. I imagine that will change by the time the patch is released. Ball has to get something, surely. I know he does benefit from the bullet change a little bit, but I'm sure he gets something. Yeah, I'm legitimately, Chad, I'm not even being facetious. I'm sure Ball will get something. I'm sure. Someone from 1 HP to full, the easy freshman increase 7 fully heal allies that come enable support players pay more for every not can regenerate health passively at a rate of 20 healing per second after 5 seconds of not taking damage. And the support will passive has been adjusted 2.5 seconds. Is this a nerf to the support passive? Was it 2 seconds before? Was it 2 seconds before? Yes, so this is a nerf to support passive. Nice. 0.5 seconds is not a lot, but it's enough to it's enough. The thing is, you just don't want support passive kicking in when there's in the middle of a 1v1, and 2 seconds is not long enough. I could say 3 seconds would still probably be fine, but yeah, it's better than nothing, exactly. And actually, I don't even hate this that much. This actually is a pretty big buff to flankers for sure. But I was more concerned that this was going to be a number closer to this. But because it's this, I think it's okay. They could tweak it maybe further. I don't hate this change as much as I thought I would. 5 seconds is a pretty long time. So one of my major concerns is that it was going to allow DPS players to have more uptime, and this will do that 100%, but it's not going to be as significant of a change. The nice thing is that because it's starting already at 5, you could be pretty simple to just even buff this to 6 or nerf this to 6 or 7. You can just keep making tweaks so that, I don't know, I think it's definitely going to affect some heroes disproportionately more than others. And it's going to open up a lot of playmaking opportunities that wasn't as available for DPS. Like flanks are going to be a lot more available. I think they'll have to buff health packs. I think health packs will probably make a change from like 75 to 100, and then 250 to 300. Are they 250 or are they already 300? Yeah. So and we might see a change like this in the chain pat as well. You're good, Orb. I do think that this is not a bad change. Not a bad change. It's not a bad change. People talk about like, oh, this ruins team play. Like, oh, no. What this does? Here's what this does, guys. You talk about this the skill floor, skill ceiling. All right. What is the optimal play for a DPS or support? Well, it's going to be working together. That skill ceiling is still intact. All this does is it raises, not even the skill floor, really just the value floor. Like it makes it easier to reach that floor or the overall value. So it makes it easier to take angles and flanks, but that's really not necessarily a bad thing. The ceiling is still intact. It reduces the skill gap, yes, slightly. Not a bad thing, though. I don't think. The reason for rank reset, visibility, getting people to log in.
Buffs to feeder Brax. Like, unironically, cause they don't need my help as much anymore.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think they definitely need your help. Like this is really, really weak. Like this 5 seconds of 20 things per second is really weak. That's really, really weak. You're going to still have to do the same things you did in Overwatch 1, or Overwatch 2, but it's going to take the edge off of the worst case scenario. Let me give you guys an example. You're taking an angle as like Tracer or Cassidy, and the Sombra's hacked all the health packs. And your Brigitte is stupid and silver, and she doesn't know how to heal you, and she doesn't see you. It's going to make those worst case scenario situations feel a little bit better without really necessarily changing the fundamentals of the game. It's not going to change necessarily how you play. It's going to make those awful situations when X or Y or Z happen, and it's going to make them feel less bad. Like a health pack's taken. My supports refuse to take off angles with me. I'm not Genji or Tracer. So, I mean, if we talk about it's a buff to flankers, it's also a buff to non-flankers as well, because one of the main reasons why heroes like Cassidy and Hanzo sometimes struggle to take angles or flanks is because they don't have the mobility to have sustain. They can't go grab health packs, they're too slow. Now you have a little bit of that sustain. So maybe even my initial take though is going to be a huge buff to flankers is too short-sighted, because it would be a huge buff to flankers if this was shorter potentially, because it would dramatically increase uptime, but it also opens up flanks and angles to more characters in the DPS cast that don't have mobility or sustain. We're going to have a day 1 session, 9 pug, right? I mean, maybe. We might do some pugs, yeah. I don't think it's necessarily skill expression decreased. I mean, you guys are talking. It just takes the edge off of worst case scenario. Let me give you guys an analogy here. I can't really give you a very specific analogy because it's going to be like too like niche. But there's this every community, every game that has like this tryhard community develops like this really boomer percentage of population, where it's like, back in my day, when you made a mistake, you died instantly, right? Like this is in the board game population. Even the Chipsa video that we watched yesterday, like when you made a mistake, you died. You know, you lost. When you made one mistake, you lost the game. And they like glorify that really instant, massive, get punched straight in the nose, break, shattering every single thing, and that they love. But they confuse that with skill expression. That's not skill expression necessarily. If you make a mistake on an angle, you're still not getting value out of the angle. The expression of skill is still there. It's just when you make a mistake, you're not instantly murdered. So it allows you to go back and try again, which is in of its skill of itself. I think there's like this kind of like correlation with getting instantly punished with a mistake is good skill. But that's only half of the skill expression. Being punished for mistakes and being rewarded for taking good plays. Being able to do good plays is completely unaffected by this change. The impact of your mistakes is lessened? Not necessarily. The opportunity to make more plays means there's more responsibility to make good plays. So if you make a mistake and you don't make good plays, like this is the way that what this change is doing. It's making it less punishing, but it also means that there's more capability, right? Like a Cassidy before might not take an angle because he didn't have sustain. Now he can take an angle because he has some form of sustain. So yes, you get punished less, but also the opportunity to make plays is greater. And so if that opportunity to make play is greater in an SR bell curve system, the players that are making these plays are the champion players. And the players failing to make those plays are the ones that aren't dying, but aren't making those plays. Everything shifts up. So yes, you don't die as much, but just not dying isn't good enough. You actually have to do more. Like you as a DPS, read my lips. You as a DPS with these changes will be responsible for doing more than you did prior to this patch. And if you are not utilizing this DPS passive as a DPS to take more aggressive flanks and angles, then you will be trolling. You will be costing your team fights because the other DPS will be. So is this a net buff? It's the same conversation that we had with support. Our support players boosted. And the conclusion was that both teams have access to support, but support players might be boosted if the average support player is worse. So here you go, DPS players. Here you go. You're the most, probably the most talented, mechanically, game sense, whatever role in the entire game. All right. Now you have a little bit more autonomy. Go knock yourselves out. May the best man win. All right. You better go make your plays because you have the responsibility to, because you better darn well believe that the enemy DPS will be trying to leverage this. You actually have the ability to have a slightly more impact than you did before. And this is before we even talk about the passive. I will say that this is kind of a joke for tanks. So I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they made a slight adjustment to this for tanks. Because proportionally, you'd think that that'd be like 25 or 30 for tanks, but yeah. Healers should be making even more plays, correct? What do you mean? I don't know what the deal is with Genji. I honestly don't know what the deal is with Genji. The blade buff that people are talking about is pretty significant, so we'll have to wait and see. Blade buff is chopping faster. That was the word in the street. You think DPS will be the carry role again? No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've never really had an opinion on carry role or non-carry role. People just have their own impressions of things. The overtuned role, will DPS be the overtuned role? I don't know. Okay. 20 health, dealing damage reduces the target healing by 20%. This is pretty big. It's a small thing, but it's again one of the small things that's pretty big because of how often it will be useful. Everything. My major concern is how is it going to impact tank busters? Because it's going to make tank busters disproportionate. Like this affects tank busting disproportionately more than anything else. The good news is that with the HP buffs / the projectile buffs, it doesn't necessarily become immediately more attractive to shoot tank. The problem is that DPS that were already shooting tank anyway, Bastion, Reaper, things like that, are going to do a better job of doing that same thing. That's what we're not super happy about. Yeah. Now, if you nerf characters like Bastion and Reaper or whatever, or you rework them to where they're not as rewarded for shooting tank, then this doesn't bother me. Like the fact that a Tracer can pepper a Reinhardt and cut down his healing by 20%, nobody gives a rip. Like, okay, sure, that's useful. Maybe there's some niche situations where that could be useful, but it's actually really not that important. What is important is, well, we've praised things like the DPS passive for taking the edge off. This is going to sharpen the edge in some aspects. So this needs to be dealt with. I don't think they would stack. I promise you they don't stack. Nothing new for the other stuff. So I'm concerned about this. I don't think it's a bad change necessarily in a vacuum, but it's not in a vacuum, and certain DPS characters will need to be tweaked. Like, you just need to straight up nerf Bastion with this. He's not even a very strong, super strong character right now, but no. I agree. I don't think there's even necessarily a need for an overarching role passive, frankly. Like, for example, I wish that they would just remove this entirely and just slightly nerf the sustain of all the support characters, or of that need nerfing. I don't really see the need for having a role passive. I think a role passive for some, and even like the support passive, for example, like, a character like Ana Brig maybe can get a very pared down version of the support passive, but Mercy doesn't need the support passive. Mercy doesn't need the support passive necessarily. Mercy could use something else. Why does she have to suffer with a worse version of the support passive? There's certain characters that just don't need the support. Like, we don't have to force every tank to every tank and DPS and support have the same passive. It's okay to not have like overarching role passives. It looks nice and tidy in a spreadsheet, but it doesn't really necessarily mean that it's necessary, I'm not sure about the Tracer change. Tracer's going to be a lot easier, but yeah, I am very concerned about the Tracer. The one thing I will say with this is a good point. The worst part about this is, how is it going to affect characters that benefit from movement a lot? Characters like Tracer, Sombra, Kiriko. Now, some of you guys are like, yeah, screw Kiriko, like the stupid 80-80 strafing pattern. And I'm with you on that, but this might be a risky buff in that regard. So I'm a little bit spooked by that. I don't think it hurts bigger characters more than Kiriko necessarily. Does it? Maybe I'm not thinking this through. I'm not sure. Yeah, kunai is bigger than Jungle Queen knife. Yeah. I thought they said that they were not buffing kunai. Yeah. Or at least the leaked patch notes is kunai is not getting buffed. They nerfed it? Oh, oof. Oof. Yeah, here. You guys want me to disappear? Hang on. Wait, Mr. Stark, I don't... Yeah, anyway. Ooh. Can you put that Reddit link in chat? Yeah, sure thing. Give me a second. And here's the blog if y'all just want to take a look. Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, it's like, it's a mixed bag. I feel a little bit more optimistic about the patch now that I've really read it through carefully. But there's still a lot of like, I think that there's going to be some bad stuff for sure. We'll have to just wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I do feel a little bit better about it, I think, overall. Because my expectations were not very high. And yeah, we really don't know. And I don't think today was, what I would like to do is, I would not like to develop, I'm trying to avoid, I mean, it's really impossible. Like, honestly, like it's impossible not to develop some sort of bias before the patch notes hit. But I would like to try and keep that bias relatively neutral, and be more, and instead prepare some questions to ask, before it actually shows up. But we'll give it a chance, of course. And I do feel, I hope that you guys have, like, if you came in here being overly negative, I hope that you feel like a little bit more measured. Like, let's wait and see. Because that's how I feel personally. It's a solution to one. Here's the good stuff. DPS passive has a lot of potential for good stuff. Just general passive for the passive healing. Potential solution for one shots. Rank not the rank reset, the new rank, fun. The visible rank changes, really, 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 really good. I think on paper should be really good. Neutral changes. The projectile size increase potentially. Well, that could be bad or yeah. Yes, decrease slightly. Yes. Yeah, I got to remove the image here. Hang on. So I remain open. So, okay. Anyway, let's take a look. This is Iron, NA Contenders player. Been top of NA Contenders for a while. I don't really know Iron well. And like I was joking earlier that I am indeed very racist versus other NA players because I do not trust NA players to have good opinions or good takes of the game. They tend to be big complainers, and I don't really think that they have a good understanding of the game. But I know Iron will be the exception to that rule, and we will enjoy this video. Like I said, I'm trying to wrap up this week where I want to finish. We have a couple of videos like this that I would like to finish because so that we can go into season 9, like all the negativity around Overwatch. Let's go through it. Let's see what, because I don't just do this for like reaction content. I don't really post this stuff on YouTube unless I actually have a new idea. I don't do react content on YouTube unless I have a new thought. But I am interested in what they have to say. I do change my opinions based off of what they say. I learn a lot from people's takes, and I don't like living in my own like echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Vuzro, if you're winning a bunch after coaching, you're screwed. That means you're about to go on a 25-game loss streak, mate. So yeah.
Ruined Overwatch. My name is Iron. I'm a Contenders player. I've been playing.
Now I'm going to give my initial take. You guys want my initial take before this person changes my mind? I do think support has the worst track record out of any role in all of Overwatch 2 and Overwatch 1. 100%. Unquestionable. 100%. So I'm already starting off at a point to where this is a little bit melodramatic of a title for sure. But yes, Brigitte, Mercy, Moira release, Baptiste, Kirik, like supports have more than any other role been an actively negative thing for the game. Track record means history, a history of something. Like supports have a terrible history of ruining the game. Goats was mostly support. It was partly tank, but it was also mostly support. The problem with supports has been generally that they're either overtuned or their utility stacks too hard. I don't think support as a role is broken, but some of the support heroes that have been released have been broken. Supports define the meta, not always, but they have often. Brigitte, Valkyrie, Mercy, yeah, 100%. The problem, though, is that sometimes supports have been broken so many times that people immediately look to supports when it's not always the support's problem. Double shield was Batbreak AoE healing problem mainly? I disagree. I think it's a 50-50 right down the middle. I think it's a 50-50 right now. I think both deserved blame, right? And that's kind of what I'm talking about, where I think people will look at that and either they'll overblame tanks because they hate shields, or they'll overblame Bat Brig when it was like Bat Brig. If there had been Winston, like both, I think we're at fault, really. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look here. Bastion has defined a meta. We've had a lot of characters that define metas.
Overwatch for around 7 years. Probably have around 7,000 to 8,000 hours. I've won Contenders twice in Overwatch 1. I've ended rank 1 in Overwatch 2 on tank. I've played this game a lot. I started playing in August 2016, and I've seen the sad decline of this game. The heroes that led to the decline of the game are in the support role. In this video, I'll talk about Overwatch 1 and 2 and how support led to 5v5.
That is
and all the
quite
issues
the
that 5v5
headset,
has.
I will
There's
say.
no better place to start than the beginning. But we are going to be starting a little bit after that.
And I gotta tell you, it was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
At the end of 2016, the new support hero was Ana, and the support lineup was like this. Ana, Lucio, Mercy, Symmetra, and Zen. The absolute most healing you could have would be Ana using Nade and Transcendence, but Trank is an ult. So without ults, the most healing you could have would be Ana Nade plus Lucio Ampule. There was barely any forms of AoE healing. AoE is area of effect. Lucio's healing aura was AoE, and Mercy's beam is single target. Some people don't know, so. Anyway, the point here is that there's not a lot of healing in early Overwatch. And the meta isn't even the comp with the most healing. Back then, Lucio Zen.
So let's talk about that. What does a lack of healing mean for the DPS characters that are viable? Think about it. Kill things quickly? Not necessarily. You don't need burst, right? Because you could look at were fights slower, were fights faster? Neither, really. I mean, because of the lack of, because you didn't need burst, you could play more utility-based DPS with more off-angle control, which means that you don't have to have one-shots anymore, because you don't have to be able to burn through 7 HP's worth of it, which is really pertinent to today's patch notes. Where if we see the reduction of this, then maybe we don't need the burst damage is not king as much anymore. Right. For example, taking too much damage as a Winston meant that you didn't have a burst heal behind you. Pressure was more permanent. Right. And also, I think there's a misunderstanding that like, the backline just died off of cooldown. That's not really true. You had Tracers marking each other. You had D.Va. You had Lucio's. You had a backline. This was not backline just dies off of cooldown at all.
Was meta, and that transition into Mercy Zen, even before Moth meta came around. At this point in the game, anyone can carry on any role because of the lack of healing. Incoming damage from all roles felt.
I don't know that that's necessarily accurate. Everybody could carry on any role because of the lack of healing. I think you can carry on any role even with current healing. It just means that the type of damage being done may not be as enjoyable, or certain types of damage might be more effective. It also, indirect pressure felt more impactful because even chip damage mattered more.
Way more impactful, and mistakes from players were.
Let me give you. I'm sorry, I keep pausing here. Let me give you an analogy. If you're really good at taking a passive angle right now, your distraction will indirectly lead to a kill, but it won't necessarily lead to you getting the kill. So it doesn't necessarily feel as good.
Were much easier to punish. The lack of immortalities like Lamp and Suzu made securing kills much easier, and players at all levels felt rewarded. Mercy's res was very strong, but still had counterplay. I still believe after all these years, Ana is the best hero they've added post-launch.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Now back then, Ana's nade did double healing to allies, and eventually people realized with a lot of tanks, this was very broken. So on January 24th, 2017, Ana's nade was reduced to only 50% more healing instead of 100%, with the developer notes reading, the healing boost from Ana's Battle Grenade was providing too much healing, especially when used on targets with large health pools. So tanks. The devs saw an issue with healing and nerfed it. Beautiful. This was the first sign of AoE healing and tanks together. Surely they catch on to this early, right?
Heroes never die.
Not the best meme edits ever, but I'm not one to complain.
It's rework day, and somehow Mercy just became more unfun to play against in 5-man res. September 19th, 2017, Valkyrie is Mercy's new ultimate, and her res is on her E. The combo is res, Valk, res again, and then when you're in Valk, your res is a 10 less second cooldown, so 20 seconds. You can almost like triple res. These players just cannot stay dead. She also
You can quadruple res.
Like Valk. That's pretty fun. Kills are feeling very meaningless at this point. You make a play, secure a kill, and they res instantly. Okay, you get 2 kills. While Mercy uses res, pops Valk, and uses res again. She has almost 100% pick rate in all elos, and is an absolute must pick in the Overwatch League. This is even more frustrating than a 5-man res, because this version of her kit has pretty much no counterplay at all. Res cannot be denied, because as soon as you get a kill, they're already alive again. I guess you have to click on her head or something. I don't know.
The best way to counter Mercy? You click on her head.
Oh, this clip.
My blood boils in my head!
Mercy is a low skill support, which was fine before the rework, and is still fine now, because she has drawbacks. But at this point in the game, she is too strong for her skill ceiling, and too strong in general. She is so strong right now, that many people are being inflated to ranks they wouldn't normally be without buffs like these.
True. This is the proper use of the term inflated or boosted. Playing a character that other people do not want to play to abuse their strong state.
She's overtuned. But after 4 months of double res, Mach speed Mercy, she received a nerfed, but the moth isn't dead yet. She's still very strong, but nowhere near as broken as she was. Dealing with 1 res is much more tolerable, and the added resurrection cast time means denying res is actually possible now. Even though she's still strong after these nerfs, Blizzard did a good job here, and it only took 4 months to mitigate her strength. 4 months may sound like a long time, but compared to the future to come, 4 months is like a blessing. 2 instances where Blizzard has intervened.
The bar was, yeah, I want you guys to remember that. 4 months! 4 months! It took them 4 months. As bad as things are now, 4 months was better, was a good mark for us at the time. It got worse.
On the strength of supports. Not too bad. Surely this becomes a trend, right? At this point, Doomfist and Orisa are out, and Moira is the newest hero on the roster. Moira's Orb, Grasp, and Cold are all AoE healing abilities. Moira's a low skill hero, but it's fine because she has drawbacks. Now that Moth meta is weakened and a new AoE healer was released last year, it's time for a new comp. Quad Tank. This comp is very simple. Play 4 tanks with Moira Lucio, use Heal Orb, left click, build Cole, and go. This comp is basically the lower skilled version of Goats, which we'll get to very soon. Now there's one team infamous.
Just because Moira has downsides doesn't mean that. I don't know. I get what you're saying, but I don't think Moira's fine. I don't even. She got too much. But the fact that she was being played in the Pro League. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're done. Thank goodness. Anyway, the fact that she was being played in the Pro League tells me that she was not balanced. You can't have a character like Moira being played at the Pro level just because she had downsides. Because even though Moira had downsides, her sustain was so strong at this point in time that those downsides weren't strong enough to compensate.
This weekend, and a new AoE healer was released last year. It's time for a new comp. Quad Tank. This comp is very simple. Play 4 tanks with Moira Lucio, use Heal Orb, left click, build Cole,
This should not have been playable in
the lower
contenders.
skilled version of Goats, which we'll get to very soon. Now there's one team infamous for Quad Tank. Bye week. Quad Tank was seen more as a cheese comp back then, and was still beatable by better players on more difficult comps like Dive. However, this
But it's still playable in contenders!
comp should have been yet another warning sign for Blizzard on the potential dangers of tanks and AoE healing, like the Ana nerf earlier in the year. Well, Blizzard didn't really get the warning sign.
Unironically, Lifeweaver is harder to play than Moira was at this time. I promise you.
With all that going on in Contenders and Trials, Mercy's End was still the best support comp. However, a new hero was released on March 20th, 2018. Her. Brigitte.
Her. Oh, no, 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 no. It's me, Metis. Just start not doing it for me, man.
Brig was a melee support hero and another AoE healer with her passive ability Inspired that did 80 healing over 5 seconds anytime she hit someone with one of her attacks. She had an incredibly broken ult that gave 150 AoE armor that didn't decay, not even to mention her single target healing pack that could heal 150 HP or give up to 75 armor of overhealth with no aim required. Brig was another low skill support, but the problem was that she got too much value for the level of skill required, and too much value in general, just like Moth Mercy. There needs to be trade-offs if a hero doesn't require a lot of mechanics. Brig has no downsides. Again, like Moth Mercy, a lot of you were boosted to GM in top 500.
Okay, I'm going to nitpick this part because it's a very, very important mistake. Listen to this.
A lot of mechanics. Brig has no downsides.
Is that true? Is that true? I don't even agree at the time. No, it was not true at the time. Having a ranged heal on a 6-second cooldown, there's lots of supports that can heal from range better. She had significantly less mobility than she does right now, and she had 0 poke damage whatsoever. Remember, having weaknesses is not a good metric about whether a support is balanced. She was so good at her strengths that her weaknesses didn't matter. You understand? That's important. Having a character that has weaknesses is not okay. That's not like, oh, that's good enough. Your character's good. Good job there, pal. That's not good enough. Sometimes characters like Moira, like Brigitte, have weaknesses, obvious weaknesses, but because they're so overtuned, it doesn't matter. Well, the problem is that we have to clarify that very importantly, because otherwise it leads to people saying, well, yes, she does have weaknesses because, having weaknesses isn't good enough. You have to balance it because look at Malga. Malga has unbelievably obvious weaknesses, but it doesn't matter. The character's overtuned. Keep that in mind. That's very important with balance. Just because a character has weaknesses does not make it okay.
Again, like Moth Mercy, a lot of you were boosted to GM in top 500 or just boosted to higher ranks they didn't deserve because of this hero.
That's again a proper use of the term boosted because they played Brigitte when other people did not want to play Brigitte and she was easy and she got value.
People probably don't understand why armor is so strong in Overwatch. The TLDR is armor is better health and Brig gives a lot of it, so it's just broken. In Overwatch 1, armor blocked 5 damage from every attack that did 10 damage or more. So if Genji Shurikens did 28 and he hits all 3, instead of doing 84 damage, he would do 69. More than half of Shuriken's damage gone. This may not sound like a lot, but it adds up. Look, armor is broken.
It's actually, he could have used an even worse example. Characters like Tracer that were more reliant off of pellets got hurt even worse.
That's what matters. It's better health. It's just broken. Brig could also bash through shields. And with her bash...
By the way, your most skillful character in the entire game, Tracer, the poster child of your game, not playable for years. Just so we're clear there.
Swing, whip combo, she could one-shot Tracer. It's not like this combo was hard to do either. It was very easy.
Yeah, Rally was glitched at the time, yeah.
Counter dive. And they did a little too well of a job. This was the start of support heroes that really just had it all. Like I said, no down.
Brigitte was designed to kill dive and did so successfully. And let this be a lesson for you guys. When you create characters that do only one thing and were designed for one thing or were accidentally designed for one thing, you have failed as a designer. And you should never be involved in game development ever again. Facetious kind of joke there, but still, that was
downsides. GOATS was founded on May 29th, 2018, when GOATS were playing against NVIDIA.
I don't care if you're talking about killing spam. I don't care if you're talking about killing brawl or killing double shield. You do not create characters to kill that do one thing. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Esports. The man that figured it out was Tensa. I'll let him give a brief history of GOATS.
We were playing against Envy, and they were running double sniper Orisa, Mercy Zen, I think. And that team was just better than us at snipers. And we lost to them pretty handily. So in my head, I'm like, okay, we kind of have like a ragtag team. We're like all really good, but we're not as good as that team at snipers. We're like pretty good at dive, but like dive was kind of hard to play into. So I was like, okay, why don't we just play like tanks and supports and just run it down on them on the snipers? The snipers can't one-shot the tanks. So I was like, we need to find a way where we can just play something and just run it down on them. The original concept of GOATS was literally just run it down with 3 supports, 3 tanks, super high sustain, just play as fast as possible. That was like the original inception. It was like Lucia, Brig, Moira, not like with Zen. You literally just run it down.
High sustain, aka lots and lots of healing, and run it down. This comp changed Overwatch forever. If Brig were never released, roll lock and roll Q would have never happened. 5v5 would not exist. But I'm getting ahead of myself. People didn't full lock high sustain, aka lots and lots of healing, and run it down. This comp changed Overwatch forever. If Brig were never released, roll lock and roll Q would have never happened. 5v5 would not exist.
That seems a little bit. I don't know if I agree with that. I think roll lock still would have probably existed because I still think that there's the problem of the ranked problem. Like that's the problem is like in competitive environment, yeah, probably. But in ranked, both people not wanting to play tank, even back in the day, and people not being as interested and playing a proper 2-2-2 setup was 100% a huge issue back in the day. Huge issue. Yeah, there would have been less of a strong push for roll lock for certain. Yeah, 100% agreed. But I still think it probably would at some point have happened. I agree, devices, yeah.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. People didn't fully realize Brig's potential at this point. In the playoffs of the inaugural season of the Overwatch League, Goats was only played on a few points on a few maps. But they would learn. We would all learn. Now previously, the essentially overpowered moments in support's history, like Ana's Nade and Moth meta, were nerfed with some relative speed. 4 months for a major nerf to Mercy may seem like a long time, but let's put things into perspective. Brig could bash through shields for 6 months. And this didn't even change Goats meta. Goats was here to stay. Blizzard stopped fixing the overpowered supports quickly, and the game started to go downhill drastically. Not just talking about Goats. Now the general pro player consensus is that Goats was good, but went on for too long. And I agree with this statement, however, a lot of normies do not.
I'd agree. I'd agree. Goats was fine. Goats was a fun mixture for like a couple of months. Like it's fine. It was way hot. This shouldn't be a hot take, but it was also way more enjoyable to watch than any of the Reaper Moira metas that we've had. Even some of the other brawlier metas that we had. It was fun. It was fun. But not for anywhere near as long as it did.
And Goats has been meta for months now. Brig has been nerfed numerous times, and we are still in Goats meta. At this point, the Brig nerfs were not enough, and there was just a fundamental design flaw with this character. Now here's what Blizzard should have done. A vault. Vaulting something is when you put it away in a safe place and come take it out later. That's what needed to happen with Brig. Take her out of the game, rework her kits, and implement her back in later. Simple. Now I'm aware this isn't necessarily good for a company to do, but if a hero is so unbalanced that you have to fundamentally change how Overwatch is played, I think a temporary removal would be the better option.
I would agree with that. I think the hardest part for me, I don't think you would be able to. I don't know if you've been able to do it in ranked. Although I do remember playing ranked back in the day, and Brig was just as broken in ranked and really frustrating to play versus. I don't know if we removed Brig, if support stacking would have remained any less viable. I have a feeling it was, because it wasn't just simply stacking the supports; it was stacking 3 supports with high utility. That's what I'm asking Shyrox. I don't know the answer to that question. But Slamulence was not nearly as dominant as Goats is the key thing. What Brig provided was range support, a powerful support ultimate, and the ability to stack AoE sustain. Goats would still have absolutely been played. Yeah, see, I understand your point, but see, the problem with that is that people will still point and say, yeah, but BAP was broken too. BAP was broken too. So I don't think there's a really easy answer to this question. I honestly don't think anybody knows for sure. I could see Brig getting pulled and seeing some form of sustain stack being a problem and us still ending up with a 2-2-2 lock. Would a better balanced Baptiste been okay? Oh, SVB, thanks for the raid.
This is a trash.
I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream, mate. And just in time for a bot. Do I have to turn on followers only? We have to turn on followers only, don't we, chat? Son of a gun. You guys came just in time. All right, how do I do what followers only in chat? How do I do this? But welcome. Thanks for everyone joining in. This is the second time we've been bot raided today. You raided me, but you guys are second in command of the bot raid. How do I do this? Wait. Followers only mode chat. But yeah, we're taking a look at a video from Iron. No, actually, this is a perfect representation of the Spylo stream, filled with bots. All right. Wait, how do I do it? Wait, chat. Wait, no. Turn on shield mode. 1 month followers mode. Hang on, guys. That's a little bit too much. What do you guys think? 10 minutes? That's okay. Wait, why did I pin that message? I didn't mean to pin the message. Okay, we good? Wait, slow mode. Also, I need to turn off slow mode. Wait. Slow mode. I'll turn it off. Off. There you go. There. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I'm trying. Thanks for the raid, SVP. I appreciate it. Wait, now it's catching all the swearing as well. It's auto-modding all the swearing. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Wait, why is it? Wait, how do I do the thing? Chat, help. Manage moderation settings? No. Level 4, a lot of moderation? Wait. I think I have it. I'm trying, man. Okay, is it better now? Somebody swear. I can't believe I'm actually saying this. Wait, crap. It blocked crap. Okay, I think we're okay. Stop swearing. No more swearing. Are we good? Wait, why did it catch? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Are we okay? That was disastrous. Okay. How do you talk in that? How do you do that? Mantis, how did you do that? Yeah, I don't know why I blocked that. I don't know why it blocked that. Hang on, let me go back and see if there's anything else I need to do here. Hang on. Wait, try it again. Say it again. Borf. Say it again. I can't believe that I'm saying that. It blocked it again. Try it again. Try it again. Surely. Hey! Wait, did it work? There it is. See, now it's good. Why was it blocking piss fart? Oh, okay, well, we're good. I cannot believe that we had to. This is not real. This is not real. Okay. Well, guys, the good news is that piss fart is now safe. You're now allowed to say this thing. So yeah. Anyway, we're watching a video called "Support Ruined Overwatch," and we're discussing the pro level things. The question we were discussing before the bot rated and the SVB rated and then piss fart is oh boy, Spilo right now. What is this? Roast my highlight. What is this?
Oh my god, I'm so NA, dude!
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. We were trying to decide if you remove Brigitte, would some form of sustained comp remain meta? I think probably yes with Baptiste comp, with Baptiste being released soon afterwards, but I do think that there's a chance that there is not as much. So I'm like on the fence with this one. Anyway, we'll keep going here.
And yes, I'm talking about roll lock. Brig was simply not bounceable with the ability she had in the open queue rule set, and Blizzard just gave up.
Is that Fisher?
August 13th, 2019, 222.
I don't know what that clip is all about.
This is one of the biggest reasons why Overwatch died. This right here is why 5v5 exists. This moment was the real beginning of the end. Brig's introduction led us here, but this change would have serious ramifications in the future. The reason is queue times. This fundamental alteration of how Overwatch was played caused a ripple effect that led us to where we are now. Blizzard didn't know what to do. Ghost was running rampant for too long, and the community had had enough. So they made it so you can no longer play any other comp in quick play, ranked, and pro play besides 222. This was before OpenQ was added back as a separate game mode. Overwatch was different now.
Man, like I understand the point from a pro's perspective, but I just think this is really pro biased, honestly. That definitely is at least partially copium. I understand what's being said, that Brigitte definitely pushed 222 to the front. But you're smoking crack if you think that that wasn't at least on the agenda at some point. Pro top ladder perspective, 100%, not in lower ranks. He's also right about the Q times, where Q times are made worse by roll lock, which then indirectly led to tank being less attractive, but also tank was less attractive anyway. Like, how many times did you guys go? How many times in your ranked play before roll lock did you play with 3 tanks? Seriously, honest question. Like, how many times did that actually happen? Like 5% of your games? It almost never happened. So it's like, I don't know. You know, it's hard, but then you're also like, is that because tanks were not as fun? Should they have designed more fun tanks so then we didn't have to play a 2-2-2 lock? You know, I don't know. Like, I don't think this is a really simple answer here, but I also think that the other side perspective that, roll lock is fundamentally a bad change for the game and Brig killed it and so on. I don't know that that's true either. 4 or 5 DPS was normal. I would say not every match, but I would say a good 50% of my games, if not more, had 3 DPS or more. I'd say about 50% of my game. And this is I played in ranked from bronze and quick play, from bronze to, I want to say masters? Yeah, masters. That is when, before 222 kicked. I didn't hit GM until 222 kicked in. And I think this is a
And it wasn't like when they added hero lock, only one of each hero on each team. This was serious. So many potential comps and ideas were gone. They were limiting you on how you play the game because they made Brig and wouldn't Vulture. Ghost was already on its way out naturally, but Blizzard shut it down themselves.
It wasn't.
People were figuring out how to beat Ghost. Shock had just lost to Shanghai playing Ball, Doomfare, Summer vs. Ghost, but it didn't matter. 2-2 was
It wasn't. That was a total fluke, frankly. It might have been on the way out if they continued to buff things, but they were buffing May and they were busy buffing May and Reaper. I disagree.
Already here, and it was here to stay. And I know a lot of normies make arguments against OpenCube even before Ghosts. But Iron, it was just 5 DPS every game, and I had to go Mercy. I'm sorry, but I just don't believe you. Like I said, I've been playing.
Sorry, but I just don't believe you either. I play my reverse Uno card. Okay. Again, the high rank bias there. High rank bias. The 95% of the population had to deal with this. This is all from the competitive ceiling of the game. Yeah, this is the problem. Like, you know, again, could we have changed the experience for lower and mid ranks to allow 222 to stay? Sure. Yeah, I think possibly. Like I said, maybe making tanks more fun to play. Like imagine if Reinhardt had pin cancel back in Overwatch 1 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like or D.Va had micro missiles or Zarya could bubble herself. You know what I'm saying? Would we have seen more people playing tank and maybe not had to play Rolex? Sure. But it did happen a large percentage of games. That's why you can't take pro players' opinions at face value. That's why I feel like I am blessed with the position that I'm in because I have spent an equal amount of time working at the Overwatch League professional level, competitive level, and coaching and playing in bronze.
Playing the game for 7.
No, Zarya could only bubble herself once. Only one time.
Years. And I'm aware this did happen, but not nearly as much as people swear it did. Even so, the 5 DPS 1 Mercy issue was solvable, and it wasn't 2-2-2. The solution was
it happened so often there was a point in time when I was silver and gold where I almost quit playing Overwatch because I got so tired of filling. I became a tank main because I lost so many games because nobody played tank. I played Genji. I actually had that's why I stopped playing Genji because I couldn't play DPS because everyone wanted to play DPS. I had to stop playing DPS. It happened so often.
Was preferred queue. I believe if Blizzard vaulted Brig and made preferred queue, Overwatch would have grown to one of the biggest games in esports and to the casual audience.
Preferred queue.
So the 5 DPS 1 Mercy issue was solvable, and it wasn't 2-2-2. The solution was Preferred Queue. I believe if Blizzard vaulted Brig and made Preferred Queue, Overwatch would have grown to one of the biggest games in esports and to the casual audience. Preferred Queue, which is similar to Lee's role queue system, would allow you to pick a main role like tank and a secondary not necessarily preferred but able to flex to role like DPS or support. Because that's what Overwatch was like back in the day. In the early season
Yeah, I mean that would be worth a shot. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that a lot, but that's a fair suggestion.
of Overwatch 1, I played D.Va, Zarya, Genji, Tracer, Soldier, and Ana. Mainly because they were fun, but also because only playing one role back then wasn't realistic in ranked. If you wanted to climb to the highs of the top 500, or in any rank, flexing was something you had to do. A lot of times, people would have to flex, and that was a great part of the game. I know people love the option to be able to switch roles mid-game, but after 222, the roles were sealed. There was no real reason to play multiple roles anymore until the addition of priority passes. The way I believe Preferred Queue should have worked was trying to get at least one tank, support, and DPS on their preferred role, and potentially one tank, support, and DPS on their secondary role if the queue was getting too long. Ideally, it would be 222, everyone on their preferred roles,
maybe.
But for queue times, you know, people would have to fill, and that's fine. Even if you were on your preferred role, you would still be able to switch off. Triple DPS, triple tank, triple support, 4-1-1, whatever, would be playable, especially if the enemy's comp or if the map depended.
Yeah, I think it's a fair it's a fair idea. It's a fair idea.
You would still have the freedom to do that. But with the preferred queue, this would have prevented 5-1. Some games like in League.
How would the SR system work with that? You would just have back in the day it was just global SR. You only had one rank. You win a game, it goes up. You lose a game, it goes down. It wouldn't work. If I preferred Q tank and DPS, it'd be hard throwing a DPS if I decided to swap, even if my other DPS were throwing, even brain dead DPS in my tank games. Yeah, that definitely doesn't. Yeah, that is true. It doesn't necessarily address the psychology of what makes a swap happen. You guys remember this back in the day, back before roll lock was a thing. If I would go tank, everyone was like, "Oh, my team is throwing. I'm gonna go swap to Hanzo and kill 6." You guys remember that? You guys remember that? I mean, how many times did that happen? And so having the preferred role would just mean that your tank preferred also DPS, support preferred DPS, they would swap off of tank and support to go DPS every time. So it would improve the problem. I don't think it would necessarily fix it though. And this is again still where there's I think some high rank bias in there. Yeah. So I think it would be better. But you know how much of that? I don't know. It's like human psychology kind of sabotages it, you know, because the swap to DPS didn't fix the problem. You know what I'm saying? But people aren't smart. So having that sort of structure to where they're kind of locked into things, you know, I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough issue, but I don't think you can necessarily completely throw Blizzard under the bus for this. I do think Brig was the impetus, but I don't think Brig was the sole reason why this happened.
You will have to fill, but this was Overwatch in its golden era, and filling was a part of that. This
I mean,
would make
obviously,
queue
yeah,
time slightly
sure.
worse than open queue, but still would have been much better than 2021 and 2022, where the DPS queue times were 20 minutes and tank with insta queue because no one wanted to play the role. But we haven't even gotten to why people didn't want to play tank yet. Another major ramification of 222 was 3 leaderboards. Imagine 1,500 challengers, 300 top jungle, mid, ADC, and support challengers. Sounds ludicrous, but it's the world we live in with Overwatch. Realistically, it should be called top 1,500, or there should only be one leaderboard.
Again, these are things that just the vast majority of players don't care about. I'm of the opinion that you should balance around the highest level of play, but you shouldn't always consider the highest level of play when it comes to like overarching decisions about the game. Does that make any sense? Like the leaderboards for top 500, like, I mean, that's definitely something to like aim towards, but I don't know. I'm trying to think if I'm putting this right. The game functions differently in higher ranks when it comes to certain things, not in terms of how the game is played necessarily, but how the game is approached. You know what I'm saying? Cater to casuals and balanced professionals, I think is kind of like a good way of putting it. Yeah.
With the amateur shoot, Jimbo's been taken out. I don't believe that. You have got to be kidding me.
Third AoE healer Baptiste was released on March 19, 2019. However, this was during Dota Meta, and he was only experimented with, but mainly stayed on the sidelines. Baptiste was released with the first Immortality. Yes, Immortality is now in the game. An ultimate level ability that is a 20-second cooldown. People were already upset because Ghost was hard meta for so long, and now we have a hero that can make you immortal. Wow. Immortality is one of the most unfun things to play against, and it was on a 20-second cooldown. But was it really a 20-second cooldown? If Lamp lasts 8 seconds and the cooldown starts as soon as you press E, that sounds like a 12-second cooldown to me if it's used correctly. And at the top level, it definitely was. Why was Immortality even added to the game? If Lamp was just a 75% damage reduction field, this would have been infinitely more fun to play against. Lamp also technically heals because of the minimum HP threshold. When in Lamp, your health cannot be lower than 25% at this time, so a clutch Lamp will also heal you. His shift healed 150 over 5 seconds, and his biotic rifle has some of the best damage and healing in the game, even to this day. On release, 25 damage per bullet, 3 round burst, so 75 damage, not even including headshots, and his gun has AoE splash rounds that heal 60 per shot. 6 people stacked on each other being killed by a Baptiste is 300 per shot. 300 healing per shot. And that's how double shield and goats were played. Everyone stacked on each other. Compare this to early Overwatch. Compared to the 60 healing per second of Mercy's beam. Bap has 2 AoE healing abilities and an AoE immortality field, not even to mention his ult, which doubles all healing. 600 healing per shot. 10 times Mercy's beam. We're not even close to the same game anymore. Not even to mention, Widow doubles all damage that goes through it as well.
And Baptiste
Bap
was
has
some
exo
pretty
boost that gives him great
sustained
mobility.
support
What
creep.
doesn't he have? While Bap is a high skill hero, he was still too broken and is still too broken to this day.
He's only high skill because of his weapon play. His abilities, and at the pro level in terms of Lamp was still pretty tricky. But his Baptiste was like a good example of like you give Brigitte. The only thing that was fun with Brigitte is that her utility was like utility. You know, like you had armor pack, you had whip shot, you had a shield bash stun. Baptiste was just heal for a lot, then heal everybody around you for a lot, and then make everybody around you not die for a lot, and then do that again. It was like a really simplistic character design in terms of like the dynamics of what they do, and it really made him a boring gameplay loop. Oh yeah, and shoot a lot, and yeah. Oh, and even your ult is just, you know, you heal a lot more and you do more damage. Like by far the most interesting thing about Baptiste's kit was ironically his passive, his boots, you know. So yeah.
These support kits are so overtuned. They have everything and anything you could ask for. Bap
He was Baptiste. Okay. Okay. Did you guys see the Samito and Spilo meme that somebody was saying? Wait, let me see if I can find it. Okay, I want you guys to look at this meme here and just replace Spilo and Samito with Baptiste and Moira. And you kind of get what I'm saying. Heals a lot. Heals a lot. You kind of see what I'm saying? They're basically the same character. They just do things better or differently in a more like skillful way. You know, just replace this with Moira and that's Baptiste. That's basically what. Yeah, unspoken riz versus sexual harassment is Baptiste versus Moira. It's just like raw sustain, not a lot of utility, just general survivability. That's definitely a bit of an exaggeration, but you kind of see what I'm saying.
When any DPS of the game, his hitbox is weird and crouch AD spamming is broken. Top level players on BAP is a DPS that can also heal a few thousand per minute and make you invincible. At this point in the game, supports are just better DPS and is true still in Overwatch 2. Okay, so
and this is definitely where like again you could see like it still functions like Goats even though there's technically DPS characters being played.
Goats is done, some heroes are released. Ball, Ashe, and BAP. And on the same day 2-2 is released, it's time for Sigma. Release Sigma.
By the way, do you guys want to know? Do you guys notice one thing about a lot of these fights?
DPS that can also heal a
Where are the
and make you
offangles?
invincible. At this point in the game, supports are just better DPS, and it's true still in Overwatch 2. Okay, so 2-2-2. Goats is done, some heroes are released. Ball, Ashe, and BAP. And on the same day 2-2 is
where's the playmaking here? Where's the playmaking
released? It's time
from the
for
DPS and
Sigma.
supports?
Release Sigma.
You know what I'm saying? And this is why I've always been slightly more of a fan of 5v5 is even if you did nerf sustain and nerf damage mitigation, I still think that like 2 tanks just led to more control of off angles. I mean, I could sit you guys and draw you guys out the charts of like having a tank on main and the ability to control another off angle with another tank makes it really hard for the DPS and supports to take space. But yeah, anyway.
The universe! It sings for me! The universe!
No.
August 13, 2019, Release Sigma, arguably just as broken as Release Brig. He was a monster. 1500 HP shield, Flux was uncancelable even in death, Rock's stun duration scaled with distance, hitting 2 direct orbs would do 120 damage. He's a beast! Like Release Brig, how did it even make it to live servers? How? These past few hero releases really should have made us question Blizzard's testing phase and the lack of pro input. Combine Sigma with the reset and you have a tank synergy like no other. Double shield. One pro scrim in the developmental phase would have instantly shown how impressive his release date was in mirrored and unmirrored matchups. And this
That's
scrim
true.
would have shown how strong Orisa and Sig were together. If you can't tell, even though Blizzard had every pro player in Anaheim for years, they didn't really use them. Sigma is so good in 66,
Oof.
he could have removed the shield completely and he still would have been a good tank. Double shield would have never existed. Brig also got reworked this patch and now has 130 healing on Inspire from 90. She now has 3 packs that give 75 armor to full HP targets or 120 healing with the quote-unquote drawback that you have to wait 2 seconds.
No, my monitor isn't 4-3. My monitor, I just am terrible with it incorporating my camp rate. Don't worry.
Instantly being healed. They lowered her shield out a little, reworked whip, and made rally cost 10% more, but overall, this was a major net positive for Brig. The dev comment says, since Brig will now be one of only 2 supports for your team, it is important that she can provide enough healing to be valuable in that role. It seems like Blizzard wanted Brig to be a 3rd support the whole time, but they didn't realize Ghost would become a thing. I guess the signs of AoE healing and a lot of tanks weren't there. Sadly, Quad Tank and Auda's Nade could not provide the context clues they needed. The playoff comp meta was Sigma Orisa, but no Brig to be found. There were 2 other AoE healers being played, because we have so many now, Bap and Moira. Moira Lucio on Koth and 2CP, and Bap Mercy on Hybrid and Escort. Eventually, Sigma ended up getting nerfed by the time 2020 Owl started, and he could finally be rocked out of Flux and had a 900 HP shield. 2020 Owl, new season, new...
I will say, like, Iron is being a little bit tough here, and I don't agree with all of his points, but he is right. This was a real development low. Like, between Baptiste, Moira, Brigitte released, Sigma released, like, so many characters that just were just sustained, survivability, sustained, no mobility, no playmaking, control. And it was so obvious, not even in pro meta, but I literally quit playing Winston. I stopped playing tank because of the tank meta. It was just so unbelievably unfun to play characters like Genji and Winston at this point. You guys think it's bad now? You guys have no idea how good we have it right now. You guys have no idea how good we have it right now. It was miserable from Silver Plus. And it was so sustained, grind. It just, the development, the here, it was just awful. It was just awful. And this is before the content drought. This is the things like, this is why I don't understand players like Hawk and Samito. Like, they played during this, and there wasn't a content drought. It was just sucked. Like, what Overwatch 1 meta are you aspiring to go back to? You know, like, obviously, could they do a better job with the resources and the development speed they have now? Of course. But, like, I don't think there hasn't been a meta since 2017 that's actually been fun or quote unquote healthy for the game. Season 6, 40 seasons ago. You know? I mean, this is like a GOAT has been long ago, and this is still double shield sustain meta, right? And like, you know, so I'm not disagreeing with this video because this video is not necessarily nostalgia watch all the way through. I think the title of the video has done a fairly good job of explaining their points, you know, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not even really a 5v5 advocate. The only reason I'm a 5v5 advocate is just because where we're here right now. You know, I don't know.
New meta. Right now, comps are map dependent and Brig is everywhere. This 130 inspired Brig isn't going anywhere for a while, and people are playing her. Ana Brig, Zen Brig, Bat Brig, she's everywhere at this point. Bap is nerfed, but he's still incredibly strong, and Lamp is still broken. But at this point, every support is Thanos. The healing output is crazy, and Immortality will never be fun to play against. We are now at a point in the game where it is just so hard to get kills. Bap and Brig are still disgustingly oppressive.
I think this is where it starts to be not just a support problem. I think, although it's definitely a major support problem, but I also think this is when a double shield really started to rear its ugly head. This is a few days ago.
You can have an amazing mechanical play or ultimate ability completely negated by their Bat pressing E. Good plays don't feel rewarding anymore because all the work put in is too easily counterable. Brig packs make it seem like any target you're fighting has unlimited healing and armor, and God forbid you fight her yourself or you'll get bashed, whipped, picked, while giving her whole team Inspire. Brig may have killed Overwatch, but Baptiste is dancing on Overwatch's grave, and Brig is dancing with him. How is she still so broken? Really late into 2020, Bap's window becomes a flat screen TV, and Brig's Inspire finally goes down to 90 healing. Also to mention, this year of Owl and Ranked had hero bans, which I think are fine in Overleague, but not for Ranked. Time for a new hero. April 14th, 2020, Echo is now in the game.
So 70 takeaway Adobe After Effects.
How much was Rush/Dive Gate kept by Oricha Holt compared to other character and abilities? Holt made it far easier to set up kills, and I wonder if removing Holt back then could have made a big enough opening for other comps.
The problem with Holt is it was the most fun part of Orisa, and it was also the most powerful part of Orisa when it came to denying other compositions. I think the shield HP was always something they kept tweaking with, but the shield HP wasn't really a major problem. The problem is that a composition like a Bat, Brig, Orisa, whatever, could enable a DPS to control an off angle versus Brawl. because of the power of armor pack, because it was over armor health. They had an Orisa and Sigma with a lot of HP that could survive. You could halt people out of position. You could sustain them. I remember we actually thought about this at the time, and I don't think there really was any one clear solution about why other compositions weren't playable to double shield. It was too much of everything. It was halt. It was Brig's ability to deny other dive characters. It was BAP sustain and raw value. It was Sigma's rock. It was Sigma's flux. It was everything. It really was everything. Yeah. So I do think halt was probably the biggest contributor. But yeah.
And now the devs are done.
But it's tough because
Now,
it's
I'm aware
also the
a
most
certain
fun
thing
aspect.
I can't say on YouTube happened in 2020. However, when the devs were working on Overwatch, it was not on Overwatch 1. It was for a soon-to-be-canceled PvE game called Overwatch 2. Even though Overwatch started as a failed PvE game, which led to the original 2016 Game of the Year PvP game, Overwatch. I know Blizzard made WoW and they love PvE and all, but if it didn't work years ago and you guys actually made something amazing, why go back? Why abandon one of your greatest successes for something that crumbled in its early inception? I don't see the logic behind that.
I mean, now we're just being kind of facetious. I mean, we have no idea what was going on behind the scenes. We don't know what could have been or what would have happened. That logic makes no sense to me. You have no idea. You have no idea what the plans were. I mean, I get the frustration over the PvE being canceled and stuff like that, but like, this is such an NA take right
It's
there.
decisions
Honestly,
like these that make me wonder: did Blizzard get lucky with Overwatch 1? Okay, now Echo's in the game, and we will receive no new content until October 20th, 2022. Awesome.
Yeah, the colors are great.
Put the Vegas away. Put the Vegas away. Put the After Effects away. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Put it away.
The tank queue time is very short because no one wants to play double shield, and that's fair. Now I'm aware Sigma isn't a support, and I know his release date was a serious problem.
Do you notice something, chat? Do you notice something, chat? There's a hero that's missing from our screen right now. It's funny. I don't see 2 shields. Do you guys see 2 shields? I don't see Brigitte either. Yeah. Interesting. 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 And yet, look at what the meta composition is. Almost as if double shield wasn't the only ridiculously strong tank combo in the game.
Problem. But after Sig was nerfed, double shield was only so strong because the AoE healers like Baptiste and Brig. Although it was mainly BAP, because Brig was changeable for Mercy and Zen. BAP now has a window the size of an iMac screen, which is also one of the fastest charging ults in the game, a regenerative burst that's amazing, good movement with his...
The question is without Baptiste, would this composition have functioned as well? I don't know. I don't know.
Exo boots, incredible damage even without window, can do any DPS with his janky hitbox, like, he has it all. He has it all. He has it all. His healing was changed from 60 splash to 50.
He has it all.
However, now directs do a bonus 20 healing, so 70 for one target and 50 splash on the others. BAP could heal 40 splash and do 20 direct for a total of 60 healing, and he would still be good. His damage...
Whenever somebody tells you that Ana is a fundamentally broken character and has been broken in Overwatch 1 since her release, I want to remind you that she has not been meta since her release. And we are now in 2021 on the timeline. Okay? 3 years, maybe 4 years. She wasn't played once. Not even close to meta and ranked. Not once.
Damage numbers could be nerfed and he would still be so strong. BAP is a DPS that can heal and
Beyblade meta? Yep. Beyblade meta was the last time that she was meta.
heal a lot. This support just has it all, man. He has it all.
Beyblade and Quantic was the last time I saw Ana.
Will continue into
Before Overwatch League was even a
double
thing.
shield with only Mercy, Zen, Ana, and Lucio. It would be playable, but it would be nowhere near strong, especially in the lower ranks. Double shield was definitely strong in high ranks and in pro play, but it was beatable on Ball Zen dive, Monkey Ana dive, Rhine Rush, and other comps. It was very map dependent. Double shield mainly terrorized the lower ranks. The AoE healing of mainly Baptiste kept that comp so strong for so long. Brick certainly didn't help with Inspire and Rally, but it was mainly BAP. And if he wasn't in the game or if he was heavily nerfed, that comp would have lost so much power and people would have had a much easier time dealing with it. The undoubtedly best comp of 2021/2022 was Zen Brig.
For Rizzo.
This support comp with Ball and Sombra was disgustingly oppressive. And Sombra needed nurse too, she was incredibly overtuned. But, you know, whatever, Blizzard. Even in 222, Brig finds a way, but let's be real, no one thought she wouldn't. These AoE supports that did too much have been holding this game hostage for years, and Blizzard still won't do anything about it to this day. The Zen Brig comp...
I'm curious what his take is on the Brig Zen composition, because this is where, like, I actually think it gets pretty complicated, because Zen Brig was really, this is when actually he talks about the AoE sustain, but Brig's AoE sustain was meaningless. it was almost meaningless in this composition. We'll talk about why this composition was strong in a second.
That did too much have been holding this game hostage for years, and Blizzard still won't do anything about it to this day. The Zen Brig comp doesn't actually have that much healing compared to Bat Brig, but the damage the comp outputs plus the survivability with Pax, Inspire, and Matrix from D.Va or Sig made it the strongest comp at the end of Overwatch 1. If they went double shield, you could also swap off Brig and go Bat for even more damage and healing, and outspam their shields and tanks while your balls disrupted them. And Immortality and Pax are still unfun to play against. Who would have thought?
I mean, okay, this is where I understand the sustain meta complaints, but Zen Brig was like a relatively high skill composition with limited healing that dominated by controlling off angles in space and denying dives onto the squishy backline. Zen Brig is like this slightly more cancerous version of Lucio Zen. It's the same comp. Low healing, high sustain, dive hybrids. The only difference is that Brig is probably not as fun to play with and not as mechanically challenging as Lucio. Cassidy was overtuned. That's why he was played a lot in this composition. And also he was relatively decent versus Ball because, flashbang. But I don't understand the complaints. Like, if you don't like Brig Zen, there aren't many support combos left in the game that you're going to like. At this point, this feels like we're just punching down because Brig. Like, what do you want?
Overtuned. But, whatever, Blizzard. Even 222, Brig finds a way, but let's be real, no one thought she wouldn't. These AoE supports that did too much have been holding this game hostage for years, and Blizzard still won't do anything about it to this day.
Like, what are the supports you want to play? Do you want to play Mercy? Like, what do you want to play? Do you want to play Mercy Zen? The low skill support? Ana Zen?
Bat Brig, but the damage the comp outputs plus the survivability with Pax,
what do you want? Lucio Zen?
And Matrix from D.Va or Sig made it the strongest comp at the end of Overwatch 1. If they went double shield, you could also swap off Brig and go Bat for even more damage and healing, and outspam their shields and tanks while your balls disrupted them. And Immortality and Pax are still unfun to play against. Who would have thought?
I mean, at some point we have to be like, all right, well then what do we want here? I mean, Brig was definitely strong, for sure. But, I mean...
2021 Overwatch League playoffs. A very entertaining tournament to watch, but something interesting was available for the players there. When the Western teams that went to Hawaii for playoffs were knocked out of the running, they were able to playtest Overwatch 2, and the new way to play was 5 versus 5. When the players were done, they were asked to give anonymous feedback on what they thought, and let me tell you, the comments were not positive. Many of the comments read, "Please do not do this," and "This is a mistake." These comments fell on deaf ears, and once Blizzard says their mind is something, it's done. This is one of the few times Blizzard actually utilized the pro players, and they didn't even listen to them. The broken consensus back then was that 5v5 was bad, and that it was obvious Blizzard had not considered all the implications of removing a tank from the game.
I mean, okay. Again here, what kind of feedback do you think they're going to be able to willing to listen to? Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. What kind of feedback do you think that they're wanting? Go ahead. Do you think that they're going to put the brakes on everything? Glazing? I mean, I think they probably would want more individual specific feedback, but they're not going to be open to going back to 6v6. How do you balance 5v5? Certain character things that don't feel as good? Yeah, probably. Right. So I'm not saying that they get a free pass for this, but also at the same time, like, Also, I just realized something, chat. Here's a question. Who are the pro players that are most openly anti 5v5? There's somebody, it's Hawk, Iron, who else? I feel like I feel like I'm forgetting somebody else. Chipsa, yeah, who lost his DPS Doomfest. Definitely off-tank players. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm thinking more pro players, not necessarily emoing. I can't.
But oh well, Overwatch 2 was inevitable.
Take it away from him.
1, but before we talk about Season 5 of the Overwatch League, 5v5 has to be addressed. I think it's horrible now, could have been pretty good, but could have never been anywhere close to as amazing as 6v6 was. A lot of CC and...
It's horrible now? Really? Really? It's horrible? Man, Man, that's a tough take. Like saying it's worse, that it's inferior. Sure, but horrible? Man, that's harsh.
Shields were moved, which is fine. I think that's good. But this could have been done with 2 tanks. People were complaining about double shield, not 2 tanks and the synergies they have like Monkey D.Va and Ryan and Zarya. These are some of the most enjoyable comps to play. Having only 1 tank heavily lowers the skill ceiling and complexity of the game, and the only reason it was done was to make Q times better, because no one wanted to play tank. Instead of removing Orisa or Sigma shield in Overwatch 1, and incentivizing people to play other more enjoyable tanks, they just removed the tank. They just removed the
Yeah, I mean, there were other tank combos which we've already touched on before. Ryan D.Va being one, even Ryan Sigma. Just the ability to stack sustain in general was broken. Not just sustain through sustain, but also sustain through defensive capabilities was pretty strong. But I think the biggest problem is that if people didn't want to play tank even before double shield, so what makes you think that could you have addressed that problem? Maybe. I don't know.
Complexity of the game, and the only reason it was done was to make Q times better, because no one wanted to play tank. Instead of removing Orisa or Sigma shield in Overwatch 1, and incentivizing people to play other more enjoyable tanks, they just removed the tank. They just removed the tank. It's just gone. And in 5v5, the tank role is now absolutely miserable because of counterpicking. Look at Overwatch League 2023. Florida literally counterpicked the whole entire playoffs and won the league. If there isn't a hard meta in 5v5, counterpicking will always be a problem. If one tank is...
It's just not true at all. Just not true at all. Does anyone in their right mind think that Florida won the playoffs strictly through counterpicking? And again, the problem with the counterpick take. Now, some of you guys that might be new here, all right, have heard my thoughts and might not have heard my thoughts on counterpicking. The problem with counterpicking is because certain tanks don't have counterplay to the counterpick. That is a character design problem, not as something strictly 5v5. Objectively, in 6v6, with 2 tanks, you had more ways of avoiding your counterpick because you had another warm body. But some of the issues that we had in 6v6, you talk about counterpicking tank, right? But in 6v6, we had the same issue where you couldn't play the vast majority of tanks because the OP sustain combo flavor of the month was still powerful. And this is the problem. This is where it becomes like where it's the pro 5v5 crowd says, oh, well, we could fix the counterpicking problem with design issues. And the 66 crowd says, why would we do that? We could just go back to when there was 2 tanks to distract. The problem with the 6v6 crowd is the fact that it's not real. What's more realistic? Seriously, this is the real question. What's more realistic? We could help address design issues with the characters that we have right now, or we could go back to 6v6 and also address design issues at the same time. Because if you go back to 6v6, you have the exact same sustain issues that you started with. So what's more realistic? 1 step or 2 steps? Please tell me. Dig up 6v6 and revamp heroes, or revamp heroes. The reason why tanks are more easier to counterpick is because they're more obvious. Yes, I saw her. Yes, thank you, Orb. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that there's an easy answer to anything here, but I just think that like that fight saying that, oh, we just 66 have guys, we have just spent like, I don't know. "20 minutes going on about how many issues that our 6v6 balancing had. The problem is that we could go back and be like, oh yeah, we could have fixed every single one of these metas with better balancing and better design. But why is that not possible with 5v5 too? You know what I'm saying?
It's countered in 6v6, at least your other tank can help you and you can still play. But in this game, if you're on D.Va and they go Zarya, what do you do? If you're on Monkey and they go Hog, what do you do? None of this would have been necessary if we never went to 2-2 in the first place.
First off, Zarya and D.Va is a terrible example because there's a million things that you can do with Zarya and D.Va because there's counterplay available there for the D.Va. And Winston Hog is a terrible example because you also have the counterplay if the map is big enough, and if it's not big enough, it's because Roadhog is a brain dead character.
Blizzard creates these absurd problems like Brig, and they have to make crazy solutions like 222, which lead to other problems like Q times, and now it's just a snowball effect. They remove the tank from the game instead of just removing shields or nerfing support. Like, they could remove the shield, but they're like, let's just remove a tank from the game. Like, Blizzard makes an issue, like they do something wrong, and they do some crazy, like, ridiculous fix. It's like, oh, I gotta cut on my arm, let's just cut your arm off. Like, I got a scab, let's just cut the arm off, why not? And then, like...
And again, the issue as well is, like, who is going to play that second tank? How are you going to deal with the Q times? Ben, thank you for the sub.
Less than 3.
Honest question. How do you deal with the Q times? We can go back to 6v6. Do you make the tanks more enjoyable, more fun? Could you? Because they were a problem even before Orisa Sigma, even when we didn't have Orisa Sigma metas. Would that be good enough? I mean, honest question. Maybe there is something that we can do. One of the things that you guys need to understand is I am a big fan of the idea of bringing 6v6 instead of open queue, or bringing it into it like an arcade, or doing it in experimental mode. I think that they should do that, to be honest with you, because maybe we'll learn something. Maybe we'll learn that, hey, actually with these new tanks in Overwatch 2, people are actually like really excited. I mean, obviously it would be everybody would want to play tank initially because harder. But like over the course of several weeks, would it stay? Would they stay, or would people revert back to old habits? We don't know. Like my point being is that there's so much hubris, no offense, from the side of the 6v pro 6v6ers that there's like, oh, this is just the issue with the game right here, and it's such a silly take. Like, no offense, you just don't know. You just don't know. We just don't know. Would 6v6 be balanceable with more harsh sustain and defensive capability nerfing? Like, for example, like you nerf shields heavier, you nerf AoE sustain. Would 6v6 with double tank be okay? Possibly, yeah. Possibly. Would it still demand complete hero reworks? Probably, yeah. But would it be easier than 5v5? I don't know, maybe. The problem is not, I don't have a problem with 6v6. I liked play. I got into Overwatch because of 6v6. My problem is saying that 6v6 is the enemy. And this is where I'm losing this video is losing me, because I'm all for the title. So far, good arguments, 100% agree with a lot of the sustain issues and the hero design issues, 100%. And then all of a sudden, somehow we slip our way right back into 5v5. And like, oh my gosh, like it's the same stuff. Stop pretending that 6v6 would fix Overwatch 2. It won't. It's not going to. You don't know that. At best, it would require a lot of testing and a lot of reworking.
The issue comes back later, like, oh, I kind of need this arm, no? And they're like, well, I don't know how we're gonna fix this. So like, I know, let's cut off the leg and put it where the arm is. And then it's like, wait, but I kind of need my leg. Like, they just do, like, they make some crazy, they do something delusional, and they give a delusional, like, fix to it. It's just crazy. It also seems like the devs didn't really understand how much the off-tank role balanced the game for them. With the D.Va, Sig, or Zarya in the lobby, off angles can be contested, so DPS and supports can't just do whatever they...
That's the problem! Okay, you guys are about to get, you guys are ready. I'm fixing to cook.
How much the off-tank role balanced the game for them. With the D.Va, Sig, or Zarya in the lobby, off angles can be contested, so DPS and supports can't just do whatever they want, like Sojourn and Kiriko do now, and we will get to Sojourn and Kiriko, do not worry.
That's not good! That's not good! We want DPS and supports to be able to take some ownership and to do some things. That's good! That's good! A tank being 500, 600 HP on an off angle and preventing other people from taking that very same off angle in space was the problem, and why sustain metas came into Overwatch 2. It wasn't the only reason. A lot of those major reasons we've already touched on, but the off tank contesting those off angles, like we saw in that King's Row clip, is the exact problem. That's why you couldn't do anything on support. You couldn't take any sort of proactivity. Off tank player take. With all due respect to Iron, this is not it. This is exactly the problem. One player shuts down 1, 2, 3, 4 people on the enemy team from taking proactivity on that angle. And the problem is that there weren't enough angles on a lot of these maps for you to just go to another off angle. It didn't work. You put your Ryan here, you put your D.Va there, and you're screwed. So you shot the enemy tank. And it wasn't just Double Shield that did this. You played Roadhog and Zarya. And you got a Roadhog main or a Zarya main and a Roadhog in angle, and you have the same problem. And you have the same exact problem where your DPS and supports are not allowed to take as proactive angles. The off-tank role gate-kept other roles, 4 other people from taking proactivity and saying that, oh, it's Kiriko and Sojourn's fault, when instead it's more Kiriko's fault is that she could take that off angle with 0 risk. That's the problem. Were games decided by tanks mainly? Yes and no. It's the type of proactivity though that's the fun thing. Like I like the ability to actually make plays on DPS and support. Support in Overwatch 1 was more about not necessarily making plays, but not being a liability. And that has changed in Overwatch 2, where you actually have responsibility to actually make plays. And guess what, guys? Making plays is fun. It's fun. It's more fun than sitting and healing my double tank. No, I don't think DPS had more agency in Overwatch 1. I absolutely think that's false. No, I don't. I think you had more agency in the tank trade potentially, and I think that you had better matchups versus supports. But how are you getting to those supports? Tracer for sure, because Tracer had the mobility to actually go around behind. But how did Cassidy contest supports? You couldn't even get to the supports, much less duel them half the time. DPS has agency, which then leads them to deal with the frustration of things like support passive right now. Because you could take the position, but you can't necessarily execute off of that position because LoL supports OP, right? But you can actually make angles and take space right now. Whereas in over for 6v6, the off tank controlled that space. Unless you could bust that tank out, you couldn't get out of it. I don't know. This is the first actually bad take I think we've heard. Everything else has been complicated. This one is bad. Now, does that mean that 66 is bad? Not necessarily. There was a higher ceiling. We lost the agency of DPS and supports, but we gained tank synergies. We gained the ability to, you were interacting with it. Tank, I like 5v5 better, but there were some upsides and downsides. But saying that this is a major problem when at best it's a complicated issue is crazy. And that's some serious bias. Probably devices. Yes. Nerfing the tank's ability to control space in some way, shape, or form. Probably. I think sustain could have been a good one to where you could actually chip out a tank, from controlling an off angle and then control the off angle yourself. Might have been a solution, but I'm honestly not too sure.
Ana can't just throw nades and sleep for free. Hanzo can't just wall climb and one-shot people. It's harder to get value raising the skill ceiling and rewarding players who dedicate a lot of time to improving, like a good competitive game should. League and Dota are some of the hardest games to pick up and especially to master, but they're also the biggest esports. Although with the Season 9 leaks, it seems like Blizzard wants to lower the skill ceiling by a lot. For those that don't know, Season 9 is rumored to make all the projectiles bigger, making them easier to hit and lowering the skill ceiling, while also buffing everyone's HP 20-25% besides tanks.
Again, we talked about this. It's not necessarily lowering the skill ceiling, because if the person has more HP and you have to hit more shots in a row, we don't know this for sure. Maybe he's right, but we don't know this for sure. It's only lowering the skill ceiling if people have the same amount of HP. If they have more HP, the targets are easier to hit, but you have to hit more of them in a row, right? So we don't know for sure yet.
Speaking of tanks, so many of them are unplayable in Overwatch 2. D.Va and Ball have no identity in this game, and they were debatably the 2 best tanks at the end of Overwatch 1. Their playstyles do not work in 5v4.
Ball is not unplayable. Ball does not, let me put it this way.
D.Va and Ball have no identity in this game.
Identity, that's the word. Ball absolutely has an identity, his exact same identity in Overwatch 1. What's the problem with Ball in Overwatch 2? What's the problem with Ball in Overwatch 2? What did Ball benefit the most from in Overwatch 1? Think about it. What is the point that's repeated over and over and over again by the 6v6 crowd that's absolutely true? Another tank. Yes. You couldn't put all of your tank, your CC's burst damage, whatever, was split. Ball struggles with crowd control and utility. So when you have another tank to help absorb, peel, distract, whatever that attention, Ball benefits. You got me? Now there's only one tank, so all of that goes on to Ball. And compare Ball to heroes like, I mean, honestly, even Doomfist in some ways, but Winston especially, Zarya, Orisa, Ryan, all have ways, better ways of dealing with CC, that kind of crap, right? Yes? So his identity is still there, but he doesn't have enough counterplay to maintain that identity. So you got to address the problem. Now, he's right about D.Va and Zarya, because what was the D.Va Zarya identity in Overwatch 1? Peel, which isn't as necessary, and because everything has more self-sufficiency and requires more offensive pressure, and enabling your tank to take space. D.Va and Zarya. And you are the tank now, so things like Matrix struggle and bubbling for range. So he is right. The off tank role is not dead, but is not super. It's very inconsistent and difficult. You need something to enable, and it's not always there. And so characters like D.Va struggle.
Game, and they were debatably the two best tanks at the end of Overwatch 1. Their playstyles do not work in 5v5, and if they don't get reworked, they will never be played consistently above gold.
Ball does not need a rework necessarily. You guys have seen our Ball rework. It was mostly just giving him a way to counterplay CC and allowing him to have higher uptime.
Let's compare the beginning of Overwatch 1 to the end. Way less healing.
And we did the same thing with D.Va, I think,
way
as
less
well.
CC, way less shields, and no immortalities. We could have gone back to this point with two tanks and people would have rejoiced. It seems like Blizzard lost touch with what made Overwatch such a good game in the first place. I know a lot of people from the original Overwatch team either left or got laid off, but there are still a lot of people that remember what Overwatch was like and would be.
A lot of the members of the original Overwatch team sucked. Like, actually were terrible. And we've just got done spending 25 minutes, 30 minutes almost, telling you why those people were bad.
Be willing to work for Blizzard or to just give feedback. Other companies hire ex-pro players to their balance teams, and I think that this really helps out the games. In 5v5, when someone gets picked on your team, fights feel almost impossible to win. Just go for trades and reset or wait for your guy to come back. 5v6s and even 4v6s were turnable in Overwatch 1, but a 4v5 is a fight already lost.
We are now departing into the hyperbole.
Wait for your guy to come back. 5v6s and even 4v6s were turnable in Overwatch 1, but a 4v5 is a fight already lost. With less shields and matrix in the game, Sojourn can get picks very easily, making 4v5s incredibly common. Why can Junkrat still one-shot if there's no shields and matrix anymore? How does that make any sense? If a character has a low skill floor and ceiling, that's fine. Some heroes are easy, but there needs to be drawbacks. Same with Bastion, same with Roadhog. But we can't talk about 5v5 without mentioning her. Like I said, with no D.Va in the game, DPS and supports can do whatever they want. So it's time for Sojourn.
This ends now.
Oh.
Sojourn is Widowmaker with movement. Slide is incredible, Disruptor Shot had a slow, and, of course, Railgun. Sure, you need to charge it up a bit, but it's inevitable that she will build Rail. You get punished for peeking her, and it makes tank especially unfun because you're scared.
Okay, so let's play a little game, guys. Let's play a little game. When a character is broken in Overwatch 1, it's a balancing issue, not a 6v6 issue. When a character is broken in Overwatch 2, it's not a balancing issue, it's a 5v5 issue. Am I getting that right? Just so we're clear.
Scared to play the game because you don't want to get your teammates killed. And her ult gives her a full rail every second. Sojourn is Thanos. The craziest thing about Sojourn is when OW2 was released to the public, Blizzard would not nerf her because she was weak and cold. Proper was putting on a clinic in the Overwatch League, but because Sojourn was bad where people don't have fingers, she was not nerfed. Not every hero will perform the same.
Is that true? Is that true? Do we know that for sure? Boy, this guy is not holding back. Which vendor amp am I rocking? Champions 40. It's some crappy one. It's all right.
By the way, Blizzard. Even though she's quote-unquote nerfed now because she can't one-shot anymore, her ult is better than it was back in Season 5 of Owl. Overclock now charges rail faster and can be used like a shotgun. But at least she can't one-shot anymore. She only does 190. 190. Thanks, Blizzard. Thanos. Sojourn has been the best DPS in the game for years now, and only took a backseat in Bastion and Sombra meta in the Overwatch League.
All right, let me take a look at this.
No, hold on. I feel like you're gonna make fun of me. It's not done. It's not done yet.
Is this? Oh no! What is this? A boat? No, it's a boat with a triangle in it. No, there's a cop.
When the pros first got the beta, it was actually pretty good. Healing was nerfed down significantly, and heroes in the backline could be killed. I won't go over all the changes, you can read them on the wiki, but the game felt pretty close to Overwatch 1 again, healing-wise. But for perspective, people were saying even Brig was balanced at this point. A lot of CC and shields were
I mean, it was the exact same, guys. Like, honestly, it was... I mean...
removed from the game, which I think is great. However, things were not all good because Sojourn was the most broken she ever was at this state, but no one from the public even ever saw. Her rail had no fall off. Her disruptor shot still had a slow, and the damage was so high, if you were caught in it, you were dead. She also had 200 damage rail, and the slow only made this easier to hit. Besides how broken Sojourn was, if there were 2 tanks during this point with the support, shield, and CC nerfs, Overwatch 2 actually would have been really good. Something funny about the devs is that in 2021 Hawaii, when the shield and rail and the slow only made this easier to hit. Besides how broken Sojourn was, if there were 2 tanks during this point with the support, shield, and CC nerfs, Overwatch 2 actually would have been really good. Something funny about the devs is that in 2021 Hawaii, when the people were playing on the alpha, the respawn times were at 8 seconds, and they stayed 8 seconds all the way until the pros got the beta. The devs didn't even realize that the respawns were around 8 seconds until the pro players told them. I don't know how you don't realize something fundamentally changing the game like that, but okay.
That is true, actually.
Well, he's like one of those anarchists that they blew up Wall Street. You know.
That is true.
He's a professional, and he's in charge of the wire.
Like I mentioned earlier, Blizzard had every single pro player living in Anaheim, California, and they did not use them as well as they could have. Obviously, pro players aren't going to make the heroes, and Blizzard shouldn't listen to 100% of things they say, but listening to their input and hiring expert players to work for you is just common practice in esports. But it's obvious Blizzard does not agree with this practice after the 5v5 test in Hawaii. And now Discord for Season 5, Blizzard would only respond to minor things like bug fixes or slight changes like Zen only having 225 or Kick, not both. Now don't get me wrong, Ruben 225 was good, but it was such a...
They did listen to some feedback. I agree that they did not listen to enough feedback, but also I would say at least 60% of the feedback was Neanderthalic. Is that an adjective? It's an adjective. So I mean, like I'm pushing back on Iron here because this is Iron's video, but he is right. Like there was good feedback, I think, in those. I mean, there was good feedback. Like you got to be able to filter that out, right? You have to be able to filter that out, and it wasn't utilized. So.
Or slight changes like Zen only having 225 or Kick, not both. Now don't get me wrong, Ruben 225 was good, but it was such a small thing compared to the big questions that were being asked, like how are you guys going to fix counterpicking, or how are you going to fix flavor of the month tanks? A big thing Blizzard ignored was Queen Shout. Practically the whole league was telling Blizzard how busted it was before the stage started, but Blizzard did not tone it down until after. Personally, I think having heroes being broken on release is fine, but the level of brokenness matters. Releasing and releasing Queen Shout were too much. It seems
I
like
agree with that
Blizzard
as
took
well.
players' opinions at all seriously, we would not be in the spot we are in today. Counterpicking is still one of the biggest issues in the game for tank that Blizzard has not answered yet. And flavor of the month tanks are still running rampant. 1 month it's a Reset Hog, then it's Ramattra, then it's Queen, then it's a Reset Hog again.
I don't think that that's necessarily something that you can totally fix. I don't know that flavor of the month tank is something that you can totally fix because psychology is just like, we tend to fanboy stuff. We tend to follow the crowd, you know? People are always asking me, what's meta? What's meta? What's meta? I'm like, I don't know. People want to know what's meta, so they want to get ahead of the curve. And then if somebody like Karq or someone puts out a meta list, people are going to start playing that. And then, you know, it goes from there. Yeah. So
still running rampant. 1 month it's a Reset Hog, then it's Ramattra, then it's Queen, then it's a Reset Hog again. Summer Showdown had the introduction of Junker Queen. I'm not gonna go over her whole kit, but Shout is why she was meta. The speed boost and 100 health that didn't decay was insanely broken. Like I said, I'm fine with heroes being broken on release, and Queen is in a good spot now, but she was way too OP back then. I think her kit is fine and bounceable, and she would have been interesting to play in 6v6. 2022 playoffs introduced the Kiriko. At least she's not an AoE healer, I guess. But
Queen would have been absolute flapping butt cheeks in 6v6. I want you guys to be the first to hear it. That I am quite certain that Queen would have been slappy, flappy cheeks in 6v6. I might be wrong here, but my impression is that she would have been cheeks because she's okay in tank treads, but like she doesn't like provide the mitigation stacking. She doesn't really control off angles all that well. She doesn't sustain on frontline enough. She needs the threat of like actually being able to close the distance on squishies. And your tanks in Overwatch 1 either fulfilled two criteria. They were either had frontline presence or they like pressure, a direct immediate pressure, or they had complementary, like supplementary support. And Queen really doesn't have either. I think she just would have like lost to Reinhardt. She would have lost like Ryan Diva would have demolished Queen. There's nothing that you could have run with a Junker Queen that would not have just been destroyed by Orisa Sigma. There's nothing that you could have run with a Junker Queen that would not have gotten destroyed by Ryan Diva or Ryan Zarya. There's nothing that you could have run. There's nothing. Queen and Goats would have been terrible. You needed to bubble for your Ryan, you needed a shield, and you needed off-angle control. Queen provides none of them. Queen Ram would have been awful as well. Ram probably would have been okay. It would have been a different version of Ryan. Yeah.
6v6. 2022 playoffs introduced the Kiriko. At least she's not an AoE healer, I guess. But what's great about Kiriko is that she has another immortality. Nice. Another one. Those are really fun to play against. Right? Kiriko's healing and Fuda are a lock-on, and the only aim required is her kunai, which isn't even required in some metas. Like in 2022 playoffs where heal botting was preferred, Kiriko has 2 get out of jail free cards. Suzu, which makes everyone hit by it invulnerable so no damage can be taken, cleanses status effects, and gives you Reaper raid so people can pass right through you. Why doesn't Suzu just remove statuses only? Why does it also have to make you invulnerable from damage and turn you into cast with a friendly ghost? It also heals you too. Her second get out of jail free card is Swift Step, which lets you teleport through space and time to get out of any situation from up to 35 meters away on a 7-second cooldown, enabling the DPS Kiriko playstyle. Swift Step could be on a 12-second cooldown and would still be an S tier ability, by the way. She also had the best model in the game, and although it was nerfed, it's still one of the hardest to hit. Her kunai did 40 damage, but had a 3 times headshot multiplier, so she can headshot melee tracer and kill her. Another support that has it all, 3 in a row. But at least she's not AoE. Oh, she's so good, I forgot about her ult. Kitsune Rush on release gave bonus movement speed of 50% and 3 times cooldown reduction, so yeah, she was a must pick. Kiriko is another low skill hero with no drawbacks. She's an insane 1v1er that can Suzu and teleport away if she wins or loses, no downsides still. Oh, she can also wall climb too. I forgot because she can literally do everything, but yeah, she can wall climb. Yeah, she's Thanos. Kiriko was so broken that all other supports needed to be buffed to get to her level.
Maga.
Yeah, I mean, Kiriko has like a lot of Kiriko's like one of those Kirikos that like I don't agree with calling her a low skill character at all. But it's like one of those things where like there isn't a lot of counterplay for her involved. Like you can't stop her from teleporting. You can't stop Suzu from getting value. She's hard to shoot. So yeah, I get the complaints, but I don't understand what he was saying with like other supports had to be buffed to her level. Honest question, what supports have been buffed to reach Kiriko level and when did that happen? I think that if anything with supports, there was more of early Overwatch 2 release where just the general impression that support was weak. I don't think it had anything to do with Kiriko. You will bring up examples? All right, fair enough.
All other supports needed to be buffed to get to her level.
I think that was just more of the impression of early Overwatch 2 more than anything else. Where people felt like support was weak.
Maga.
Now, at this point, we're really close to the present, so let's get Ramattra and Maga out of the way. Ramattra is pretty low skill and boring to play, just another ground tank, and Maga is another ground tank with an even lower skill ceiling than Ramattra. Maga's design is absolutely horrible. Not really much needs to be said about him. His only playstyle is to shoot the other tank or you will die. It's just awful. Zero skill expression and boring to play. I think Maga is Blizzard's biggest failure, character design-wise. Ramattra might actually be decent in 6v6 if you tune back his damage reduction, but let's move on. Lifeweaver is another low-scaling support hero, but Blizzard wanted this. In an article or blog post, they said they wanted to release more heroes like Mercy that don't require aiming. Although Blizzard does see Lifeweaver as a failure because he was so unusably bad on release. An actual good hero is Alari.
I think Lifeweaver's problem is that too much of his utility wasn't useful or too niche and too easy to abuse. Like Life Grip is like we talked about the fundamentally flawed ability. It just doesn't have a lot else that there's not enough dynamic with what it can do. Like the Life Grip and Lifeweaver is not having a character that doesn't require aim is not a fundamentally flawed design. It's the problem that his healing is not particularly as interesting. You don't get to use his damage, which is his tragedy. And both of his cooldowns are not very dynamic in how they're able to be used, right? So like all these plays that we're like looking at with like, we called this literally from the trailer of Lifeweaver, the pedal. And I remember seeing the pedal thing. Oh, pedal, you're riding a high ground. And I sat there and I said, guys, nobody's going to do this. Nobody's going to do this. I don't care what you say. It will not happen. And turns out, shocker. Sorry, I'm starting to sound a little self-righteous here, but you guys know what I'm saying. Like it didn't take a genius to know that that's not going to happen in a game, you know? So you have this, you pedal. How do you use pedal? You avoid people. Wow. Thrilling, really. And Life Grip, how do you do it? Well, you save people's lives. The Life Grip is the most interesting and fun cooldown he has, but it only does the one thing, you know? So, yeah. Blech.
Ignoring Lifeweaver, what's the difference between the past 3 supports in this year because he was so unusably bad on release? An actual good hero is Alari. Ignoring Lifeweaver.
I don't like Iliari. The more I play of Iliari, the worse I like her. It's typical in a hive mind because Iliari is like the NA hive mind character, but all she does is hold an angle and shoot. And we talk about a character like having as much issues with Kiriko with no downplay. Talk about like Pylon, massive hitbox bullet character. No way that this guy likes it.
What's the difference between the past 3 supports in this one? Alari is actually killable. Bap has exit boost, lamp, and shift. Brig is Brig. Kiriko has 2 get out of jail free cards, but Alari is killable. After her Pylon got nerfed, I think Alari is actually really balanced, and that's why she's not good right now. Her outburst or her shift doesn't have that much vertical or horizontal distance, so you can actually get on her and stay on her. Lifeweaver and Alari aren't that strong because you can actually kill them. That's how Overwatch used to be. You could kill supports. If Alari or Life Weaver were released instead of Brig, think about the timeline we would be in right now.
You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Support is an easy baby to roll with overpowered characters that don't require a lot of skill, and people are still bad at it. Although, people being bad at support isn't a dev issue. That's a people issue. There used to be drawbacks to heroes like Zen, Mercy, Ana, and Lucio, but heroes like Bat, Brig, and Kiriko have no downsides. So because Kiriko was so powerful with the 2 get out of jail free card,
And remember earlier in the discussion, a character not having downsides is not a good thing. Just because a character has weaknesses does not mean that it's balanced. Just because Iliari has okay player on pylon or she has weaknesses does not mean the character is a good design. We talked about this at the very start. I told you it'd be coming up again. Just because a character does have weaknesses does not mean that it's a good design.
Guard, Suzu, Swift, that very good ult movement.
Iliari is a great example where Iliari has obvious weaknesses of not being able to heal people from range and being cooldown reliant with her self-survivability. If you don't have pylon, you're pretty squishy, right? But initially, pylon was way too strong, so it didn't matter. And because and even the lack of range heal, she didn't need it. The way that Iliari is played in higher levels, does she need a range heal? No. The way that she plays, she sits and holds her own off angle and just shoots people. That's the problem with the design. I don't think having a character with no weaknesses is necessarily a problem, as long as they don't all have all strengths either. I don't know.
Kill with healing. Jesus, this hero's unreal. Blizzard had 2 choices to either nerf Kiriko and bring her down to the other supports, or buff every other support. And you know Blizzard, like they did the wrong thing. Of course, they buffed every support. Yeah, they buffed every support. Over a few months, every support was getting buffed. Ana got buffed twice in 9 days. Her healing and damage
this was the start of Overwatch 2, yeah.
And her nade's duration was buffed from 3 to 4. Got buffed twice in 9 days. Her healing and damage were buffed from 70 to 75, and her nade's duration was buffed from 3 to 4 seconds. Kiriko was so broken, they started reverting all the nerfs they made from Overwatch 1 to 2. Lamb's minimum threshold was raised from 10% at the start of Overwatch 2.
But see, this is the thing. This is not... I agree that they've taken too long to deal with the support and the support passive, but this was the community impression, was that support, not just low ranks or mid ranks, the support wasn't strong enough. You guys remember this. You guys have to remember this. This is 14 months ago. It was not bringing up to Kiriko's level.
To 25 now, but that's not even that bad compared to what happened.
I remember people being like, if you don't play Kiriko, you just die.
Next, the supposed Overwatch 1 killer, Brig, not necessarily denying that she did, but she got the most criminal buffs out of all the supports. First, on January 5th, 2023, her shield was buffed from 250 to 300.
And nobody played Brig either.
Not too
nobody
bad.
played
Then,
Brig.
on February 7th, packs now instantly heal 25 as soon as you press E on someone. With
this was definitely too much.
55 healing per second to 50. Wow, 25 isn't healing, but 10 less over 2 seconds? Good one, Blizzard. Pax also healed 15 more, and now Brig had...
I hate the passive-aggressive tone of this video. It's starting to wear on me. I'm like, legitimately, this is like the NA hive mind that I was talking about earlier. It's honestly like fatiguing.
Burst healing. That's so awesome. Also, Rally builds 10% faster now too. Why? Why? Then on April 11th, the Rally was reworked.
I can't do it, guys. I'm gonna snap.
Like I don't understand. I don't get it. Yeah, people really loved playing against Bash in Overwatch 1, and now it's back. Sure, it's only on her ult now, but Brooke was already strong at this point, and now she's just better. Also, her shield is now the size of a whiteboard and has more health than you ult.
I will say this rework was really silly. I hated the Rally
patches in a
rework.
row, and on the third, they really struck out with this one. It's like Blizzard doesn't get this.
This is what happens to pros that have suffered 8 years of poor balance. I think that's partially true. I also just think, well, I would sound too much like a boomer, so you fill in the blank.
Every character on its solo value only. You combine all these buffs with Inspire, then add Ana's nade, which gives 50% more healing, plus the 100 initial healing from Ana's nade, which wasn't nerfed to 60 at this time. That's like a 720 healing. Like, what are you guys doing? I don't understand. And with Ana and Brick having 250 HP each, they're actually going to be able to utilize this 720 healing per second. I mean, Ana's nade is nerfed now, but still, they were generating so much healing that they couldn't even use all of it. Supports are now harder to kill than they ever were in Overwatch 1. And your second take is gone, so a lot of damage is not being done, and heals are not being matrixed. How are we back to the same issues from Overwatch 1, but now it's worse? Nothing is killable. It's not
it wasn't worse. What and what timeline is this worse than any of these compositions that we've had prior to this?
Play against on tank or DPS. If you don't hit an Ana nade, nothing will die. Kiriko finally ended up getting nerfed. Kinda? On August 10th, 2023, Suzu now healed 40 from 50, but healed an additional 30 when cleansing a negative effect. So really, Suzu heals 70 because so many things count as a negative effect. And a good Suzu is cleansing a negative effect most times anyways. Suzu now heals 80, and with the negative effects change, it really heals 110. How is this hero still...
But is it harder to kill things? Is it harder to kill things than it was during these sustained metas in Overwatch 1?
Getting buffed, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Even Life Weaver's a strong pick now because of these buffs. I mean, he's not as strong as Brig, but like, you know, it's not that bad. Lifeweaver's tree is not like a worse rally, and his pull is actually pretty annoying to play against. But
Wait, you're saying it's harder to kill in Overwatch 2 to secure pick than it is in Overwatch 1 with these sustained metas? Take.
nowhere near as bad as Brig. It seems like people don't know how to play support, so Blizzard just dumbs them down to make
That's
them
a
OP,
take.
so people don't actually have to put in the time to learn, it can just automatically be good. Instead of learning positioning, cooldown management, and timing like you required on Ana, Zen, and Bap, you can just hold wherever you want on Kiri, and TP or Suzu away if you're in danger. People will play support if you consistently add new heroes to the role. You don't have to make them the most overpowered characters in the game. Okay, the lighting's messed up now, but I don't really know what happened, so it is what it is. Video's almost over anyways. Right now, tank and support are incredibly boring to play. Getting counterpicked on tank has no counterplay besides counterpicking back. Support characters are just DPS that can heal a few thousand trillion million a minute. Blizzard knows something's wrong with the game. That's why they're making all these changes in Season 9, but I don't think Season 9 is the answer. I think these questions need to be answered if Overwatch 2 is going to be successful. How do you fix counterpicking with one tank? Will healing ever be nerfed? And will the lower skilled heroes ever get drawbacks so people that put the time feel rewarded? So yeah, support killed Overwatch, but really it was Blizzard. Saying Brig killed Overwatch 1 isn't necessarily wrong, but it's like significantly dumbing down what actually happened. Overwatch had a loyal fan base before, during, and after GOATs, but I am aware that a lot of people left during GOATs. Blizzard didn't vault Brig, they didn't manage to do 2 very well, and most importantly, they just abandoned their game. Like, who does that? Everyone loves to scapegoat Bobby Kotick, but I really don't think you can just blame everything on him. I don't think Blizzard has managed any of their games well. WoW, StarCraft, Overwatch 1, seems like Overwatch 2. And speaking of WoW, Blizzard didn't want to release WoW Classic because, you know, like nostalgia and rose into class or whatever. But then they did release it.
I guess I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Lot of I agree almost really close to 100% for most of this. A lot of good points brought up, and then the fight. Then it just felt like let's just bash, and then especially starting around the Zen Brig discussion, painful. I think there were some good points brought up there. Iron, if you're watching this, I think you made a lot of really good points about support, but the tone of the video is honestly painful, especially when you go in for something like this. I think you have to be more objective about like exactly what the issues with 5v5 and 6v6 were. Was 5v5 sustainable? Was 6v6 sustainable? And really, truly, like, there's too much. It became too much of a too much hyperbole at the end. Where like, here's the thing: if you're preaching to the choir, then this video is going to hit, but you're not going to convince anybody who's already made up their mind with this. You're not going to convince anybody. This is like trying to perform an open heart surgery with a buzzsaw. Felt like this really became just a whine fest from halfway point on. Yeah. Had its moments, lost me at the end. Nah, I don't think I have anything new. This is gonna be a video. No. There's nothing really I've said here besides the off tank, maybe little discussion that we haven't already said in another video. So there's no point. I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna farm views off of stealing other people's content unless I have something that's actually unique to say. I'll watch it on stream because I want to do Overwatch related interaction with you guys on stream, but there's no point making a YouTube video. YouTube more is like thematic discussion, you know? So there's no point. You could rewatch it on Twitch or on Spilo too. I mean, I'll have it uploaded, but I'm not going to make an actual video out of it. So I don't know. The problem with these, here's the problem with these videos. You guys want to know what the main problem with these videos are? And this is something that I've always tried to do a good job with, and I've not really consistently done it, but I'm trying, is the good points this video makes are lost through the, number one, the tone of the video, and the number of bias/red herrings that get thrown in there. When your good points are swamped with passive aggressive, biased, snide statements that aren't even necessarily entirely accurate, maybe like caricatures of the actual argument, then you've lost your opportunity to like actually make a point. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody just wants to be a caricature because it's good interaction content. Like that's why like Samito is a good, like Samito's a good guy. Like he literally is. I really think Samito is a good guy. I've known him for a while. He is a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's got a lot of takes in the game. But I was kind of disappointed in his recent support videos because like it just felt like I think he was just like honestly like boomed at ranked or whatever. But it just seemed like it's like whatever good points you have to make are just totally lost because the tone of the video is just because the problem is when you present yourself like that, the other side will be like, see, he's raging and he's not right with that point. He's not right with that point. You know, you give them something to poke fun at. It's not just important yourself to present yourself well, to be professional, but you don't convince anybody. You know what I'm saying? You don't convince anybody of your point if you're a complete caricature of the opposite side. And that's why, like, I mean, not to get political with you guys, but like we see this in politics all the time where nobody wants to actually like get to the nitty gritty. Instead, it's funny to say fill in the blank political meme here. That's a total caricature. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what happens all the time. And it makes for entertaining videos if you're there to have your mind reconfirmed, but it doesn't change anybody's mind. So you lose the opportunity to create discussion, to improve the situation. And all you do is you just make people mad. You just make people mad. I think having a balanced opinion, or at least a balanced not even a balanced opinion, but like a balanced communicational thing is important when you talk about bringing communities together and like actually making productive change. I think if it's imbalanced, inconsistent, insulting, then you just do drive people further apart. And I'm not even being like sweet, social, everyone lives love. It's just true. Yeah. 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 I don't know. I don't want to throw Semino under the bus because I really do think he's a good guy. I think a lot of people do this right now. I think too many people try this in the Overwatch community. I think it's too easy. I think Awkward's another good one, right? Where I know some of you guys are going to disagree with me. I legitimately think Awkward is a good guy. I really do. I think he tries to do the right thing. I think he's helped many people in a lot of ways. But the way he presents himself and some of his opinions really turn people off. And I think he exaggerates even his own opinions because it's good content. And I think that's, I don't think he necessarily does it on purpose, but I think that you miss the opportunity to like reach out to people when you do that. I don't think it's, I try to, because even me, like I have to be careful. Like, like I'm not immune from this either myself. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, Darius J. I've spoken with Awkward. I've known of Awkward for a long time. I think there's an emphasis on trying to make people better and grabbing their attention with like hot takes. But you're right. He does turn off a lot of people with that. The Men Don't Cry one is a great example of just like he's the reason he says the men don't cry. I don't know if you guys watched the whole discussion with SVB. So don't make the mistake by just developing an opinion of Awkward without like actually like knowing what he's saying, is because he says that crying doesn't fix the issue. You need to go out there and change your life and improve yourself and help other people. That's what he says. And he's wrong. But the intention is there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a mess. But see, that's where like, we can't then, I say, I think this is where it's important as a community to then not do the thing that Awkward is doing to Awkward. You know what I'm saying? So don't say that Awkward is literally the Andrew Tate of like, he hates women and he's sexist and racist and whatever. And, he's abusive. And when it's like, okay, yeah, he has some opinions that probably don't lead people down necessarily the right path, but he's trying to do the right thing and he's helped a lot of people do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know anything about the Andrew Tate thing, so I'm not going to have that conversation on that. So all I'm saying is just like, even with Awkward, and there was some people were talking about Awkward's Rank Up Academy thing yesterday, or whatever, it was a few days ago, he said something about a Rank Up Academy. And there's like a lot of like people were saying some like nasty stuff about Rank Up Academy, like, oh, he's a terrible coach. Like he just tells you damage. And it's like, yeah, I don't agree with all of Awkward's like philosophy 100%, but he's helped a lot of people rank up. And he's like, I mean, I don't know. No, I agree, Borf. So here's the question though. How are you going to change Awkward's mind? How are you going to be a good influence to Awkward and people that support that type of thing? You know what I'm saying? People are complicated, you know? People have really bad opinions. I probably have some opinions and that aren't good. And like people make mistakes and like how are you gonna like I don't think you could just like immediately like say Awkward is literally like a Nazi and terrible and whatever. I mean, how are you gonna like, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? It's not just about a question. I think it's just about being a decent human being and also having the humility that maybe I have opinions that aren't perfect and not like super kind and either. And that like, you know, and you call a dog a dog if it's a dog, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think there are very many dogs in this world. Do you get what I'm saying? I think a lot of people do things because they think it's the right thing to do. And I think you have to approach them on that standing. I do agree that there is objectively evil and people doing things for the wrong, and you call it like you see it, you know, but I don't think that's always the case for most people in my experience. And the other thing too, as well, is it's very easy to be like, I don't have problematic opinions, or I don't have opinions that are wrong or hurting other people, you know. And I think that's good. I don't think the ends justify the means. No, I agree. But the point being is that if you're trying to have a positive impact, you're not going to be able to make that adjustment or change by calling somebody who has good intentions a Nazi or the equivalent of it. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm obviously, that's not exactly irrelevant, but like that's kind of, you know what I'm saying? So if the shoe fits, right? Yes. Then they call them what they are. Right. But I think a lot of people see somebody have something along this and they just push them all the way over. Like, we just watched this video with Iron where I think Iron had a lot of really good opinions. I just had a problem with his delivery. You know what I'm saying? But is Iron an idiot? No. And you guys want to hear something really funny? Yes, treat the person that you're speaking with like an actual human being and not like a caricature of a bad political opinion, is what I'm saying. You guys want to hear something really interesting? Do you know there's one person in the Overwatch community that has a very bad reputation, but who I've had very nice interactions with? Kefri. I've had some really nice interactions with Kefri. IO6 as well, but we'll get to IO6 in a second. Kefri is somebody that has a really bad reputation for his obviously problematic past and his accusations and all that kind of cringe stuff. But I remember somebody threw him under the bus for trolling on Ana, and I said, well, you know, it's kind of a tricky situation. And he reached out to me and he thanked me for, you know, standing up for him. He's like, yeah, I really wasn't trolling the game. I just, you know, and since then he seems like a, you know, everyone has their flaws. I have a lot of flaws too, but Kefri definitely has his flaws. But Kefri is like, you know, I've, you know, made my bed and I got to lie in it. You know, I've made a lot of mistakes, but it seems like in many ways he's trying to better himself and be a more, you know, a better human being. And I think, you know, Kefri deserves a lot of hate for the things that he's done, and he knows that. But I think people, man, they see Kefri and it's just like 0 to 100, and I that bothers me. I think Kefri has his flaws, but in many ways is trying to, you know, do a better job and be a better human being. And like I actually had a really positive conversation with him because I wasn't immediately a douchebag and calling him a trolling idiot for throwing a rank game. You know? So it's like, I don't know, like that would never have happened. I never would have had that conversation with him if I had sat there and just like called him an idiot and he's a moron and what a loser and 8 inches lol, you know what I'm saying? I never would have had that interaction. And you talk about IO Sucks as well as somebody that has a little bit of a bad reputation for some off-color jokes that he made, what, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. And you know, I have had nothing but good things to say about IOStux and the coaching that he provided for me a long time ago, and the care that he showed for the community, and the generally the type of person that he is. And like, does he have flaws? I'm certain. You know, I haven't spoken with him a lot in a long time, but I know he's helped a lot of people in a lot of ways. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. He made some Nazi joke, like I want to say like 2018 or something like that, or 2019, and people like flipped their lid, and yeah, which is like, but again, it's like, man, if we're judged by our worst moments, the internet just immortalizes it, you know? I don't know. All that being said, is it's like, give people the benefit of the doubt unless proven otherwise. You know, I just think that's a good like metric. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Metro's just a rage baiter. Yeah, Metro just plays the heel. Metro definitely has a temper for sure. I've had some unfortunate interactions with Metro way back in the day when he wasn't like it wasn't necessarily stream related, but I think he definitely leans into it. Cager or Coach Cuffy, who are you picking in a coaching battle, sir? Oh, that's tough. I'll have to say Cager because I'm biased. I've known Cager a lot longer than I've known Cuffy, but Cuffy's a good guy too. Yeah, I know. She doesn't quite have the rear naked choke set up. She needs to deepen the thing here. Grab the bicep. Short choke, yeah. I don't care. Gable grip, yeah, definitely. She's definitely a martial artist. She got the Gable grip going on here.
Do you want something nutritious?
Yeah, sure. She asked me if I want something nutritious. What do you think? Watch Ticket's videos and his gripes with Overwatch 2. I did one up. I actually did a little video off of Ticket's video. I like Ticket's video. And I thought I had some takes on it. It definitely sparked some conversation that I hadn't necessarily thought of before. Where is it? Yeah, this one here is a Ticket video discussion, because I actually think it raised a lot of really good questions that we sparked. We had a great conversation with it. Yeah, check it out. Did you just scratch my nose and wipe it on her arm? What? Gary's gaslighting me, bro. Yeah, even Samito. I think people throw Samito under the bus, and let's be honest, guys. Like, Samito deserves it. Like, Samito has burned so many bridges. Like, I don't even know. But legitimately, I think that guy would be an absolute blast in person. Probably a really nice, genuine guy. He just gets way too emotional in the game stuff. And the funny thing too is about even his game takes. Like, you guys, I saw somebody in chat saying it. Like, Samito on his stream versus Samito on the Group Up podcast with SVB, it's night and day. If I were to have a panel of like the biggest brains in Overwatch to like discuss and throw ideas around, top 10, top 5, top 6 names, Samito's on that list, 100%. Not Samito on stream though. Samito off the stream. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know how much of that is on purpose or not. I really don't know. But, you know, I get it. Just people are complicated, you know? Who is top 5 though? Ooh, that's a good question. Who have I really liked take-wise? I don't always agree with SVB on the counter picking, but I do think SVB is really good at moderating multiple opinions and provoking good questions. I think SVB, just for his like management and moderation, would be phenomenal a part of that conversation. I've definitely got some bias here, and I don't know everybody. SCB is always good. I think Samito has to be on that list. Spilo. Oh yeah, that guy's a genius. Egoist Cat, no, because he's out of the game anymore. He's more pro perspective. I'm thinking about like game balance takes. You love Samito's Rosie's cheeks. I just want to take Samito and just give him a little. You know what Samito? I bet Samito was a cute 5-year-old. You know what I'm saying? I bet Samito was a cute 5-year-old. Hawk? Hawk would be a risky one, but yeah, possibly. Hawk, okay, here's the deal with Hawk. I would want Hawk because I think Hawk would break up the echo chamber. You get what I'm saying? Samito obviously would do that as well, but I think Hawk would be really good at breaking up the echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? That of being the devil's advocate, because he's a really smart player. I don't always agree with his takes. Hawk. Okay. You know who I didn't really know all that well, but after being on him with SVB's podcast, like what, 2 times? Yeah, it was 2 times, and then also I had him in the Sombra debate. Bro, I freaking think I really respect Yeatle a lot. He doesn't say a lot, but when he does, you listen. That's true, Ruv. That's a good point, Ruv. Yeah, Siegel would have been good back in the day, true. I really like Yeatle a lot. Yo, Chex, what's up, mate? I got Somnus in my chat, and I got Chex. I think I saw Shockwave in here earlier as well. What's up, Chex? How are you? Freaking Boston Uprising legend. Most underrated, underutilized player in Overwatch history. I hope you're doing well, mate. But yeah, I think Yeatle, Samito, SVB, Hawk, Devil's Advocate. Yeah, Yeatle's phenomenal in SVB's podcast. A little bit more soft, not soft spoken, but just doesn't as much to say, but has really changed my opinions on some stuff. A10 is very smart, but I don't know what A10's takes are in like the game. I'm talking more like game balance takes and stuff. A10 is really smart when it comes to explaining the game. I always like to flex that I coached A10 though. I will always flex that I coached A10 back in the day. Don't be rude. Don't be rude about Salt. I don't agree with Salt in a lot of things, but we don't have to be rude. Although I will say that Ryan take that caught me off guard. I will say, Custa. I don't know. I haven't heard Custa's takes in the game in a long time. I think Custa's a smart guy. Yeah. Freaking Chex just copycatting. Typical DPS main. Yeah, I think Yeatle, Hawk, Samito, SVB. You play everything? Yeah, that's a cap. Is this the 4.1k Widow peak in my chat? Uncoachable people on here? Who would I trust from the Uncoachable podcast to give balanced opinions, guys? Boy, that's a good one. Who would you guys trust from the Uncoachable podcast to give balanced takes? Let's check this out. Who do we got? Absolutely not Hydran. Punk, maybe. I could see Punk having some good opinions. I trust Punk. Rack, maybe. 9K. I think I trust 9K. I trust 9K. Gunba, maybe. Absolutely. I don't know. Gator, I'm not so sure. Gator's got too much of that NA hive mind. He's still maturing. He's still growing out of that one. Shockwave, no, I don't trust DPS players. Gasaurus, maybe. Astro, maybe, probably. I think I could trust Astro. Hottie, maybe. Hottie would be maybe. Danny, not really. Commander X and Chris would be good. I think honestly, probably just Chris or Commander X would be the two that I trust. I think that they have they have good takes. Honestly, unironically, Hunter I think actually has good takes too. I think all 3 of them are pretty balanced overall, which is pretty unusual because you have somebody that's like totally immersed in esports for like years and still having like relatively based or balanced takes on the game. That's a rare thing. And I think those 3 guys are all pretty balanced with their takes. Especially Karq. Oh yeah, Karq is good takes as well, I think. No, I think Chris X and Hunter would all be good for pro players, I think. I don't know much about Super's takes, honestly. To me, Karq is redundant though, because you got to think about it this way. When we're looking for top 5, we're not necessarily finding the most top 5 hinged people. We're looking at people that are able to present their arguments really, really well and provide different takes. I think Karq and SVB would have too much overlap, maybe. Maybe not. Dante, I don't know enough about Dante. He's got a little bit of that innate hive mind with him, but I trust him more than others. Which roles do I trust the most? I don't know, man. I don't know. You seen Dante's haircut? No. Has he made a video recently? Frick, man. What do we got?
My vision.
No, dude. Wait. Hang on. I don't. Maybe. What do you guys think? Close-ish. He's a broccoli boy. Listen, I don't get my hair cut like this. It just comes out like this. I've had hair like this since, I guess ever since I started growing it out long, 4 or 5 years ago. Although I definitely had more toothbrush moments back in the day. Yeah, anyway. Chris Farley-esque? Wait a second. No shot, you just said Chris Farley-esque. No way. Bro, Chris Farley? Nah, bro. Rip in peace, by the way. Chooses to look like that? Yeah, true. Jane and his. No, I don't think Jane. I don't know. I don't know. It's unfair to compare people from back in the day because I think overall Overwatch balance opinions and takes have like matured. Maybe it's gotten easier, but I think player like the same way that I think like the level of play and like understanding the game has increased over time. I also think like the opinions of like what makes Overwatch like is like I think more balanced. I think overall, but honestly, I don't know. You don't balance the game. You live in a van by the river. What? Red Shell? I don't know anything about Red Shell. Oh, it's a Farley sketch. Oh, okay. The only Farley sketch that I know is who is he interviewing and acting like overly nervous about? Shoot. There's an SNL sketch. Frick. Farley interviews Paul McCartney. Yeah, he introduced Paul McCartney, I think. That one was pretty funny. Wait, is it?
Remember when you were in the Beatles and you did that album Abbey Road, and at the very end of the song, it goes, and in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. You remember that? Yes. Is that true?
It's not what he says. It's how he says it.
Yeah. Yes, Chris. In my experience, it is. I find the more you give, the more you get.
Oh man, that guy was super funny. Yeah. Anyway, I guess those are my takes. He kind of looks like Jack Black. Yeah, he kind of does. He's like a blonde or Jack Black kind of back in the day for sure. For sure. He looks similar to that one actor nobody likes. What are you talking about? James Corden? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, probably. Man, I'm looking for somebody to raid, and the first thing I say on these titles, I'm looking for like a small stream to raid, is gooning hard right now. So if your stream title is gooning hard right now, sad news, I am not likely to raid you. Unlucky. Why am I so gooner-phobic? You know why I'm so gooner-phobic? Because I got baited by my Twitch stream because they didn't know what gooning was. And I'm like, oh, like making a joke. And it was like, oh, I'm like, yeah. And then I looked it up and I'm like, oh no, I've made a huge mistake. So that's why I'm so gooner-phobic. That and also the fact that it's, Wongton Fui? Who the frick is that? I already had somebody pulled up, but Wongton Fui. Are they in queue? Yeah, screw you, gooners. All right. I want to stay within the Overwatch things. Remind me later, Matt, if you do it. Remind me later, Matt. All right. Chat, I'll be back on Saturday. Honestly, we'll probably just do more of the same on Saturday. More discussion, more surmising. Maybe we'll do some Ask Spilo. Maybe we'll do some more Return of the Gold Doomfist. But yeah, hop in. We're almost, guys. One more stream until the big doomsday comes. Loves and kisses. I will see you guys on Saturday.